Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by members. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association. The first concerns its participation at the 3rd part of the 2021 session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, held by video conference from June 21st to 24th, 2021. The second concerns its participation at the 4th part of the 2021 session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, held by video conference from June 24th to 28th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Before proceeding, I want to remind all members joining us virtually to make sure that their microphone is muted if they're not speaking or presenting in the chamber. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask now that all questions be allowed to stand. Thank you.
Go back to question order.
We had a little bit of a mix-up on the agenda. Stuff that's not supposed to be here is here, but I asked the Honourable Member to hang on, or the Honourable Government House Leader to hang on for a second. He can come back with his perfect diction when it comes in a few seconds. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to present a petition signed by members of my constituency. These members are concerned about the under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, every individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to equal protections and benefit from the law without discriminations. The purpose of the First Nations Financial Transparency and Accountability Act is to enhance financial accountability and transparency for First Nations people. The people that have signed this are concerned about their band and the uses of the funds at their band, and they're asking for the government to enforce the Financial Transparency Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to table petition E3643 on behalf of over 2,500 signatures and 12,000 independent travel advisors across Canada. These advisors in Canada have been working without income for 19 months due to COVID-19 travel restrictions. The Liberal Party promised financial aid for these advisors, but sadly there was zero mention of it in the throne speech, and they're not included in the provisions of Bill C-2. The petitions call on the government to provide sector-specific funding for independent travel advisors in the form of bridge financing until May 2022, at the very minimum, until they are able to see recovery in their businesses, and ensure that independent travel advisors are included in the class of eligible applicants for the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program, announced by the government on October 21st, 2021. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to table this petition on behalf of residents from Arrington, Hilliers, Parksville, and Qualicum Beach in my riding, who are calling for support for volunteer firefighters who account for 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. They're citing that in addition, approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year, including recently the floods in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and they cite that the Tax Code of Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. That works out to a mere $450 per year, which we allow these essential volunteers to keep of their own income. That's about $2.25 an hour. If they volunteer for more than 200 hours, which many do, this tax credit becomes even less. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the Government of Canada to increase this tax exemption from $3,000 to $10,000 to help our essential volunteer firefighters and volunteer search and rescue people across the country. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci pour.
Thank you for the right to present this petition.
Is of a really critical issue and one that's come before this House before, Mr. Speaker. It's about the rights and respect for our children and to protect children and their vulnerable. As the petitioners point out, the child's brain is not fully developed and particularly susceptible to advertisements that are targeting children. Whether that advertisement, the petitioners point out, is to increase a culture of wants and a sense that materialistic wants that parents may not be able to fulfill every time, creating a sense of dissatisfaction, encouraging children to want to have things that their parents might prefer they didn't have, whether it's sugary drinks or junk food. The petitioners, therefore, ask this government to protect children, families, and communities by banning advertising that is specifically geared to children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, présentation de pétitions. Now we'll go to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was very enthusiastic earlier, and I'm excited to have the opportunity once again because I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we should now allow all questions to stand.
Hear, hear. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. O'Toole to the address and reply to the speech from the throne.
Very good. We have a point of order. The honourable member for. I'm sorry. I always get yours wrong.
I don't know how you do it, Mr. Leonard Frontenac.
Leonard Frontenac, Kingston.
Monsieur le Président, conforme.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 4985 of the Parliament of Canada Act, I must do my duty as President of the Conservative Parliamentary Group and inform you of the votes following the recorded division of the first caucus meeting of the Conservative Party.
49.2 and 49.3 of the Parliament of Canada Act are to apply in respect of the caucus. The caucus voted yes. Whether Section 49.4 is to apply in respect of the caucus voted yes. Whether Sections 49.51 to 49.53 are to apply in respect of the caucus voted yes. Whether Sections 49.54 and Section 49.6 are to apply in respect of the caucus voted yes. J'estime, Monsieur le Président.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I have done my duty as President of the National Conservative Caucus, recognized in the House by communicating the recorded vote results under the Parliament of Canada Act.
That the other recognized parties will follow suit and their caucus chairs will similarly inform you of their vote results in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
I want to thank the honourable member for his update. Now we'll get back to resuming debate. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time this morning with my honourable colleague from Mission Matski Fraser Canyon. It's an absolute honour and privilege to rise and reply to the speech from the throne. I listened very carefully to the speech and identified two concerning issues that I heard repeatedly knocking on thousands of doors during the past election campaign. Namely, the escalation of crime, particularly gun offences, and the failure of this Liberal government to prioritize a meaningful relationship with our Indigenous neighbours. Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of Canadians must be the top priority for this government. As a former Crown attorney, I am deeply concerned about the escalation of crime in Canada, and particularly in my riding of Brantford-Brant. Unfortunately, this topic was completely neglected in the throne speech, despite many details published by the Canadian Centre for Justice and Community Safety Statistics. The report shows that in 2020, Canadian police services reported over 2.2 million criminal code and other federal statute violations, of which 743 were homicides, which is 56 more than the previous year. Let me repeat that number: 743 people killed in Canada last year. And yet there is no plan to reduce the escalation of crime in this throne speech. Canadians deserve better. My riding deserves better. People want to feel safe and protected in their home and communities. And this Liberal government must stop playing politics and pushing its ideological agenda. It must fight crime and finally end these horrible trends in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the fact that crime was not addressed in the speech from the throne did not surprise me. If we could reflect on the Liberal government's track record on this issue, we would see that there is nothing new here. In 2019, the Liberal government, while having a majority in the House of Commons, put into effect Bill C-75, the Criminal Justice Bill. They were claiming that this bill was designed to reduce sentences for milder offenses, but the reality was it implemented softer sentences for serious, violent crimes, including participation in an activity of a terrorist group, abducting a child, participation in activities of criminal organizations, just to name a few. In 2020, the same Liberal government tabled a bill colloquially known as the No More Jail Time for Criminals Bill, which proposed to reduce jail time for dangerous offenders. If implemented, it would have allowed individuals found guilty of horrific crimes like sexual assault, arson, and kidnapping to serve their sentence on house arrest instead of real jail. It would also remove mandatory jail time for anyone who commits robbery with a firearm, trafficking in crystal meth, and criminals who smuggle firearms across the Canada-US border. And when talking about the smuggling of firearms across the border, it is very concerning during the last session when the Liberal MPs, with the support of their loyal and faithful NDP friends, voted down the Conservative bill that had been designed to address the prevalence of smuggled weapons and the rise in gun crime. The soft on crime agenda is simply irresponsible and dangerous. This Liberal government must do better to ensure the safety and security for everyone wherever they live in Canada. Madam Speaker, for 6 years, throne speech after throne speech, we heard the same rhetoric. The government is going to get handguns and assault weapons off the street. We have to focus on reducing gun violence, that we've seen the devastating effects of gun violence, too many lives lost, too many families shattered, time to show courage and strengthen gun control. The government will invest to help cities fight gang-related violence. And now, in 2021, our throne speech makes one opening statement that we're going to ensure, the Liberal government will ensure that they'll take steps to allow our communities to be safe. Madam Speaker, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister promised to give $1 billion to provinces and territories that want to ban handguns. But the reality is this will not lower gun violence, as almost 80% of the guns used to commit crimes in Toronto, for example, were illegal handguns originating in the United States. As quoted in the press recently, since criminals aren't deterred by the criminal code, it's a given they won't be deterred by any provincial legislation or municipal bylaws. The Prime Minister and his government knows this. Its 2018 paper by Public Safety Canada, known as Reducing Violent Crime, a dialogue on handguns and assault weapons, reported that the vast majority of owners of handguns and other firearms in Canada lawfully abide by requirements, and most gun crimes are not committed with legally owned firearms. That any ban of handguns or assault weapons would primarily affect legal firearm owners. The jurisdictions differ in their approaches to controlling handguns and assault weapons, and the data does not conclusively demonstrate that these handgun or assault weapons bans have led to any reductions in gun violence. The former Minister of Public Safety and former Toronto Police Chief told the Globe and Mail in 2019 banning handguns wouldn't work because most illegal guns are smuggled into Canada from the United States. The former minister was quoted as saying, quote, "I believe that would be potentially a very expensive proposition, but just as importantly, it would not be perhaps the most effective measure in restricting the access that criminals would have to such weapons, because we would still have a problem with them being smuggled across the border." The Prime Minister is now poised to reintroduce legislation that died on the order paper when the election was called last August, to remove minimum sentences for many gun-related offenses, including robbery with a firearm, discharging a firearm with intent, reckless discharge of a firearm, and possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition. Madam Speaker, this is another example of this government's soft on crime agenda and will not reduce gun crime. The Prime Minister and his government are completely tone deaf on what it takes to keep our communities safe. It's time to target the real source of the problem. It's time to take bold and decisive action to strengthen our borders, provide the maximum support to our Canadian border agents, and work in partnership with the U.S. authorities and stem the tide of illegal smuggling of firearms. Madam Speaker, on September the 30th, I proudly attended the ceremony on Parliament Hill and stood shoulder to shoulder with Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians, reflecting and honoring the victims and survivors of the residential school system. The good people of Brantford Brant sent me to Ottawa for this purpose. I am honored to represent my riding, which includes the largest First Nations reserve in Canada. On the day of truth, reflection, and reconciliation, Madam Speaker, I did not take a personal day and spend it on a beach. This year's throne speech was delivered by the Honourable Mary Simon, the first Indigenous person ever to hold the position of the Governor-General in Canada. As Canadians, we are very proud of this historical moment. This past summer, the collective consciousness of all Canadians were shocked and saddened with the discovery of unmarked graves at the sites of former residential schools. It is our collective responsibility to accept the truth and reflect on the failed and tragic policies of our previous leaders. 6 years ago, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission presented its final report. It presented 94 calls to action that would help redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the process of Canadian reconciliation. Under the watchful eye of this Prime Minister, the Liberal government has failed to implement the vast majority of them. According to a 2020 status update on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission call to action conducted by the Yellowhead Institute, only 8 actions have been implemented. It would take at least 2062 to complete all 94 calls. Madam Speaker, I am honored to represent my riding, which includes the largest First Nations reserve. Throughout my entire life, and especially during the campaign, I had many opportunities to discuss a myriad of issues that people on reserves are facing every day. And as their representative in Ottawa, I will fight tooth and nail for their interests and my other...
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. The honourable member, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. It's interesting he talks about being tone deaf as we're nearly on the eve of the anniversary of École Polytechnique, and he's talking about re-legalizing military-style assault weapons. But I would like to focus on his one mention. He mentioned 80% of illegal firearms being used, illegal firearms. And if we were to accept his statistic that it's 80%, why is he willing to write off 20% of homicide victims? If there isn't in his own statistic, there's an opportunity to have a significant dent in the homicide rate, why doesn't he want to take that action, and why is he writing these victims off?
Honourable Member for Brampton Brant.
Madam Speaker, I thank my friend opposite for his question, and quite frankly, it was offensive, given my background prior to me being elected as a parliamentarian. I have enjoyed 18 years as the representative of Her Majesty prosecuting crime in Brantford-Brant, and I take crime extremely serious, and I fought every day for victims to ensure that their rights were heard. The quote is very rich that my friend is asking me now to answer a question. But in any event, that quote was not my quote. That quote came from the Toronto Sun. It's an alarming figure. We have to take steps now. Enough with the platitudes. Come up with a concrete action to deal with this issue.
Yes, and I do want to remind the member of St. Catharines that he had the opportunity to ask the question, and he shouldn't be asking any questions or heckling while someone is answering the question. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for...
J'ai oublié ce matin.
I forgot. It's too early this morning. Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Is that it? Aren't you Rivière-des-Mille-Îles? No, that's my colleague here. Oh, I apologize. Longueuil. Longueuil Saint-Hubert. I apologize. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was very interesting what he said about reconciliation with the First Nations. I think we have still a long way to go in Canada in that regard. He mentioned something regarding the appointment of the new Governor-General, Mary Simon, and that will be a milestone in Canada. And it's very good for the reconciliation with Indigenous nations. But with regard to Francophone Canada and Quebec, it's a problem. Because by appointing Ms. Simon, 8 million Francophones across Canada have been insulted because a Governor-General who appointed by this government doesn't speak French. And so doesn't my colleague agree that we should vote to oblige the Trudeau government to appoint a Governor-General who speaks both official languages? Please remember, I might remind the member that he may not name anyone who sits in this House. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from the bloc for his very important question. I think there's an obligation on every Canadian, Madam Speaker, to learn both official languages. As a public official, I know I'm taking great pride in learning the language. I'm taking daily French lessons, and I hope that someday, in the very near future, I'll be able to communicate in both official languages. So I applaud my friend's comments, my colleagues' comments regarding the Governor-General, and I think as a general observation, every public official in this Canada should take steps to learn both official languages. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
For his speech. And I keep hearing the Conservatives talk about the runaway housing prices. Couldn't agree more that this needs to be addressed. But, Madam Speaker, the Liberal-Conservative coalition to protect the big banks, to stand together united in protecting the wealthy from tax havens that need to be shut down, to protect CEO stock options. Madam Speaker, we never hear about that coalition talking about the lack of solutions to tackle the housing issue. Maybe the member can actually talk about real solutions like non-market housing instead of more incentives to prop up the wealthy. The Conservatives and Liberal coalition is ruining this country, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant, a brief response, please.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend. I guess the old adage, the pot calling the kettle black, applies here. When he talks about a coalition between the Conservative Party and the Liberal government, let's not forget what happened last week in terms of the virtual Parliament vote. But leaving that aside, if my friend actually took the time and listened to the talking points that our leader, Aaron O'Toole, and I know that every one of my colleagues, every single day of the election campaign.
The honourable member, I'll have to remind him that he cannot use names of individuals that actually sit in this House. And so I just mentioned it prior to that, and I would ask him not to do it. The honourable member for Brantford-Brant, if you could just wrap up in 2 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point was that every single day of the election campaign, we talked about a very real, concrete plan to deal with this housing crisis, and it talked about taking immediate steps to put shovels in the ground now, not years from now. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission-Matsky-Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a true honour to stand once again. And thank you to the honourable member for Brantford-Brant. I think that might have been his first speech in the House of Commons, and I think all of us as parliamentarians do better when we have more Crown prosecutors in the House of Commons to teach us about our justice system. It's been a busy few weeks, and it's been a really good few weeks getting Parliament back and getting back to business. And while I was encouraged to see an acknowledgement of the ongoing emergencies and to have that debate on British Columbia, and to have it acknowledged in the speech from the throne, I will continue to push this government for concrete action on flood recovery and infrastructure building. My constituents and British Columbians are demanding that of all British Columbian MPs right now. Government ministers have been responsive, and emergency personnel from the military have been essential to disaster response efforts on the ground, including today. I commend their work and thank them for their attention. But when the rains let up, and the flooding is managed, will the federal government still be there? Will the media still be paying attention in a few months' time? That is my greatest concern right now, and I will repeat it again. I'm going to be resolute in my efforts to make sure in the upcoming federal budget that it responds to the speech from the throne and that it addresses the critical challenges my province face right now. I will ensure that the village of Lytton, which I represent, which was devastated by one of the most disastrous forest fires in our country's history, gets the type of federal support it needs moving forward. The upcoming federal budget, in response to the speech from the throne, excuse me, Madam Speaker, it's a little hard, I can't hear myself speak. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. It's just a little loud in here, thank you. The upcoming federal budget must contain a comprehensive suite of supports and revised policies for insurance, for those who have lost their home and don't have insurance, for impacted businesses that might not be able to secure a loan, for agricultural producers, especially the blueberry producers and the dairy farmers and chicken farmers whose crops and livestock were devastated. We need updated flood mapping to account for future disasters and to adapt to climate change. Municipalities need money for dike upgrades and critical infrastructure. And there has to be a provincial-led construction of resilient infrastructure across the board to address the highways. Many people in this House, I've been walking around showing photos of Jackass Summit on Highway number 1 and how the road's just completely washed out. We have to build those roads back better. And finally, we need to do more on emergency response policies and capacity for our Indigenous brothers and sisters. Frankly, right now, the way we handle disasters in British Columbia is not sufficient, and we have to empower First Nation leaders and emergency responders to have the tools they need, especially in rural parts of my province, to do their job effectively and to help keep their people and their nation safe. Just a few more comments. The speech from the throne often gives members of Parliament time to reflect on the election, what people told them during the election, and how they can respond to that in Parliament. But before I go into just some of the things I heard on the doorstep in the election, I just want to give a shout out to a very close friend of mine. And it was 10 years ago, he was my roommate. And it was 10 years ago, we were sitting at the kitchen table at our apartment. I was a staffer under the Stephen Harper government, and he was as well. And we were looking at the redistribution boundaries, and they were creating a new riding in my hometown. It was at that moment where I really decided I was going to pursue a career in politics. And Blair was there with me from day one. And I don't think I could be here today without a friend like Blair, who's supported my family for so many years. Just when you work in politics, having that staffer that you can confide in, that knows your strengths and knows your weaknesses, it's a blessing. Yeah. And so I'm emotional today. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Whenever I don't get a lot of sleep, I start to cry. But Blair is moving on. He has a wonderful woman in his life, and he's moving to the prairies. And he's going to be leaving my office at the end of the year. And Blair, you're going to be sorely missed. You exemplify public service. You're just an amazing dude. And thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Now, in the speech from the throne, it talked about listening to diverse voices. And Mission Matsqui-Fraser Canyon is one of the most diverse places in all of Canada. I also think it's the #1 riding in all of Canada, and I challenge any of you to have a debate with me on that anytime in this House of Commons. Mission Matsqui-Fraser Canyon is 22,000 square kilometers of ruggedness. It expands all the way from Matsqui in Abbotsford, British Columbia, up into the Bridge River Valley in the southern Chilcotin Mountains. It's just shy of 22,000 square kilometers. The only connecting feature of my riding is the Fraser River, which runs right through it from the north to the south. I'm proud to live in a place where there is a rich Indigenous culture, where there's a rich immigrant culture, and all of these constituents, all of these people bring so much to the work that I do and so much to the communities that I represent. I am just so proud and honored to stand up for them every single day. And it is a true honor. And during the election, everyone talked to me about one thing, and I'll use my remaining 3 minutes to talk about that, and that's housing. In Abbotsford and Mission, it wasn't too many years ago where a family maybe working at the Gloucester Industrial Park just over in Langley, or working for a local small business could afford a home. It wasn't too long ago that there were homes selling in the $300,000 to $400,000 range in many of the communities I represent. But over the last 7 or 8 years, those prices have just skyrocketed. Skyrocketed to levels that none of us could have ever imagined. The values of homes doubling and tripling. And so now we find ourselves in this situation where a good job isn't good enough to have a secure place to live anymore. And although many families do appreciate, mine included, appreciate the Canada Child Benefit and the positive thing that does for many families to help pay for daycare and good food to put on the table, a Canada Child Benefit or a small increase for seniors to the Old Age Security or GIS does not account for the significant and drastic increase we've seen related to the cost of housing. Well said. This government talked about a housing accelerator in their budget. I don't know what a housing accelerator is. Frankly, it kind of reminds me of something the Liberals don't talk about anymore, and that's a supercluster related to an industrial area. They never mentioned superclusters, but a few years ago, every single day, Minister Baines would talk about superclusters. We don't hear that anymore. So,
remind the member that he's not to use the first. Oh, I'm sorry, he didn't get reelected. That's right. I am so sorry.
Yes. So, what Canadians want to see from this government is a plan and a concrete plan to address housing supply. The reality is that we're not building enough. And in where I live, it's a key place where immigrants come to live. And immigrants don't have safe places to live anymore. So if this government needs to set targets, and they need to be accountable to those targets to help municipalities build the type of homes that people need to live their best lives. And we're failing on that front. And during the election, there were some good points in the Liberal platform. There was definitely some good points in the Conservative platform. But people are acknowledging the issue now, but now we need to see no more rhetoric and we need to see action. We need to see the federal government working with municipalities to incent the construction of new homes. We need to see housing tied to infrastructure development so that when the new SkyTrain stations are built and it's expanded out to Langley, or if we hopefully one day expand the West Coast Express and Mission, that housing is a key component of how we look at infrastructure. If we don't start looking more comprehensively at some of these key challenges we're facing as a nation, we're not going to address the housing supply crisis. So, Madam Speaker, I know my time is coming to an end, and I'm just going to say one more thing on housing, and that's Indigenous housing. My Indigenous constituents want for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing. And if there was one thing in the speech from the throne that I was very, very concerned not to see, it was that. Let's work towards reconciliation. It's been a tough year on British Columbia. It's been a tough year on Kamloops and the Secwepemc Nation that I represent as well. Let's work towards reconciliation. Let's give Indigenous children a safe place to call home. And we have so much more that we can do on that front, collectively together, here in this House, to address this scar on our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, for his impassioned and hard work and dedication, raising the issue of flooding and fires in British Columbia and climate change. Terrific work, and I want to tell you that the constituents in Windsor-Tecumseh stand shoulder to shoulder with your constituents as well. In June of this year, this government passed a budget that allocated $63.8 million to Natural Resources Canada and ECCC to work with the provinces to complete flood mapping for higher risk areas. And I'm just wondering if the honourable member has any regrets that his party and he himself voted against the budget and this particular provision for flood mapping in higher risk areas. Thank you.
Member of Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the member from Windsor-Tecumseh for his question. And yes, I did vote against the budget. And there's one big reason I voted against the budget. Just the other day, Bill Curry in the Globe and Mail said, $600 billion of money that's not accounted for. To function as a government, the government needs to be transparent, and the government's not transparent with more money spent ever in the history of Canada before. So I do welcome that line item in the budget, and I want to see that work completed so the insurance companies and the home builders and the people that want to live their lives, the agricultural producers, actually see those maps. But to this day, they haven't seen them, but I hope they do come soon. Excellent question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I just want to speak more specifically about the amendment that the Conservatives brought forward on the speech from the throne. And what it says in the amendment is that there's a national crisis that compels the government to respect provincial jurisdiction. But yesterday we had a vote on an amendment by the Bloc Québécois that called exactly for the respect of jurisdiction for Quebec and provincial jurisdictions, and we called for a health transfer of 37%. Why did his party vote against our amendment?
Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Well, that was a unanimous consent motion, and I don't think it was my party that was it the. All I'm going to say is that, we talk a lot about Quebec jurisdiction. We also need to talk about British Columbian jurisdiction. And British Columbia, we only have 6 senators. I don't think we have a Supreme Court judge from British Columbia right now. The reality is that British Columbia needs a strong voice in the Parliament of Canada right now. And I'm very pleased that in the last few weeks, just being here, I've been able to sit down with so many of my colleagues from all political parties representing British Columbia to work united together to stand up for our province in a real and serious time of need. And I'm very pleased to be back in Parliament fighting for the flood infrastructure, fighting for everything BC needs that is of national importance. We're talking about our ports, our roadways, and our environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and also to give my condolence to all the families in Lytton, BC who lost their homes as a result of the climate catastrophe, which is why I would like to ask the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, if he is committed to ensuring and pushing for this current government to meet climate targets as a long-term way to mitigate a climate catastrophe that is currently raging BC and will continue unless we take bold actions on the climate emergency.
Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg. And I think it is incumbent upon the Government of Canada to meet the targets set by Stephen Harper a long time ago now, and to see Canada move forward. But as it relates to climate change, what my constituents want to see, what the village of Lytton wants to see right now, is concrete actions related to climate resiliency and adaptation in the reconstruction of their homes and of their community. It's incumbent upon us to work with everyone to make sure that when the next major disaster comes, that our communities are more prepared and more resilient. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with a member from Winnipeg North. Madam Speaker, as I stand in the House of Commons as the newly elected member of Parliament for Calgary Skyview.
Just 1 second here. We have a point of order. I believe it's from the member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Oh, Cumberland Colchester.
Oh, Cumberland Colchester, I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, I'm concerned about the allegations against the honourable member across the...
I'm not going to allow this to continue. We have dealt with this yesterday. I want to indicate that the honourable member is questioning another member's right to participate in debate. The member was duly elected and sworn in and has the same rights and privileges as other members. Whether there is or is not an investigation into a member's conduct has no impact on their ability to participate in proceedings. And I would ask members that while I'm reading this statement, that they please ensure that they keep their comments and questions to themselves. In fact, as it is stated on page 254 of House and Commons procedure and practice, even the laying of a charge against a member, which is not the situation being raised here, has no effect on his or her eligibility to remain in office. I would also remind members that the conduct of a member can be brought before the House only by way of the specific charge contained in the substantive motion. Therefore, there will be no other points of orders entertained on this particular matter. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I stand in the House of Commons as a newly elected member of Parliament for Calgary Skyview, I want to say thank you. First, to all those in Calgary Skyview who voted in the 2021 federal election. Regardless of partisan differences, your participation in the democratic process matters deeply. I am honored to have been elected to represent and serve every one of you in the 44th Parliament of Canada, and I will strive to be the kind of representative you deserve. Hardworking, accountable, and always available. I want to thank my wife, Amin, and my 3 daughters, Amita, Noor, and Liv, for their incredible support through the election and in my transition from being a city councillor to a member of Parliament. They've stood by me side by side every step of the way, and I'm so grateful for their love and support.
Hear, hear.
I also want to thank the hundreds of volunteers who believed in me and contributed time and their abilities to my campaign, helping us to be one of the most decisive election results in the country. Finally, I also want to thank the former Member of Parliament for Calgary Skyview, Jagdeep Sahota, for her service to the residents of Calgary Skyview.
Well said.
Throughout my time as a city councillor for Ward 5, and recently as a federal candidate, I often spoke about how governments can make life better for Calgarians.
Excuse me, point of order. I do want to remind members that heckling is not allowed, and having conversations from side to side, from one side to the next, is not acceptable while someone has the floor. And so I do want to ask the House, the members in the House here, to be very respectful of those who have the floor. The Honourable Member Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've seen some very challenging times in Alberta over the last number of years, and in my riding in particular. The economic downturn, a massive hailstorm in 2020, and the COVID-19 pandemic have had profound impacts on those who call Calgary's Northeast home. No matter the challenge, we have come together time and time again to fight for what matters: safe neighborhoods, healthy families, and well-paying jobs, and a bright future for our children. I am proud to be a part of a government that has put forward bold solutions to difficult problems facing our city, while always focusing on a fair recovery for all. I especially want to acknowledge that the province of Alberta has received the largest dollar amount per capita transfers from the federal government to assist us with pandemic relief and economic recovery. This federal government had our backs when we need it most. More than ever, Canadians appreciate the value of a strong national government that shows leadership in the face of adversity. The riding I represent is one of the most ethno-culturally diverse in Canada, with people from all around the world who have come to Canada to build better lives for their families. Sadly, all levels of government have not always fulfilled all their commitments to invest in new Canadians and to adequately respond to racism and discrimination. When I was elected city councillor, I committed to be a strong voice for my constituents by immediately addressing long-standing inequities. In my new role as a Member of Parliament, I will continue to embrace my duty to carry on much of this work by investing in people and infrastructure. Our government must help transform Calgary's economy while supporting workers, always making sure nobody is left behind. I'm grateful that our government has committed to continuing its work, its important work in combating inequities, systemic racism, and discrimination. Madam Speaker, working Calgarians were instrumental in getting us through the pandemic. Calgary Skyview is home to thousands of essential workers, healthcare workers, public transit workers, truck drivers and taxi drivers, people working in grocery stores, in food preparation, utility workers, and tradespeople. These workers did not have the luxury of working from home and were directly exposed to the virus throughout the pandemic. It is easy to say, thank you, but we must do much more than to show our gratitude. Leaders need to show leadership. And those of us with the privilege of sitting in this House need to even work harder, whether we're here in person or working in our constituencies. This federal government has walked the talk by providing key benefits to those who lost their jobs procuring vaccines for all Canadians. I've encouraged all Calgarians to get vaccinated and follow public health guidelines. I'll continue to advocate for public health as vaccines become available for our children. Working Calgarians, particularly visible minorities, were often criticized for the high infection rates, even when they were sacrificing their personal health by ensuring the safety of others. volunteering and sharing, and keeping the economy moving by ensuring the flow of goods. Today, the Upper Calgary Northeast has one of the highest rates of vaccination in Canada. 99.3% of all of those over the age of 12 have at least one shot. It's very likely a higher percentage vaccinated than my colleagues in the Conservative caucus across the aisle.
Shame on them.
Ultimately, I know that my constituents will answer the bell when times get tough. As a government, we must remain by their side and support and embrace their trust by working as hard as they do. Madam Speaker, the cost of living has become one of the most critical concerns facing Canadian families, and the situation is no different in Calgary Skyview. This government has done great work in tackling the affordability crisis. One example of this is the Rapid Housing Initiative. In Calgary Skyview, across the street from the Akram Joma Islamic Center, the Rapid Housing Initiative is supporting a seniors housing facility with a conversion of a former hotel into a much-needed seniors facility. Local nonprofits, such as the Deshmish Cultural Center, have also shown tremendous leadership through collaboration with government to build the first women's transitional housing project in Northeast Calgary. Projects like these save lives and give those in need a chance to get back on their feet and live safe and dignified lives. There's much more work to be done, and our government is ready to get to work on several meaningful initiatives, like the multi-generational home renovation tax credit. This will impact thousands of families living in Northeast Calgary by helping them add a second unit to their home. I recently had the privilege of joining the Prime Minister and the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development for an important announcement in Edmonton. Our federal government came to an agreement with the province of Alberta on affordable childcare, which allows, through on our election commitment, to make life better, not only for just families, but all Canadians. Thousands of working families in Calgary Skyview will benefit from our government's commitment to making life more affordable through $10 a day childcare. Madam Speaker, we cannot talk about how to build a resilient and inclusive community without talking about how we move around them. I've been a longtime advocate for robust and affordable public transit. People living in my riding are the highest users of public transit in Calgary, and this federal government has consistently supported increased investments and access. Whether it be the Blue Line, the Green Line, we will stand and support public transit in Calgary.
I've been trying to give the honourable member, I apologize, I've been trying to give the honourable member a signal to let him know that his time was running out, but maybe he can add during questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, and I do want to advise him to be very careful.
Oh, is that a threat?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to enter into to ask some very important questions about the content of the speech from the throne. My constituents have made it very, very clear over the last couple of weeks since the speech from the throne that there are two areas that are lacking. One is a plan to combat the corruption and lack of ethics in possibly the most corrupt Canadian government in Canadian history. And two, the fact that this government is forwarding a light-on-crime agenda that is letting criminals out on our streets, that is having a serious impact in especially the rural communities, Madam Speaker. This is why it's so relevant, especially in the rural communities that I represent. Madam Speaker, between rural crime, light-on crime, the lack of ethics, I would ask through you, Madam Speaker, that member to address what is seriously lacking in this government's throne speech.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member from Battle River Crowfort for his comments and question. You know, I've worked very closely on many crime initiatives in Calgary as a city councillor, as a member of the Police Commission, as the chair of the Public Safety Task Force. I can tell you, our government supported working collaboratively through the Public Safety Task Force to bring forward meeting consultation and also funding to support municipalities in crime prevention initiatives. Whether it's on guns and gangs, which our government has a commitment to making lives better and safer for all Canadians. Unlike the Conservatives, who want to bring assault rifles back on the streets in Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable député de Lac.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, before I was elected, I worked at a factory, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Skyview, because during the election campaign, we were able to produce a lot more paper brochures, both among the Liberals and Conservatives. Thanks to him, we were able to produce a lot more paper brochures. Now, I just want to remind the member that his comments seem to be leaning to the side that I already made a statement about. So I hope that the honourable member will ensure that he asks questions about the subject that is actually before the House. I just wanted to congratulate the member on his good work. So to get back to what I was saying, in the speech from the throne, there was nothing about human rights. Now, the Liberals have said over and over that they would defend international human rights. But what I've seen is that on Tuesday, there was a motion that was turned down by the Liberals, even though the majority of the Liberal caucus was in favor of it. So my question is this. When the Prime Minister came to power in 2015, he said that he would change the image of Canada on the international stage. But all I've seen is someone who dressed up in a costume in India. Could the member comment?
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
I want to thank the honourable member from Lac-Saint-Jean for his comment and questions. His first, I'm not sure if it was a question or comment regarding factory workers and support of factory workers. Our government supported through the pandemic, through CERB and small business supports, to make sure all Canadians across Canada, if they could not work, they had those supports to safely stay home, to protect themselves and their families. Regarding your other question on human rights, Canada has shown strong leadership internationally on many human rights initiatives, and we look forward to working with doing more work on human rights across the globe.
Remind the member, too, that he's to address the questions and comments through the chair, so he may want to use the word he or she as opposed to you. A brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is this. The government, of course, recognizes that there's a great need in terms of health emergencies. Right now, in my riding of Vancouver East, we have a overdose crisis. People are dying more than they're dying from the pandemic. My question to the member is, will he work with the NDP and support our call to decriminalize and to ensure that there's safe supply so that we can save lives?
Here, good question.
A brief response from the member for Calgary, from Calgary Skyview.
Well, thank you. I want to thank the honourable member from Vancouver East for this important question. You know, all of our municipalities across Canada are faced with health emergencies in our cities. I know in Calgary, for instance, we have had a tremendous number of challenges in our downtown core with many of our most vulnerable, especially during this pandemic. We have great local organizations such as the Bear Clan Patrol who has stepped up to support community members in need. And I look forward to working across the aisle with all parties in a collaborative manner to make sure we bring innovative solutions forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, and one of the things that I've noticed, and we just saw it very recently, is that the Conservative Party wants to continue a personal attack on members of the House of Commons. Virtually from day one, we can go back to 2015. In fact, we can go back to the days in which the leader of the Liberal Party was the leader of the third party inside this chamber. When the Conservative Party's agenda...
Just order. It's very difficult to hear what the member is saying when members on this side of the House are yelling. I would say that that's more than heckling, and neither one of them are acceptable when someone has the floor, so I would just ask members if they have questions and comments to please jot them down in case they think that they're going to forget them, and they'll have an opportunity to ask them after the speech. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I'm coming up with is a suggestion to my Conservative friends. And that is maybe if they spent a little bit more attention in terms of the policies that the government is putting forward and less on the personal attacks. We saw that with the Prime Minister and other members virtually since 2015. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, there is, no matter what the Conservative Party determines is their priorities, our priorities will continue to be the Canadians from coast to coast to coast and delivering good, sound public policy that's going to make a real difference. I want to be able to talk about some of the things from the last election, some of the commitments that I made in terms of being an advocate for here in the House of Commons, ensuring that the government continues to move forward on, Madam Speaker, issues that really matter. I've talked about the Canada Child Care program in the past, and the literally millions of dollars, close to 10 million, maybe even a little bit more than that today, every month that goes to support children in the area of Winnipeg North, and how important it was that the government continue to support that program. And if you take it from a historical perspective, no government in the history of Canada has supported children in the same way that this government has done in the last 6 years. We have literally lifted thousands of children out of poverty, and that includes hundreds in Winnipeg North. So I and other Liberal members of Parliament, as the Conservatives will have their own agenda, will continue to advocate for the best interest of children here in Canada. That's one of the reasons why we are very proud of the fact that we are moving forward on the $10 a day child care. Does the Conservative Party not realize that we all benefit by that program, Madam Speaker? It is what enables more to be engaged in the workforce. The more that are engaged in the workforce, the better for our GDP. One only needs to look at the wonderful province of Quebec, and many of my Quebec colleagues talk about the child care program and the positive impact it's had in Quebec. Well, now all of Canada, well, Ontario will come on side, I'm sure, at some point, will be able to benefit by a $10 child care program. That's caring and listening to our constituents. That's advocating for programs that are going to make a difference, Madam Speaker. Another program. Well, the member says...
Order. Again, I think that members need to restrain themselves a bit, for the respect of not only the individual who has the floor right now, but also for this place. So again, if you have questions and comments, please reserve them for when it is time for questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, the problem is I'm very much limited in terms of how much time I can speak on all these wonderful initiatives, so I would appreciate if members would be a little bit more quieter on the other side. I take a look at it, Madam Speaker, and another area in which this government has done exceptionally well is supporting our seniors. Again, from day one, where we increased substantially to the guaranteed income supplement. Remember, the GIS is there to support the poorest seniors in Canada. we gave substantial increases to the degree of which it was approximately $900 annually to the poorest seniors. Again, lifting literally thousands of seniors out of poverty in all regions of our country, Madam Speaker. That was even pre-pandemic. When you take a look at the pandemic itself, we gave direct payments to seniors with an additional payment for those on the lowest income once again. We made an election platform commitment to increase those seniors at 75 and over because of the strict limitations in terms of abilities and additional costs that they had to incur. 10%, Madam Speaker, unheard of. These are the type of commitments that this government has made from day one and still continues to make to our seniors today. That is listening to our constituents and advocating for programs that is really going to make a difference. That is what Liberal members of Parliament are doing, Madam Speaker, and I would encourage my Conservative friends to start getting on board with some of these programs, as opposed to suggesting, as they did in the last election, that the child care program that we're proposing was not a good thing, that they would take it away, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are so many programs. When I think of seniors, now we have the New Horizons program coming in, a program in which this government has enhanced funding and continued to promote because it's to the benefit of seniors throughout this country. I would ask and suggest that all members of the Parliament look at that particular program and promote it into their communities. It's a program that has tangible results for seniors in all of our constituencies. But much like we address our seniors and support programs like New Horizons, we also do it for young people. Take a look at the Youth Summer program. We're talking about, over the last 5-6 years, more than a doubling of the program. Thousands and thousands and thousands of youth are getting employment, often their first opportunity for employment, because of this program, Madam Speaker. It's making a real difference in all of our communities. Again, I raise it today, much like New Horizons, because as individual members of Parliament, we all get to contribute to the success of that program in our constituencies. I would suggest that members need to take a look at the program and promote it amongst our constituents. Madam Speaker, one of the primary issues from the day one when I was first elected as a parliamentarian back in 1988 is the issue of health care. Health care is not just provincial jurisdiction. There is an opportunity, I know that'll upset the separatists from the bloc, but Madam Speaker, I can tell you that Canadians love and cherish our healthcare system. And one of the things through the pandemic is that we learned a little bit more as to some of the things that we need to give more attention to. And I'm thinking about national long-term healthcare, Madam Speaker. We need to have better long-term care for our seniors. And this is a government that is committed at delivering that. Every Liberal member of Parliament understands it and advocates for that in their constituencies and nationwide, Madam Speaker. We understand the importance of medications. That is one of the reasons why, since virtually day one, we've invested literally hundreds of millions to keep our prescribed medicines as low as possible in terms of drugs for Canadians. And in our throne speech in September of 2020, Madam Speaker, or 2019, we made an indication for willing provinces to come and talk to us about the national pharmacare, because the only way we can have a national pharmacare program is if we got the support from the provinces. And that is something that we want to see. For the first time, we actually have a Prime Minister that understands the issue of mental health. And we have now incorporated that into national policy. And Madam Speaker, that is something that I believe all members of the House should get behind. because it is definitely something that all Canadians want. They want government to play a stronger role on the issue of mental health. And we are seeing a commitment to that, Madam Speaker. I see I have a minute to go. Madam Speaker, you know, I have to provide comment on reconciliation. You know, this is something in which we, opposition members would like to criticize. I can tell you that 80% of the 94 calls for action are actually being acted on in one way or another, with many of them that have actually been passed. Whether it's language, whether it's childcare, whether it's a statutory holiday, this government takes the calls for action very seriously, and we are acting on them, Madam Speaker. I see my time has expired, and I look forward to any questions that might come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I deeply respect my colleague's passion, saying something louder doesn't make it true. And as I appreciate that he's talking about childcare and all of these things, I'm curious to know, why is it so much worse if you're doing so many things? I've heard from your colleagues saying that the cost of living is the worst, that we've never had a mental health crisis so bad, that things have never been worse, but yet you're telling us that you're doing the best job possible.
He's telling us.
So you tell me, why is it so bad if you're doing such a great job?
I'm not telling the honourable member anything, and I would just ask her to address questions through the chair. She may want to use he or she as opposed to you. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In terms of the manner in which I present myself is something in which I've developed over the last number of years of being an advocate, and the member can turn down the volume if she chooses. At the end of the day, I'm very passionate about these issues because I believe that it is in the best interest of Canadians and the constituents in which I represent, and I believe a part of being an advocate is making sure that you're being heard. So, Madam Speaker, I applaud the member in recognizing that the issues that I've talked about are in fact important. I think she's conceding that. And that's one of the reasons why I would recommend, as opposed to listening to nothing but the conservative spin, that you start looking at some of the things that are actually being done. Because a lot of the issues that she raised, she'll see that there have been actions, literally hundreds of millions of dollars in commitments and negotiations and discussions with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces and territories and Indigenous communities.
The member, she had a chance to ask her questions. She should take the opportunity to listen to the answer. Questions et commentaires and comments. The honourable member for l'honorable
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavut EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member. I would like the member for Windsor North talk about how to increase the economy. No, there is a fight against deflation. There are two solutions: the cost of housing, daycare, affordable housing. What is the government doing? It is acting slowly. What are you going to do to improve the situation and to help families buy their first home? Will the government fight against inflation and take action? I would remind the honourable member and every other member who will speak to speak through the chair and not directly.
North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the greatest things you can do as a government in terms of fighting inflation is by creating an environment that employs more people. The more people that are employed, the more contributions that are going to take place within the GDP of Canada, and that's one of the ways in which you can fight inflation. What I would ask members to take into consideration, inflation, much like the pandemic, is not something that's unique to Canada. This is something that's taking place around the world. And because Canada took the initiatives it did, such as the wage subsidy program, such as the CERB program, supporting millions of Canadians, thousands of businesses, we're in a better position to ensure that Canada is in a great position to be able to recover, to get back. In fact, we've gotten back more jobs than we were at pre-pandemic, Madam Speaker. That's the way in which we're going to be able to overcome going forward.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry I only have time for a brief question. I do want to thank my honourable colleague for pointing out something that's very important, which is that healthcare in this country is shared jurisdiction, and the federal government has a role to play. The existence of the Canada Health Act is proof positive of that, where we set conditions for the provinces to get money. There's 5 conditions in the Canada Health Act that provinces must meet in order to receive that money. I would point out that the words healthcare don't exist in the Constitution. All that's there is the provinces are given the power to establish and maintain hospitals. So I think it's important to point that out. My question to him is, there was no mention of pharmacare in this throne speech. The price of drugs have not gone down under this government since they've been in power since 2015. Why should Canadians take any comfort from his comment that they may have relief in terms of universal pharmacare?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North, a brief answer, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The possibility of a national pharmacare, I believe, is still there. We saw that in the previous throne speech, where the federal government indicated that it's looking for willing partners at the provincial level, and the member knows well that the only way in which we can be successful at getting a first-class pharmacare system, you have to have provinces on side, and we will continue, I suspect, to look for willing provinces on that point.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coast Bays Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to stand in this historic House today amongst colleagues from across this vast nation as a representative of Coast Bays Central Notre Dame and Shadow Minister for COA. I thank the great people of my riding for selecting me and putting their trust in me to represent them in the 44th Parliament. At this time, I thank also those who volunteered their time and supported me on my campaign. Without you, I would not be here today. As well, today, I want to pass condolences to the Starks family on the passing of their mom and grandmother, Ruby Starks. She's being laid to rest today at 2 p.m. in Bayvert, Newfoundland and Labrador. The Starks were a great support to me throughout my life and have been great mentors. Coast Bays Central Notre Dame is a large riding and makes up 40% of the island portion of Newfoundland and Labrador. I come from a tiny fishing village called Wild Cove in the very northwest corner of the riding in White Bay. There I was involved in the fishing industry from a young age and eventually ran our family fishing enterprise for 9 years. For the last 17 years, I've owned and operated several restaurants and at times have had up to 60 employees. Coming from an entrepreneurial background, I know what it's like to hold my head in my hands and what it's like to make a payroll. The feeling of walking into my restaurants in late March of 2020 and not knowing if they would ever reopen due to the unknowns of the pandemic will never be lost on me. Nor will being at sea, caught in a hurricane, and having the responsibility of my crew and the vessel on my shoulders. Now a different responsibility rests on my shoulders, and it's a very heavy weight. Coast Bays Central Notre Dame, and in fact the entire province of Newfoundland and Labrador, faces an uncertain future. Our main economic drivers are natural resource related. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne neglects the support needed for our natural resource industries. The current Liberal government has relentlessly worked to dismantle our offshore oil and gas industry with ballooning red tape which has destroyed investor appetite. We have lost 5,500 jobs as our oil industry has been scaled back. Norway is rapidly expanding its offshore oil industry after incentivizing companies early in the pandemic, which lured investment from our offshore to theirs. The rhetoric that the government sells the people of my province is that there's no future in oil and gas and that these jobs are being phased out. Yet, countries like Brazil, Trinidad, and Guyana ramped up their drilling and exploration programs. Madam Speaker, why is this government spreading false information? And why are they forcing the men and women in the oil and gas industry to leave their families to go to the shores of far-off countries in order to find employment? People like Luke Jarvis of Harbour Breton. He was one of the 5,500 who lost their jobs in our offshore oil industry. Luke now has to leave his family and commute to Brazil to work in their oil industry. Madam Speaker, the attack on Newfoundland and Labrador doesn't stop with the oil and gas industry. The fishery also has been thrown into peril as a result of 6 years of Liberal government mismanagement. Fishers in my riding are fearful of plans to increase marine protected areas from 14% of Canada's ocean to 30% by 2030. These marine protected areas are arbitrarily chosen with very little industry consultation, as if done with a paintbrush. In most cases, fishers are barred from accessing prime historical fishing grounds and not even allowed to use low-impact fishing gear like hook and line. Fishers need to fish where the fish are and not where they're told to fish. DFO science is another bone of contention within the fishing industry. This year, Madam Speaker, fishers like Brad Rideout in Roberts Arm were dealt a blow when the mackerel quota was cut in half. American science suggested we could sustainably harvest 10,000 metric tons, but our scientists set it at 4,000 metric tons. As waters warm, species like mackerel migrate further north. Therefore, science needs to adapt and relocate where they survey species. Fishers in my riding observe mackerel in quantities never seen in their lifetime, and their frustration mounts with the way quotas are being set. But not all species are as lucky as mackerel to migrate south before seals invade from the north. Since the 80s, the seal population has grown from 2 million to at least 10 million. Scientists estimate that harp seals alone, with a population of 7.6 million, consume anywhere from 4 and 8 kilos of fish per day. That means harp seals consume our entire provincial landed tonnage of fish in 3 to 6 days.
Wow.
In 3PS, a region that has communities like Harbour Breton and Hermitage, gray seals have a population explosion. Historically, there are approximately 100,000 in that herd. Now the number sits at 5 times that amount. Fishers there now watch seals even consume lobster. It was no coincidence that this year, sport salmon fishing was stopped in this region and the cod quota was cut in half within a 2-week period. Fishers in 3PS are fearful that the Minister of Fisheries will place cod on their moratorium once again in 2022. Madam Speaker, the fishing industry is crying out for a solution to the overpredation caused by seals. By bringing the seal populations back to historical levels, our $2 billion fishing industry could grow to a $6 or $8 billion industry. If we don't act now, our fishery is doomed by this ecological disaster. The possibilities for expansion in our oil and gas and fishing industry are endless. We just need the political appetite to make it happen. But speaking of appetite, Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne did nothing to address food security in our province. Make no mistake, food security cannot be overlooked. In Newfoundland and Labrador, we only produce 15% of what we consume. The ongoing pandemic and the recent devastation caused by the flooding on the west coast of the island, which cut off supplies from coming in from the mainland, shone a spotlight on this very issue. Typically, we have enough food to last on the island for just 3 days. No matter how much food we have, one group in our province is really feeling the pinch. Seniors make up more of our population than anywhere else in Canada. I receive emails on a daily basis from seniors who have to choose between heating their homes, buying medication, or putting food on the table. The short-sightedness of this government resulted in giving to seniors in one hand and taking it away in the other. And seniors are especially affected by increasing inflation. Our country's national inflation rate of 4.7% is the highest it's been since 2003. Many feel that this figure is closer to 15% in my province. The ever-increasing carbon tax applied throughout the logistics chain has compounded the effects of inflation in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, where a rebate check is never seen. This is a disgraceful attack on the people of Newfoundland and Labrador by a government that is constantly virtue signaling with no regards for human costs. Madam Speaker, we have to consider the human costs and the impact of the decisions made in this sacred place that seems to be lost on the party opposite. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians find themselves struggling to make ends meet. Action needs to be taken. So let's review, Madam Speaker. This government has attacked my province's key industries, offshore oil and gas and fishing, and they've made life increasingly more expensive for seniors. They have no regards for inflation. Is it any wonder Newfoundlanders and Labradorians feel abandoned by this government? This government claims that no one is left behind. Well, I can tell you that the people of Newfoundland and Labrador feel left behind. And they've elected me to be a voice that is free to speak on issues that have only been spoken of from a radical, liberal, environmentalist narrative for the last 6 years. I am free to say what my 6 colleagues opposite want to say, what they can't say. I will be a voice for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, and all of Newfoundland and Labrador. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke? Etobicoke Lakeshore. Sorry.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. I want to congratulate him on his election victory. I want to congratulate him on your inaugural comments in the House. Very well done. I've had occasion to spend some time with him outside this House, and as he points out, he's from a small town, but he clearly has a large personality, and he's going to contribute greatly to this House. In fact, during some of our discussions, I thought we saw eye to eye on a number of things and sort of envisioned a world where we could work together and perhaps someday sit in the same caucus, but about a minute and a half into his speech, I got over that. Clearly his surroundings over there have gotten to him. So, but, yeah, no, the caucus was over here. But my question...
Order. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you. My question, Madam Speaker, arises from that first minute and a half of his speech when he was talking about his personal experience running a restaurant business and how much he appreciated the ability to carry on. So my question is, can we work together, and will he support C2?
The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the kind comments of the member opposite. When it comes to C2, we have a lot of discussion that needs to take place in this House. And we need to know if that bill fits what's needed in my industry and for all of the hospitality and tourism industry in Canada, of which I have many, many friends from coast to coast who call me, who email me, text me on a daily basis and say, Cliff, we need help. Speak up for us. So I'm here to advocate within my caucus and to work with members opposite, and I'll do my very best to make sure that the right thing is done with C2.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During his speech, my colleague talked about the fossil fuel industry. Now, the OECD says this, not the Bloc Québécois. The OECD says that with regard to the climate crisis, the more public powers delay, the more they expose themselves to a crisis marked by higher energy prices and a more volatile situation. I don't understand why the official opposition only thinks about fossil fuel, because it's going to destroy the environment, our health, our youth, and our planet. So why can't they focus on other types of energy that are present, that are renewable, and that don't harm people and our planet?
Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I really appreciate the question and comments from the member from the Belle Province. I think a lot about fossil fuels, and I think about China producing 28% of the world's emissions and producing 4.5 million gigawatts of electricity by coal. And China is a country that's about the same size as Canada. 28% of the world's emissions, 2% of the world's emissions. If you want to virtue signal, that's fine. We all understand that. But we need to address the problem where it is, and that's with the big emitters, not Canada.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention in the House today, and I give him my sympathies for the loss that he described early in his speech. I have some questions for him. I also come from a province where oil and gas is, of course, very important to our economy. And I wonder, one of the things that we're seeing is that there is very little investment in the oil and gas sector because we have not shown in Canada that we are doing what we can to take carbon out of the barrel. And I'm wondering if he could see a way that we could use our oil and gas subsidies in this country to invest in our sector so that they could be removing the carbon from the barrel, that we could use those subsidies to invest in renewable energies and make the sector, more attractive to international investors, but also make sure that the people in Alberta and across Canada are able to keep working.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame, a very brief response.
If there's one barrel of oil produced in this world, it should be Canadian oil. We have ethically low carbon oil, and we need to support our own people right here. And Europe is sourcing ethical oil. And Newfoundland and Labrador has the lowest carbon oil in the world, and it needs to be supported.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to stand today to represent the people of Bay of Quinte, and I'm extremely proud to have been elected the first Conservative member for my riding. I want to thank all the volunteers that worked hard putting their time into the election, especially my campaign manager, Susan Smith. We know how much work it is, especially to manage me. As many members of this House know, it's also a family affair. My mother, Heather, was one of the greatest volunteers in Atlantic Canadian. She was born in Fredericton and grew up in Prince Edward Island. It's no surprise that door knocking is just easy to Maritimers. My kids were all involved as well. Jack is 8, Patrick 7, and Zoe 4. But my biggest thanks goes to my wife, Allison. Most of us will know the biggest sacrifice in this job are our families and especially our partners. I'm not sure if this was meant to scare us, but our first training in the week was a work-life balance seminar when it was told that 75% of MPs end up getting divorced. That's a big number. So I moved right next to my father-in-law in Ottawa, which he says is a blessing and a curse, so time will tell. It's a big sacrifice to have families here and to have us away from our families. And my biggest thanks and love goes to my wife, Allison, who's home with my children right now, sacrificing her time for us so that we can make this region and country a better place. My wife and her family are from Thunder Bay, or T-Bay as they affectionately call it, and Thunder Bay residents are extremely strong people. And I went there once in the winter, and I can tell you that's why they're so tough. It's so cold in January. My wife lives by the motto, always choose love. In 2015, we lost our son Teddy at birth with a congenital heart defect. Every year, there are thousands of Canadians who experience the terror of infant loss or miscarriage. And Allison was instrumental in our region for being a voice to women who experience loss. She wrote a blog called alwayschooselove.net, and she continues to be a tireless advocate for women. She is a light for so many, and I love her dearly. I would also be amiss to not talk about my grandfather and father, both who were political candidates provincially in 1975 and 2003, respectively, for the Provincial Conservative Party, and who did not get to represent their constituents, which proves that third time is the charm. As my grandmother Audrey says, I'm happy to be alive to see a Williams elected. But both immensely contributed to our region. My grandfather, Don Williams, was an entrepreneur operating Sterling Motors from 1956 for 20 years, and then started and still successfully ran Williams Hotels, which still runs today. He raised awareness for organ donation in Canada, having received one of the first heart transplants in the first decade in 1991, as well as supporting Camp Quimilak. And he'd always say, get your donor card, and many local charities. My grandfather taught me tenacity. My father, John Williams, became the mayor of Quinte West for 8 years, and then the honorary colonel of CFB 8 Wing in Trenton. My father passed away in 2020, but would have loved to have been here. He lived by the motto, get her done. My father, alongside longtime Liberal MPP Hugh O'Neill, created the Afghanistan Memorial in Bain Park in Quinte West. having attended every repatriation ceremony during the Afghanistan War, and was instrumental in the creation of the Highway of Heroes to commemorate those men and women from our military on the 401. As an MP, I look forward to the challenge of representing my constituents in this House and feel very privileged to be here in this place. And never before have we had the challenges we face in this country. We all know that we live in the best country on the planet. Our standard of living, our history and culture, our freedom is among the most revered in the world. But we have some persistent problems facing Canadians right now. Inflation is its highest in 20 years. I've had calls from seniors this week who can't decide whether paying for groceries or paying for the rent. We consistently hear of employment as back to pre-COVID levels, and yet we have heard of well over 1 million job openings or vacancies in this country. I can tell you that we have 2,500 skilled jobs we can't fill in Bay of Quinte today. We've had restaurants shut down for up to 2 weeks. Housing is a disaster right now. With prices doubled in the past year, Prince Edward County in my region is one of the highest jumps in housing costs the last year, 170%, with the average price last month at $1.2 million. How could anyone 25 or 30 years old afford a house at $1.2 million? So what are the solutions? I'm a conservative because I believe that conservatives believe in the dignity as us as Canadians to be individuals. That as Canadians, as individuals, we have the right to be free, to live free, to pursue that which motivates us the most. Not because man or government says it's the right thing to do, because it's our God-given natural rights. I also believe that to fix our inflation on housing and other things caused by overprinting of our money, we need to be producing more of the things money buys. That means homes. That means freeing up our home builders to build the things that Canadian needs. It means unleashing Canadian innovation, making things in Canada. Now, I come from rural Canada. If we are to fix our persistent problems facing Canadians and build the next decade into a time where Canada can lead the world, then we need to focus on urban and rural Canada, on producing more of the things that money buys. To fix our inflation nation, we need to become an innovation nation to produce more wealth. That means allowing individuals to pursue what motivates them and ensuring that the government assists individuals to make, grow, dream, and do in Canada so that those individuals making things in a free and enterprise-motivated economy will create wealth and jobs, reversing inflation and ensuring Canada does not see any more decline. And not just in urban Canada, where there are 94 cities of over 100,000 people, but in rural Canada, where there are over 3,700 municipalities. The key to Canada's growth is not just in urban Canada, but in rural Canada. An innovation nation includes all 3,800 municipalities, its regions, and its more than 600 First Nations, Métis, and Inuit reserves. In 2018, I was part of Canada's first Rural Innovation Summit in Belleville, in which we hosted the thinkers, dreamers, and doers to talk about empowering Canada's rural regions, accelerating businesses, and growing our Canadian innovation share. We have an alarming rural out-migration number. 80% of our youth in rural areas end up leaving our rural areas to go to urban centers because that's where the jobs are. I lost many of my friends growing up as they left for bigger centers. You know, we need youth in our regions. We need youth in our rural regions. Some say youth are the voice of tomorrow. I believe that youth in this country are the voice of today. How can we truly listen to our children if they continue to leave the place we call home? How can they further stay in the place we want them to call home when they cannot afford the home? We need a great rebuild of what will make Canada thrive. It's rural regions like the Bay of Quinte that have so much potential I know how to unlock, potential we saw in 2018 when we hosted Canada's first Rural Innovation Summit. We need to start demanding the best from Canada, and that specifically means the best from rural Canada. Right now, we aren't seeing entrepreneurs create the greatest wealth they can in Canada across all regions, rural and urban. We need to strengthen our innovation in this country, and we need to protect Canadian ideas and enterprise. Intellectual property, the measure of intellectual ideas that translate into wealth in this country, is massively underperforming other nations. In 2019, prior to COVID-19, Canada produced $39 billion in IP. Not bad. But compare that to the Americans, who produced $6.6 trillion of IP, or 169 times Canada, when they only have 10 times the population. We are protecting the stuff that creates wealth and kills inflation. Homes, technology, protecting our natural resources, including our softwood lumber industry, creating new world-leading cleaning energy, including our clean, ethical oil and natural gas, and advanced manufacturing. Ontario has a great announcement this morning on new modular nuclear power units being developed in the province. We're going to create a large number of GDP for the province and Canada. Innovation means improving what we're doing in the world and here in Canada, and we can do so much more. Madam Speaker, you cannot see it, but I'm wearing red socks. I wear red socks because it represents the color of our flag, the sacrifice that has been made by our soldiers to ensure that this is a free, democratic country, and because I believe, just like yesterday, when this House came together on Bill C-4, that this House can and will come together more often in Canada. Our people depend on it. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to take the time. God bless Canada, Merry Christmas, and Happy Holidays.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Being the member from Thunder Bay Rainy River, I want to sincerely congratulate the new member from Bay of Quinte for his election. He must be a good guy, given he's married to someone from Thunder Bay. And I'm sure when your kids started playing hockey, it came natural to them. Sorry, Mrs. Speaker, I know I'm supposed to be addressing you, but I was interested in his comments about businesses in his riding not being able to find employees. And as he may know, we have the same problem in Thunder Bay. I think this is a common problem across Canada. However, we're bringing in 400,000 immigrants this year. Maybe that's not enough. But what is his party and his stance on terms of immigration levels?
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, for the honourable member from Thunder Bay, I even learned how to play boot hockey, which apparently is something that they play there. And I love Thunder Bay. It's great. Just love it in July more than January. We are absolutely for more immigration. And in our platform during the campaign, we talked about skilled immigration, ensuring we have the labor needed to help our companies grow. And our country will not grow if our companies aren't growing, and if we're not providing jobs to Canadians and to those that are entering this country to ensure we're growing this country. We talk about GDP for this nation. 50% of our GDP is natural resources. And so we need to make sure that we have employees that allow those industries to thrive. But like I said, for rural innovation, we need workers to grow companies. It's as simple as that. Growing companies creates more wealth. It contributes to our GDP. It's going to help solve this inflation crisis we have. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Something that I noticed in his speech was that my colleague admitted that in his riding, as is the case across Quebec, rents have doubled recently, and people are having a hard time finding housing. It's a very generalized problem across Canada. But the problem is his solution, he said, was to build houses. But we don't need to build houses, Madam Speaker. In Quebec, there are 500,000 households that are in dire need of housing and that are looking at paying over 30% of their income to pay for housing. That's the problem. So rather than buying houses, building houses is not a bad thing per se, but I think there are programs in the Liberal platform that still need a lot of work, but there is a program to help home buyers buy a first house. It's just a little bit too restrictive. But what we really need are massive investments to help the poorest, most vulnerable people, like people with mental health issues, domestic violence issues, drug addiction. So what we're proposing at the Bloc is that the government make massive investments right away, invest 1% of its budget in social housing. There are 40,000 Now, the honourable member can't make a speech. She can only ask a question here. So the honourable member for the Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, merci beaucoup to my honourable colleague. And I agree with part of it. We have massive social problems. We have problems with rent and housing. But the solution is not more money. That's what's causing the biggest problem right now, which is inflation, where people can't afford anything. The answer is supply. We need to be supplying more homes. And yes, we need to look at working across all party lines to ensure that how we create housing is not just a federal government issue. It's going to be working with our provinces, with Quebec. It's going to be working with our municipalities to ensure that we allow our builders to build homes. And as you had mentioned, also mental health, addictions, poverty, all caused right now and exasperated by rising costs, which are caused by...
To allow for a brief question, I'm sorry. I do want to remind members to keep their questions, within the minute, the first two, and then 30 seconds. So I ask the member for Courtenay Alberni to be very brief on his question so we can get a brief answer and move over to the next speaker.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first want to congratulate my colleague, and I want to thank him for talking about the cost of public service on our families. I really appreciate that. Madam Speaker, he talked about wealth leaving rural Canada. Too often, wealth starts in rural Canada and leaves rural Canada. He talked about housing. Madam Speaker, 10 years, in the early 90s, 10% of our housing was non-market housing. Now it's less than 4%, Madam Speaker. In Europe, it's 30%. Non-market housing is the solution. The Liberal Conservative coalition is not, free market solutions are not going to solve the housing problem, Madam Speaker. They're leaving a legacy of thousands and thousands of people homeless in my riding and across this country.
Okay, I'm going to allow the member for Bay of Quinte. Again, I would ask members to be very mindful of time. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte, a brief response.
Madam Speaker, I'm not going to repeat what I've already said on cash and its infusion and what the costs are, but I'll just talk this morning. There was an article that Ottawa has yet to account for $600 billion of its spending from last year, and then the government also wants to now spend more of it. We know why these prices have gone up. We know why everything is exasperated. We need to get those numbers, and we need to get them right away in order to fix everything else. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Brief response. The honourable member, resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me first acknowledge that I'll be splitting my time today with my honourable colleague from Mississauga, Aaron Mills. Madam Speaker, it is an absolute privilege to be able to be back here in the House to bring the voice, the perspective, and the views of the good people of King's Hanse. And of course, this is the second time that I've had the privilege of being elected as the Member of Parliament in King's Hanse. And although it's not my first time speaking in the 44th Parliament, I really want to take the opportunity to thank the residents of King's Hanse for placing their confidence in me to be their voice in their Member of Parliament. I think all members of this House will certainly appreciate that when you get into public life, there's got to be people in your corner. And first and foremost, that's your family. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank my fiancée, Kimberly. She is the rock. There are challenges when you're here in Ottawa, when you're having busy nights on the road and meeting constituents. So thank you to Kimberly. To my mom, to my grandmothers, to my entire family, I have the best support system that one could ask for. And I couldn't be here without you. Also to my campaign manager, Christina Shannon. She and I went to high school together. She's had work experience with Premier McNeil in Nova Scotia. Dale Palmer before that had worked on my campaign in 2019. Without them, I'm not the Member of Parliament standing here in this House. And also to all the volunteers, not only those on my team, which of course I'm very thankful, but democracy relies upon volunteers getting behind candidates of all stripes. To contribute to something that's bigger than themselves. And so to the volunteers for the candidates in King's Hanse and indeed across the country, thank you for your work and thank you for your commitment to democracy. Yeah. I just want to quickly describe King's Hanse to my colleagues and to Canadians that might be watching in. It is largely a rural riding. The area of King's Hanse, East Hanse particularly, includes communities that I would describe as suburban, about 40 minutes outside of Halifax, some large rural townships, but then areas that are extremely rural where there might only be, there could be a kilometre between houses. And I call it a mini Canada. We have 3 Indigenous communities, Sebaganegity, Annapolis Valley First Nation, and Glooscap First Nation, and we're home to the highest tides in the world. We have a burgeoning wine sector, so those members of Parliament and those Canadians that enjoy a nice glass of wine, please consider supporting our Nova Scotia wine industry. It is very robust. Yes, it deserves a clap, absolutely.
We're also what I would call the agriculture heartland of Atlantic Canada. We have the most supply managed farms east of Quebec. We have a number of horticulture-based businesses. We're known for the Annapolis Valley apple. And, of course, Acadia University, which has drawn significant alumni and people from across the world, indeed across this country. Our Michelin plant in the Annapolis Valley. And, of course, Halifax Stanfield, just outside the parameters of Kings Hants, but indeed a major employer in the area. Finally, we are the home of the birthplace of hockey in Windsor, Nova Scotia. Now, the speech from the throne is a document, as my colleagues would know, that is very broad in nature. It puts out the principles that the government hopes to achieve in the days ahead. But I want to take some time to highlight some things that I've heard on the doorstep and that I hope parliamentarians in this House will work collaboratively to help advance in the days ahead. And first and foremost, it's on labor and immigration. Our government was there throughout the pandemic to make sure that there were supports in place, Madam Speaker, to support small businesses, to support individuals. And the fact now that 101% of jobs prior to the pandemic have been returned that were lost is, I think, a marquee element of the fact that we have been successful in that domain. So successful, in fact, that because of the pandemic and the challenges of immigration over the past 2 years, we've heard in this House, and indeed we know across the country, that labor is a major issue. And I know that the government will be focused on this in the days ahead. One area of particular interest for myself is the Seasonal Agriculture Worker Program. Over 1,500 people from countries such as Jamaica and Mexico come to the Annapolis Valley, particularly in Kings Hants, to support our agriculture sector every day. There was in our platform a commitment to an express entry program and the ability to reduce administrative red tape. This is going to be something that not only helps the employees that are coming from their origin countries, but it's also going to help the employers and our farming community. So that'll be something, as a member of Parliament, I'll be working closely with the government to try to help implement in the days ahead. Let's talk about housing. We know that housing, of course, is a major challenge in urban communities, but indeed it is in rural as well. One of the silver linings of the pandemic, if I may, Madam Speaker, is that during the height of the pandemic, many individuals who are working class professionals, who have families, were choosing to be able to move from urban locations in the country to rural parts of our country. That is extremely beneficial for the long-term demographic outlook of rural communities across Canada, but it has put a pressure on our housing supply. And I'll give you one example. I remember in the 2019 election, I was on the Hants Shore. It's an area that largely has an older demographic. There was a number of houses that were for sale and had been for sale for quite some time. Madam Speaker, there is no real estate available on the Hants Shore right now, and actually housing prices are up 40%. I know that our government is going to be working hard on this issue, but I do want to highlight this is not just a Government of Canada issue. This is going to require all three levels of government between the federal, provincial, municipal leaders. We know that Indigenous communities have to be part of that conversation, the private sector, and indeed nonprofits in terms of the work that we have to do. Let's talk about climate change. I just mentioned that Kings Hants is home to the highest tides in the world. What a constant reminder every day of the important work that needs to be done. Over the past two elections, this has been a predominant theme I've heard from my constituents on the need for the government to do more and to move hard in that direction. And on the heels of COP26, we know that there has to be more work to be done to be able to protect 1.5 degrees of global warming. The forest fires in Western Canada, combined with the flooding that we've seen in British Columbia, but not just British Columbia, also in my province of Nova Scotia and indeed in Newfoundland and Labrador, I think is a reminder for all Canadians, indeed all parliamentarians, that we need to be collectively working in this regard. Our government has promised and has mentioned in the speech from the throne caps on the oil and gas production, the emissions associated with such, the elimination of fossil fuel subsidies, and the development of EV vehicles. These are going to be crucial in the days ahead for us to be able to meet our target. As a member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, what I intend to focus on is the way that we can work with the agriculture community to help reduce their emissions. Farmers are already doing incredible work, but at the same time, we need to be able to do more, and that is something where I'll put my focus. I also think we need to be able to work on how we can draw private investment in. I'd like to remind the member from Kingston, the Islands, that he's in my shot right now, and perhaps he can get his big head out of the way. So we need to be mindful, Madam Speaker, of the way that we can drive private sector investment and how the government can make that happen, because government investment and subsidy can only go so far. I mentioned I have 3 Indigenous communities, Madam Speaker. We just had the speech from the throne delivered from the first Indigenous Governor-General in Canada's history. I want to particularly focus on Indigenous housing, infrastructure, and investment in social programming. I look forward to building relationships with Chief and Council that are there and to be able to move that forward. Madam Speaker, I would say, in my view as a parliamentarian, the 2 biggest challenges that we will all face in this 44th Parliament on the heels as we work our way out of this pandemic is going to be twofold. One, growing our economy to make sure that the expenses that we've taken on during the pandemic are sustainable, coupled with the investments that the government is planning in the days ahead, and of course, climate change and reducing emissions. Both of those require real attention to investments on how to grow the economy. And I just want to mention agriculture. As I had said, it's the backbone of the economy in King's Hants. And I would argue it's the backbone of the economy in Canada. 1 in 8 jobs in Canada are tied to the agriculture sector. It's a $130 billion industry. Madam Speaker, we have tremendous opportunity to be able to expand that to not only feed Canada, but feed the world. And I look at things like the Barton Report and the ways that the government can move ahead. I see I have 1 minute. So that is where I will be putting my attention. I'm pleased to see that there was a commitment around business risk management. The wine industry, we had $101 million in that to help drive the wine industry in Canada. That will matter in King's Hants. And supply managed farms. We were there for farmers at the height of the negotiation of the new CUSMA. We will be there to make sure that they are protected in the days ahead. 2 quick points I would say in my final 25 seconds, Madam Speaker, is the importance of childcare and what that's going to mean to the people in King's Hants, indeed to people across the country, getting parents back to work and helping to make sure that they're affordable. Finally, I think we need to work on ways that we can increase interprovincial trade, reduce barriers in light of global protectionism. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues.
Comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague for his speech. His riding, much like mine, agriculture is the main driver of the economy. For over the last 20 years, farmers have been making changes to their farming practices to make farming more sustainable. And in fact, in a worldwide index, Canada has the most sustainable farming in the world. And prior to the election, this government said they were going to have a 30% emissions reduction on fertilizer, but they haven't said anything about how they're going to do that. Farmers in my riding are extremely concerned about this because without the use of fertilizer, the amount of crop that they can grow is going to go down, and our exports are going to go down. Food security is going to become a problem. Also, as we pursue biofuels as the next wave, when we need more canola to meet that demand, we're going to see less canola grown, not more, because of a 30% emissions reduction in fertilizer. I'm just wondering if the member would like to, if he has any information he'd like to share with the House about how this might be accomplished by this government, just so we can get some certainty for our producers.
The honourable member for King's Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, now in the chair. Look, I'd like to thank the member opposite. I'm glad that he and I both share the importance of the agriculture sector to the entire country, frankly. On the question around the fertilizer reduction, I've had conversations with Fertilizer Canada about ways that we can be able to move that forward. We know that the work that's being done by Environment and Climate Change Canada right now as it relates to carbon offsets is going to be an important piece of that. But I take notice that we have to do work as a government to be able to bridge that gap between recognizing the work that farmers are already doing, but at the same time asking them to be part of the solution to do even more. I do certainly want to highlight whether it's been business risk management there for our dairy farmers, some of the initiatives around climate and agriculture. There was $130 billion in the last budget, 130 million, I should say, not billion. Those are all important measures, and I look forward to working with him to advance them in the days ahead.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague in his speech talked about the importance of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and he talked about the actions taken by his government. I would sincerely ask him if he read the report by the Environment Commissioner. It's devastating for his government, particularly with regard to the greenhouse gas emissions reductions. which are due entirely to the oil and gas industry and what the government is trying to say. If we reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the gas and oil sector, we can increase production. I've already seen something that's cynical. It was in the 1990s when cigarette manufacturers said there's a soft cigarette, a good cigarette for your health. I'd like to know if a Liberal can understand that oil is not a good way to fight against climate change. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the fourth largest producer of oil and gas in the world. And although my bloc member, whose goal is to create sovereignty for Quebec in this House or in this country, may not recognize its importance, it is 25% of Canada's exports. So our government is focused on ways that we can reduce emissions associated with the oil and gas sector production. We don't have the ability to control production elements. That's a provincial domain. He should respect that as a member of the bloc. They certainly call for it a lot in this House. We're focused on reducing emissions, recognizing that a transition will happen, but it's not going to happen overnight. We'll be committed to Canadian workers to be able to move both climate and our economy forward together.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. He spoke a little bit about small business. Winnipeg Centre, the heart of Winnipeg Centre, is absolutely small businesses that are barely making ends meet because they did what needed to be done to keep our community safe. I'm wondering if, through you, Mr. Speaker, if I could ask my colleague, currently the CEBA loan repayment is due next December in 2022. We are still in a pandemic. This will gut businesses. Is my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker, open to expanding the repayment date to the CEBA loan until at least 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my member opposite for the question. Look, she hit it right on the head. Our government was there throughout the pandemic and continues to be there with the introduction of Bill C-2 to support the hardest hit businesses across the country. We certainly put the program in place to end on December 31st, 2022. That the fact of the matter is that is something that we can look at. Our fiscal framework is going to be under challenge because of the fact that we've just gone through this pandemic. Certainly we have to focus on supporting small businesses, but I'll leave that to the Minister of Finance to make her decision on ultimately. Thank you.
Point of order for the member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, during his intervention today, the member from Kings Hands said that the birth of Hockey Place was in Nova Scotia. I would direct him to a CBC article from January 6, 2016, which disputes that it is actually Kingston, Ontario.
That's not a point of order, nor do I agree with the statement from the member either. Point of order, the member for Kings Hands.
Well, I certainly respect the point of order that was just raised by the member of Kingston and the Islands. I would have to fundamentally disagree. I would certainly point to some of the historians that have seen that this is actually based in Nova Scotia, but he and I will actually take that on outside this House, and I certainly appreciate him raising it for the Hansard. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the points of order. They're not points of order. They are debate. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here I am. It is an honor and a privilege to rise in the House today to speak in response to the speech from the throne. Last week, our government outlined a comprehensive plan to move our country forward and finish the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the last 20 months, our federal government has remained focused on doing whatever it takes to support Canadians. In an unprecedented crisis, we took unprecedented action. And through our federal programs, we have kept food on the table for nearly 9 million Canadians through CERB and the CRB, helped more than 700,000 small businesses stay afloat, and protected over 3.9 million Canadian jobs. There are local businesses in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, that enjoyed a very successful Black Friday weekend only because they had our support to survive. Now, as we move forward, we must focus on economic recovery. That means focusing on jobs, affordability, taking stronger action against climate change, moving forward towards the path of reconciliation, and ensuring everyone has access to health care. Last week's speech from the throne highlighted just that. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that house prices have risen drastically across the country over the years, and we are feeling the impacts in my riding of Mississauga Erin Mills. Since I was first elected in 2015, hundreds of constituents in Erin Mills have written to me to share their concerns about the rising cost of living, and our efforts for Canada's economic recovery must continue to focus on affordability. From day one, our government has made housing a clear priority. We launched Canada's first national housing strategy and invested more than $72 billion over 10 years, starting in 2017, to ensure Canadians have a safe and affordable place to call home. To date, our housing strategy has supported the creation of over 100,000 new units and repaired over 300,000 more. As we continue to address supply issues, our government has helped put home ownership back in reach for Canadians with a more flexible first-time home buyer incentive, a new rent-to-own program, and by reducing closing costs for first-time buyers. In the term ahead, I look forward to working with our new Minister for Housing and Diversity and Inclusion to push ahead on the Home Buyers Bill of Rights, which will help ensure that the process of purchasing and selling your home is fair and transparent. We're taking action because each and every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. Mr. Speaker, as I was knocking on doors over the summer, I met Janet. She's a nurse and a working mother in my riding with 2 young children. While she has worked on the front lines of this pandemic, she's relied on childcare programs to ensure that her children are taken care of. Between the long hours at work and costs of these services, she's been struggling to get by. For parents like Janet, our government's plan to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system is a game changer. We backed this plan with $30 billion and earned acclaim from stakeholders across Canada. Mr. Speaker, our government has always prioritized investing in early learning and childcare because it's the right and smart thing to do, not only for parents, but also for our economy. We've signed agreements with Quebec, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland and Labrador, Yukon, Nova Scotia, British Columbia, and most recently Alberta. For parents in these jurisdictions, it means that their childcare fees will be cut in half by the end of the coming year and reduced to just $10 a day by 2026. Suffice to say, we in Erin Mills are all waiting for Ontario and other remaining provinces to come to the table. Our government will remain focused on making life better and more affordable for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this summer we were shocked, we were horrified, and we were heartbroken by the discovery of unmarked graves and burial sites located near former residential schools. These graves and countless more waiting to be found confirm the stories that survivors have been telling for generations. As Canadians, we still have a lot to learn about this undertold part of our country, and a lot of work ahead of us. To move forward on the path of reconciliation, we need to ensure that the truths and history of these tragedies are never forgotten. Our government is committed to continue supporting Indigenous peoples in these communities by investing in a distinction-based mental health and wellness strategy, accelerating work on the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQ peoples, as well as appointing a special interlocutor to advance justice for those impacted by residential schools. We must push forward to complete the remaining Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action under federal responsibility and continue pushing the other named parties and levels of government to do their part. I'd like to turn my attention now to the climate crisis. On that, Mr. Speaker, our government's position has never wavered. Climate change is real, and it is among the greatest challenges of our generation and future generations. That's why we're taking action by increasing the price on pollution and putting more money into the pockets of Canadians. We're investing in public transit, developing alternative energies like hydrogen, and making zero-emission vehicles more affordable and accessible for everyone. Building something new takes time, and it takes investment. Canadians want us to make the investments today to build a cleaner economy. And that's what we're doing to reach that goal of clean energy grid from coast to coast to coast and net zero by 2050. Mr. Speaker, residents in Erin Mills are done debating the legitimacy of the climate crisis, and so am I. Canadians want all parties, all levels of government, including provinces and municipalities, to get on board and take this seriously. If we work together and continue to push our ambitions higher, we can make Canada the proof that a clean future is possible. Our children are watching. Earlier this month, Mr. Speaker, I heard from Ms. Chen's grade 10 class at Meadowvale Secondary School asking for our government to take action on mental health, and I couldn't agree more. At the onset of the pandemic, we created the Wellness Together portal to provide free, confidential support for Canadians of all ages. Within the first 2 weeks, that portal had received over 1.2 million calls, and that tells us what we need to continue to make mental health more accessible for all. We've invested $100 million to support mental health projects across Canada. And over the next 5 years, we intend to invest $4.5 billion to expand access to mental health services. To oversee these investments, our Prime Minister has appointed the first ever federal Minister for Mental Health and Addictions. The same person, Mr. Speaker, who not so long ago helped build the Public Health Agency of Canada. For our youth, our seniors, our frontline workers, BIPOC communities, Canadians from all walks of life, we must ensure that mental health supports are ready and available when we need them. Mr. Speaker, I've only scratched the surface of what our plan will deliver for Canadians. When I look to the future we are building, a cleaner, more affordable, and more resilient Canada for everyone, I am optimistic. I'm optimistic because yesterday, we saw what this House is capable of when we put partisanship aside for the sake of Canadians. If we can move forward in that spirit of unity and cooperation, we can get this done. It's an honor to be back in this chamber representing my wonderful riding of Mississauga Erin Mills, and I look forward to working on this progressive agenda with members across the chamber to ensure that we move forward together towards a better and more prosperous Canada for everyone. And it all starts with this throne speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The Honourable.
Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One issue that is very important to the people of the Kenora riding and right across Northern Ontario, and something that I don't believe was mentioned once in this throne speech, is access to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet. We know that this is no longer a luxury. It is essential, especially as more Canadians attend school, work, or even access government services from homes. Now, in the last campaign, our party put forward a comprehensive plan to connect all households in Canada by 2025 to high-speed internet, and I'm just wondering if the member is able to commit on behalf of the government to meeting that deadline.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't agree more with the member opposite on his call to action on connectivity across the country. I had the privilege to travel to Newfoundland and Labrador earlier this year and really got to see firsthand the issues that rural communities face with respect to connectivity. Now, it's this government that has made significant investments into ensuring that Canada is connected, and we saw just how important that connection is as we moved to more virtual workspace. Now, I know that the party opposite may have plans and may have promises. This government's been delivering on this issue for the past number of years.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for...
There you go.
Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. The Paradise, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I appreciate the speech given by my colleague opposite. We are concerned, however, when we heard the throne speech and the way in which the government wanted to tackle the issues that we experienced in the healthcare system during the pandemic by subjecting us once again to interference in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. All of the provinces in Quebec have been long asking for an increase in the healthcare transfers in the order of 35% increase for Quebec and the provinces. The Bloc Québécois proposed a summit on healthcare. I'd like to hear my colleague talk about this.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, over the past 20 months, we saw just how critical investments in healthcare really are. We have to work together with provinces, with territories to ensure that Canadians have access to that healthcare. And in fact, in our campaign, we made those commitments that we would continue to invest in those in healthcare, not only in creating new hospital beds, but also in ensuring that that we fill that labor shortage, hire more doctors, hire more healthcare professionals, and we look forward to working with that member opposite to ensure that this is implemented.
Continuing, questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on being in the chair. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked about reconciliation, and she's well aware of the shooting and death of Chantel Moore, who died last year on a wellness check, and Julian Jones, who got shot in Opitsit earlier this year, and another woman in Atatsu, 3 people from the Tloquit Nation in my riding. Mr. Speaker. Now, in the speech from the throne, they cite the government will also continue the reform of the criminal justice system and policing. They haven't even started, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know where the continue comes from. It's been very clear. There was a report, Systemic Racism in Policing in Canada, done at the Public Safety Committee. None of those recommendations have been put into place, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping my colleague will champion bringing that report back and actually implementing the calls to action. Tloquit need answers. Those mothers of those victims need answers. People need change. They don't trust the police anymore where I live. They need accountability. They need reform. They need oversight and transparency. And the recommendations from the report are critical to earn the trust of Indigenous people in this country and to save lives and prevent further death that's unnecessary.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I've been on the Justice Committee for the past 6 years, and we've done significant work on access to justice. Now, we know that there is institutionalized racism, and that's exactly why we introduced Bill C-3, to ensure that judges have that training. That's why we continue to make those investments within the police force, within our justice system, to ensure that that access is there. The work is being done. The damage was done over 150 years. We need to make sure that we take it seriously and continue to chip away and push that needle further towards progress.
Before we get back to the reprise de débat, I know we've been, we're very passionate about the questions that we're asking and the answers we're, of course, giving. But if you go on so long, the problem we have is that other members don't have the opportunity to ask questions either. So let's just try to keep our comments and our questions as short as possible so that we can get as many members in as we possibly can. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by expressing my deep gratitude to my community of Edmonton Millwoods for their continued trust in me to represent them here in the House of Commons. It is a privilege and a great honor to stand here today on behalf of such an amazing and diverse community who have shown incredible resilience during times of uncertainty and many challenges. I also want to thank my family for their unconditional support. And I want to personally thank my amazing campaign team and the dedicated group of volunteers who worked tirelessly during the last election campaign. Thank you for all of your outstanding efforts. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've ever been to Edmonton Millwoods, but if you do, you would find a diverse community in every sense. Economically diverse, mostly middle class, hard-working Canadians, young families and seniors, and of course, the cultural and faith diversity that Millwoods is really known for, and that makes it the great place that it is. I'm proud that I grew up in Millwoods, and proud that the son of an immigrant cab driver, who is the hardest working person I know and is out there driving a cab right now because he just doesn't want to sit at home, can have a seat here in the House of Commons. And I believe that says a lot about the people of Edmonton Millwoods And it says a great deal about this amazing country we live in and the opportunities that it provides. Mr. Speaker, Nav Bhatia, the super fan and now Canadian icon, says that Canada is heaven on earth, and I agree with him. And in Millwoods, we have tremendously generous organizations that have stepped up to really help each other in the past couple of years. Organizations like the Edmonton Care Closet, providing food and clothing based out of Calvary Community Church. Fulton's Meadow Community League provided food for the food bank and clothing drive. Millhurst Community League, creating a Coats for Kids campaign. Leafield Community League, they provided turkey dinner, a Thanksgiving turkey dinner for hundreds of people. Our Rotary Club of Edmonton Southeast, Youth Rise, providing great support for youth in our community. United Aid and Sikh Youth of Edmonton recently teamed up with the All India Grocery Store and New Way Trucking to provide donated food sent free of cost all the way to BC to help people in BC during these devastating floods. Sikh Youth Sangat has been doing a great job. Mr. Speaker, Hope City Church has been providing support in our community. Our local mosque, Markaz al-Islam Mosque, has been helping. Ahmadiyya Jamaat Edmonton, the Hindu Temple Bharatiya Cultural Society, Filipino Business Association, and Guru Nanak Free Kitchen, all organizations in our community that have been helping their neighbors. And there's many more that I can list. And my heartfelt thanks and gratitude for all of their great work and the supporters that support them. But Mr. Speaker, the reason that they've had to step up and help their neighbors now more than before is because the reality is that from coast to coast to coast, life is getting more expensive for Canadians. We see it everywhere we go, at the gas pumps, grocery stores, and even trying to buy Christmas gifts. Conservatives have repeatedly warned this government that their reckless spending would cost Canadian families. And for more than a year, we warned that this flood of money would fuel inflation. Now, we are watching the consequences of this Prime Minister's reimagined economy in real time. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister's political priorities announced in the speech from the throne do nothing for middle-class working Canadians. The cost of living crisis that we are in right now is pricing families out of homes and driving the cost of essential goods up. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that families in Alberta are not a priority for this government. Instead of presenting an economic plan for families, seniors, and small businesses that have been left behind by this government's approach means more of the same, more deficits, leading to higher taxes. And one thing is clear, middle-class Canadians cannot afford more of this Liberal government's reckless spending. Being a middle-class Canadian no longer means living comfortably. Being a middle-class Canadian in Alberta, especially if you're an energy worker, comes with an even greater set of challenges. This Prime Minister has waged a war on our energy sector at a time when the world is facing an energy crisis, and as the President, and at the time that the President of the United States is calling on OPEC and other energy producers to increase the production of oil and gas to lower soaring energy prices, our Prime Minister and his new Environment Minister want to deny our energy sector the opportunity to supply the world with ethical, lower emission Canadian energy at a time when it is desperately needed. Through the speech from the throne, this Prime Minister continues to attack our energy workers. The only time he mentions Alberta Energy is when he's talking about putting a cap on the work that they do. He makes no mention of the world-class, ethically sourced energy that is using world-leading technology to reduce its environmental footprint. The demand for energy is not going away soon, Mr. Speaker. What this Prime Minister doesn't understand is that our made in Canada energy will just be replaced by an unethically produced energy. His attack on our energy sector is not out of concern for the environment, but instead it is about furthering his own Liberal agenda. The Liberal government's short-sighted plan to limit made in Canada energy will only embolden foreign oil producing dictatorships. Their plan will drive up the prices of oil and gas and make it more expensive for Canadian families to drive to work and heat their homes. Conservatives know that it is possible to work with our energy sector to lower emissions and provide jobs and opportunity here in Canada. We should be proud to supply the world with sustainable and ethical energy to developing countries who want to source their energy from a country like Canada, where our environmental and labor standards are world class. Mr. Speaker, on top of the inflation and rising cost of food and gas, we are also in the midst of one of the worst housing crises that the country has ever seen. The dream of home ownership is being pushed impossibly out of reach for first-time home buyers. Home prices in Canada has shot up over 20% since 2020. Mr. Speaker, we need to reduce inflation and increase supply, increasing housing availability. One of the ways we would do that through the Conservative plan would be to release at least 15% of federal surplus land holdings to allow for more housing. Mr. Speaker, the rise of cost of affordable housing is a serious issue that requires a serious plan that has not been provided by this government. Mr. Speaker, earlier I spoke about a number of the great organizations that are helping their fellow Canadians in Edmonton Mill Woods. And I know that there are organizations like that right across the country. And many of these organizations are faith-based and cultural-based organizations, and many of them may not have the same values as the Liberals do. But that's just part of our diversity in Canada. But what we saw in 2017 is that the Liberal government required organizations to sign a values test in order to receive funding to hire summer students. Because of this values test, many worthy organizations were excluded from the program just because their values did not line up with the Liberal Party. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the federal government changed the course after considerable outcry from across the country. And now I'm hearing considerable concern from many people in my community about a Liberal campaign promise to take tax exemption status away from organizations that do not align with their values. So once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Liberals love diversity as long as we all agree with them. So I hope the Liberals will listen to all voices across Canada and represent them all. Mr. Speaker, another issue is gun crime, the rising gun crime. This has been an issue in many major cities, including in Edmonton, and we have to have serious solutions to this. Instead, the government relentlessly continues to go after law-abiding gun owners, hunters and farmers and sports shooters. It's simple, Mr. Speaker. Every time the government spends $1 taking firearms away from a law-abiding Canadian, is $1 not going to fight the core issue of firearm crime in Canada, which is illegally smuggled guns. Mr. Speaker, Canadians across this country elected us to hold this Liberal government to account, and we are doing just that. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Question in the islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the intervention today by the member, and you continually hear this narrative from the Conservative Party that we need to drill, more oil, more oil, more oil. But yet the world is moving in the direction of electrification. More electric cars are being sold than ever before. We're seeing that there's initiatives in place to limit and to phase out fossil fuel burning vehicles by the middle of, I believe it's 2035. Why is the Conservative Party so focused on talking about extracting more oil when they have an opportunity to push the agenda forward on bringing these new developing jobs right to Alberta?
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, we support our Canada's energy sector because we support science. Mr. Speaker, we see that Canada's energy sector has reduced its environment footprint. They are using world-leading technology in Canada. It is ethically produced energy right here in Canada, supporting Canadian jobs, supporting Canadian families, families in my riding of Edmonton Mill Woods. And if we can take that technology, export it around the world, we would actually bring global emissions down, because then they would be producing at the same high standards that we do. The Liberal government should be promoting our industry, should be promoting the way we do things in the Alberta energy sector, and sell that as their environmental plan.
We're doing a little better. Let's speed up a little bit. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering for a few seconds if my colleague was being ironic when he said the government has declared war on the energy sector. Well, I think that must be a soft war, or something happened with the environment, Commissioner, because between 2018 and 2020, there were $14 billion spent per year that the government that it invested actually in the oil and gas sector. And we also bought a pipeline. So if the government wants to declare war on the natural resources sector, I think that it should do so with the timber industry as well, if that's what war means to them. I'm all for it.
Honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Speaker, if this member would like to see the proof of the Liberal government's war on Alberta's energy sector, all he needs to do is to come to my riding, where families who had very good, strong paying jobs in the energy sector, able to provide for their families, putting their children through university, are now they no longer have a job, are now struggling to provide for their families. Mr. Speaker, this war on the energy sector is real, and it's having a real effect on Canadian families.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay, and let's go quick here.
Well, classic Conservatives, they don't care if it's true as long as they repeat it often enough. I keep hearing about all this foreign oil against ethical oil when almost zero oil is coming in from overseas into Canada. That is the fact. And the issue of the International Energy Agency saying that Canadian high carbon is affecting the markets. That's the reality. But I didn't hear him talk about hydrogen in Alberta. I didn't hear him talk about geothermal. I didn't even hear him talk about how Jason Kenney's trying to blow the rooftops off the Rocky Mountains to get at coal. The reason Alberta is falling behind is because of the Conservative refusal to stand up for new energy economy.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, the oil that we're talking about that's coming in from other parts of the world into Canada are the same tankers that they try to stop and are always protesting against. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that this government has hurt jobs and the economic viability in Alberta. What we need to do is to champion that industry and all of Alberta energy sector. Yes, other oil and gas is important to that energy and gas sector, but so is other sectors as well. When Alberta does well and the energy sector does well, we are providing roads and bridges and schools right across the country.
Question commentaire, and I know the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands has been trying to get in for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my friend from Edmonton Mill Woods, I have to say that the problem is that the discussion is taking place in the wrong time frame. Had he been given that speech 20 or 30 years ago, I could have agreed with him that reducing our footprint mattered. Now what matters is living within a carbon budget that is shrinking so fast that the chances of our children living to our age in a habitable climate, one that they can live in, is rapidly disappearing, and we have to go off all fossil fuels as quickly as possible. And in that scenario, there is no ethical fossil fuels. There are only threats to our children's survival, and our workers want to move to renewable energy.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods with a quick answer.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the Green Party and the Liberals, they can't understand that you can do both things, where you can reduce your emissions, you can provide for our future, and you can use those resources to help to diversify our economy and to produce new technology and more greener technology. You can use that energy sector to help produce and be the guiding path into the future.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise for my first speech as part of the 44th Parliament. And as part of that, I certainly want to thank the constituents of Foothills for once again placing their confidence and trust in me to be their voice in Ottawa, and certainly as their Member of Parliament. But I also want to take a moment to thank my campaign team, Brian Walton, and the team that he put together. And we had an amazing crew, door knocking, putting up signs in a large rural riding, which is always a challenge. But most importantly, I want to thank my wife, Louise, my kids, Graydon, Kinley, and McKenna. Certainly this has been a trying time to be an elected official. I think all of us in this House understand what this past 2 years has been like. And often we take that home to our loved ones. So I know my wife, Louise, has been a councillor a confidant, certainly my best friend. So I want to take a moment to thank her for her love and support through all that it is to be a politician and elected official. I certainly couldn't do it without her. But it is very good, Mr. Speaker, to be back in Ottawa, because I'm sure I was getting on her nerves being at home as much as I was over the last 2 years. But, Mr. Speaker, listening to the throne speech and those Canadians who are looking for inspiration, a clear strategy for economic recovery, were probably very disappointed. What they heard was more platitudes, more word salad, and empty promises. Whether it's balanced budgets, clean drinking water for First Nations, affordable housing, rural internet, or even transparency and openness, these promises by the Liberal government have been broken again and again and again over the past 6 years. But what they have left us with are deficits, debt, crippling inflation, a housing bubble, higher costs of living, a labor crisis, and an eroding relationship with some of our most trusted trading partners, including the United States, which I don't think our relationship with our southern partners has been any worse in our history. There are real consequences to these mistakes, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal policies have put our finances on a very rocky footing. And clearly the Liberals had no plans or concrete plans to solidify Canada's financial footing. Our foundation is rocking, and there's no plan to fix it. If there was a plan, they certainly would have talked about two of Canada's most critical industries, agriculture and energy. But agriculture specifically, my colleague from Edmonton Mill Woods spoke eloquently of Canada's energy industry, so I want to focus on agriculture. Agriculture that employs 2.1 million Canadians. 1 in 9 jobs in Canadians are linked with agriculture and agribusiness. It has generated $140 billion in GDP in Canada, about 7% of Canada's total GDP. So you'd think that would be a pretty important part of the Liberals' throne speech. Do you know how many times agriculture was mentioned in that speech, Mr. Speaker? Not once. Not once. So when you have a primary industry that Canada relies on, that could be an integral part of our economic recovery post-pandemic, for that to be completely ignored tells me clearly that the Liberals have no plan to get Canada's finances back on strong footing. And I'll start with, I think it actually goes the opposite way. I think instead of rather embracing and ensuring that Canadian agriculture and agribusinesses have the resources they need to reach its full potential, the Liberals are going the other way. They're actually attacking one of our most important industries. And let me, Mr. Speaker, take a few moments to outline the ways. The Liberal Agriculture Minister recently said, it's not like we can adopt a law to reduce the price of food. Well, I've got a message for the Liberal government. In fact, you can. It's actually just get out of the way. Liberal policies are actually increasing the cost of everything, including food at the grocery store. The escalating carbon tax, the cap on fertilizer, trade failures, labor crisis, this is having an impact on farm families across the country and is increasing the cost of food that we put on our table. Adding the carbon tax to the farm fuels and escalating that carbon tax to $170 a ton will devastate Canadian agriculture. As an example, I had Michael and Jeanette from Ontario contact my office earlier this week, and they provided my staff a spreadsheet of the impact the escalating carbon tax is going to have on their operation. So right now, when it gets to $170 a ton, they will be paying more for the carbon tax than what they actually pay for the natural gas that they use to heat barns, dry grain, essential practices for modern agriculture. At $170 a ton, they will pay $19,477 in carbon taxes and $8,800 for natural gas. So they'll be losing money as a result of the Liberals' escalating carbon tax. There's no way you can operate. Hessel Kielstra in my riding has Mountain View Poultry. His carbon tax right now is $25,000 a month to heat his poultry barns. That's now. That's before it starts escalating to $170 a ton. If we can't grow food, we can't feed Canadians. If we can't grow food, we can't take our integral role in feeding the world. It is that simple, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberal policies are pricing Canadian agriculture out of business. Now, they've also announced recently at COP in Scotland that they're going to put a cap on emissions and fertilizer use. There are real consequences to this decision, and they want to reduce it by 30%, a number that they just grabbed out of the sky. They did that with no consultation with agriculture, no consultation with stakeholders, no consultation with agribusiness. They just picked it out of the sky, and now it's up to you, Canadian agriculture, to try to meet that standard. Well, there's real consequences to that. According to a study by MNP, the 30% reduction in fertilizer will cost our economy about $48 billion by 2030. $48 billion. What does that have to do with each province? Let's go with canola and wheat. In Alberta, that's $2.95 billion gone. Saskatchewan, $4.61 billion gone. Manitoba, corn, $1.5 billion gone. That is funding and money and revenue that has gone out of local communities and rural businesses and rural economic opportunities. Those numbers, Mr. Speaker, do not include an escalating carbon tax, they do not include the Liberals' clean fuel standard, and they do not include lost global markets. Basically, what is happening is Canadian agriculture will be bankrupt under the Liberal policies. So, can the Liberals make changes to reduce the price of food? Absolutely. Back off from their ideological policies that are devastating one of our most important industries. But it continues to get worse. So they're going to be putting on these regulations and red tape and imaginary numbers Canadian farmers are going to have to try and meet, which really has no basis in reality, doesn't even take into consideration the incredible job that Canadian farmers have done to improve their carbon footprint. Our Canadian farmers and ranchers are the front line of conservation. 4R, zero-till, precision agriculture, none of those things were taken into consideration when these numbers and these policies were put forward. We're growing, our yields are much higher on much less. But this is going to put us back decades, and we're going to have to be growing more on more land. But we also have issues with trade and transport. We asked the Prime Minister this week about the crisis with shipping containers. And he said, well, this is an issue about global supply chains. Well, it's not about global supply chains. The Americans have figured it out. President Biden has put on penalties, put in a shipping czar. They have resolved their problem. Now, as a result of that, shipping lanes are being rerouted from Canada to the United States. Meanwhile, Canadian agriculture commodities and manufactured goods are stuck at the ports in Vancouver and Montreal. This is having a significant impact on our relationship with our most trusted trading partners. We're losing our reputation as a reliable partner. And as a result, those contracts are going to other countries. So we've seen what's happening with the United States, but also I want to go back to February 2018. The Prime Minister made this big announcement. We are having a huge breakthrough resolving the fumigation issue within India. Well, it's 2021. We still have that issue in place, and we've lost our pea and pulse market to India. We've lost canola trade with China. All of these things continue to add up, to leading to food insecurity, labor crisis. And you can understand why Canadian farmers and ranchers understand they don't have a friend in the Liberal government. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the disappointing thing with this throne speech is if the Liberals truly had a plan to rebuild Canada's economy coming out of the pandemic, they would have ensured that Canadian agriculture and energy would have been key players in that plan. But they were missing. Obviously, it's not a priority for the Liberal government.
Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, pre-election, it was myself, met with the Minister of Agriculture in the province of Manitoba, where we talked about the floods, and both of us had the opportunity to visit a cattle farm. Post-election, again, the Minister of Agriculture is in Winnipeg, and we're at Merit Foods, where we're expanding markets for a state-of-the-art company. Now, the Minister of Agriculture continuously works with the different provinces and other stakeholders to make sure we stay on top of that particular file. My question is more so in regards to this member and other members now that have talked about the price on pollution, or carbon tax as they refer to it. I'm having a hard time understanding and following where the Conservative Party is in on this issue. It wasn't that long ago in which they were actually quite honest. They said, we are against carbon tax. And then, just prior to the last election, their newly minted leader said, no, it's okay. We support a price on pollution or a carbon tax. I'm hearing the Conservatives now seem to be taking yet another flip-flop. Can they tell us, the House today, what is their position on a carbon tax? Do they support it or do they not support it?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, we support working with our stakeholders to ensure that they have the resources they need and the policies in place that are going to ensure that they can still be successful. By putting on a 170-ton carbon tax, by putting on a 30% cap on fertilizer use, by not addressing a storage container crisis, by not addressing the relationship with our most trusted trading partners, these are the policies that are devastating Canadian agriculture. That is not a path forward. In contrast, Conservatives are ensuring that we work and meet with our stakeholders to know that they have the policies in place to be successful.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, my colleague's speech is very important because they're talking about agriculture and therefore talking about food, which is an essential need. But is he really focusing on the right problem? If you look at the problem right now in British Columbia, there are supply issues and issues with access to food in regions of BC. There are shortages of dairy, eggs, and so on that have been exacerbated. And climate change is at the origin of, lands drying out, a lack of feed for animals, and so on. So why can't the member draw this link between agricultural problems and climate change? The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, there's no question that our producers are front of the line when it comes to conservation and environmental stewardship. And I understand the crisis and the devastation that has impacted the Fraser Valley in BC. This is a critical breadbasket of our country, and this is going to take a long time to recover. This is going to take years to rebuild herds, poultry barns, equipment, all those types of things. So yes, there's no question this is going to impact our food supply. But that's why it's so important to have some resiliency throughout the supply chain across the country, whether it's rail lines, trade markets, those types of things. So yes, this is going to be an issue we're all going to have to try to resolve.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. He won't be surprised by the question I'm going to ask him today. I agree with him that there needed to be much more focus on agriculture within the throne speech, and I was very disappointed that we didn't see that. But I have spoken to people in his riding that are very concerned about the attacks on water, the very, very drought-prone area that would be the result of coal mining in that area. And I just wonder if he would be willing to work with me to push back against the attacks on our water, on our wild spaces, on our endangered species by coal mining in his riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills, 30 seconds.
Well, I appreciate it when the member from Edmonton continues to campaign for provincial MLA seat on an issue that is a provincial issue. And we have spoken about this on several occasions. The province of Alberta has going through a very deep public consultation on this issue. The project that she was talking about did go through the proper joint review panel. I'll leave that up to the province of Alberta to make the decision on land use in its province.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I just want to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member from Milton. Je vous remercie.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the speech from the throne.
Start by thanking the residents of Ottawa Centre for giving me this incredible honor and opportunity to serve them in this House. I want to welcome all the members to my riding of Ottawa Centre, as well as we feel quite privileged, as often referred to as riding number 1 in Canada, where all our national institutions are located, where decisions are made for the well-being of our country. And I'm excited to see so many of members make Ottawa Centre their second home while they're here serving their constituents. Speakers, Ottawa Centre has been my home for decades. This is where both my children were born. And this is where they go to school. My son, Rafi Naqvi, who's 9 years old, my daughter, Eliana Naqvi, who's 5. Would be excited to know that they were mentioned today in the House, as we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Mezenfa, Rafi, and Eliana frequent on.
My children go to a French language public school in the riding.
That I have to work on my French and my French accent, and I continue to commit to them that I will do so. Je m'engage à continuer.
I have committed to them to continuing to learn French. It's important to me.
Speaker, I had the great honor of serving the riding of Ottawa Centre as its member of provincial parliament for almost 11 years. And as a result, I have built deep connection within the community. I know our neighborhoods. I have those community connections where we have worked together on issues that are important to our community, from protecting our waterways like the Ottawa River or the Rideau River or Rideau Canal, making sure that our pro-secondary institutions like Carleton University, that's located in my riding, can continue to thrive, and helping countless individuals, whether they are new to Canada and new to the city of Ottawa, or residents who've lived here for a very long period of time. So, Speaker, I just want to say again a big thank you to them. Whether you're from Carleton Heights to downtown or Old Ottawa East to Westboro, for having your faith and trust in me to be your strong voice here in this great House. I would be remiss, Speaker, if I did not take some time to thank my parents, Anwar and Kasser Naqvi. Speaker, my family and I came to Canada almost 33 years ago. We moved to Niagara Falls, where we made our home, and like any newcomer family, we worked hard so that my parents could ensure that all of us could have a better life. The circumstance under which my parents left was not ideal. Both my parents were involved in pro-democracy movement in the country of my birth, Speaker. In fact, my father led a pro-democracy march, and for that he was arrested, tried in a military court, and served 9 months as a political prisoner. I was 10 years old, Speaker. You can imagine the profound impact of that experience on me to this day. I saw my father's pursuit to stand up for democratic rights, and I saw my mother fight for his rights while he was imprisoned, while raising a family, running a law practice, so that we are all taken care of. So you can imagine, Speaker, where my drive for public service comes from, and how indebted I feel to this great country of Canada, who's given us the opportunity to live in a free country and be able to devote my professional life to serve my community and to serve my country. Now, Speaker, I got often asked in the last federal election, why did I decide to come back to public service and put my name forward to be the Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre? And I thought quite deeply about it. And the answer was simple, that we find ourselves living in a very pivotal moment. This pandemic has impacted all of us. It has really shone a light on the inequities that exist in our society, and this is our opportunity. This is our opportunity, Speaker, to rebuild Canada in the most inclusive way, to make sure that no one is left behind. Speaker, we often talk about building back better. Well, here's my take. We cannot build back better by building back the same. And therefore, Speaker, the issues that I identified that were important to me, such as making sure that we're ending chronic homelessness in our communities, and I want to do that in my city of Ottawa, that we fight climate change so that our children have a better future, and that we put an end to systemic racism, systemic barriers against Indigenous, Black, and people of color, is the kind of thing, Speaker, that I want to work with all members and champion in this House. And I was so excited, I was so heartened to see very precise language in the speech from the throne on all those three issues. And I look forward to working with the government. I look forward to working with every member of this House on these important issues, because that is how we're going to build a Canada for everyone. So, Speaker, as my time is winding down, here's a commitment that I want to make today in my inaugural speech. And please hold me to account if I don't live up to my commitment. And that is that I'm 100% committed to serving my community and my country. And I want to do that by working with every member of this House. We all have come here because we want to challenge the status quo. That's how we've knocked on doors and we've asked for that mandate. We may have different ways of getting to that, but in the end of the day, we all want to build a better country, and I want to work with you, regardless of your political affiliation. There's a Latin phrase that often has been I'm reminded of, and that is audi alterum partem, listen to the other side. So my commitment is that I will listen to you, and I will pay attention. We may disagree, we may debate, as the case should be in a democratic society, but we shall work together. So, Speaker, thank you for this opportunity, for letting me introduce myself to this House. I look forward to working hard on behalf of my community of Ottawa Centre, and I want to thank them and thank my family for getting me to the point where I am here today. Merci, c'est un honneur de servir.
Thank you. It's an honor to serve Ottawa Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Number 4, Courtney Alberni.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and congratulate him. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberals rolled out the Rapid Housing Initiative and $1 billion in the first round. They had been oversubscribed, $5 billion in applications, yet they only funded 20%, Mr. Speaker. One of the applications came from my riding in Port Alberni to buy the old Beaufort Hotel, and it was supported by the Salvation Army, the Bread of Life, CUA's Crisis Line, the Canadian Mental Health Association, Lookout, and ESDC, Mr. Speaker, said this was a great application supported by the city, our local MLA, the local Sishat Nation. And it was filling a gap that the province of BC identified for the hardest to house. The parole board even wrote a letter of support, said that they had no housing for their inmates when they were released. In fact, 98% of those inmates were Indigenous. 2/3 of the people on our local homeless count are Indigenous, which were identified as well. They applied again, Mr. Speaker. They just got told that they're denied. More people are going to be dying on the streets of this country. We're spending over $75 billion on buying fighter jets, and we're putting $1 billion towards homelessness. This is shameful, Mr. Speaker. Colleague made a commitment. Is a commitment there that he's going to help get this deal done because we lose this property and this opportunity by April 1st. I hope he'll live up to his words and his commitment.
Honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. I want to thank the member for his passion, and I share his passion to fight homelessness. And I'm sure all of us in our respective communities have very important projects that could be supported so that we can help those who are marginalized in our community. And I'm very excited, Speaker, that finally we have a federal government that has put forward a national housing strategy, because I was at a time in the provincial government where federal government was not there when it comes to addressing housing. There is a real opportunity for us to end chronic homelessness. It's right there stated clearly in a speech from the throne, and I look forward to working with the member opposite on that important issue.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague on his first speech, and I also want to congratulate him on having made the effort of speaking some French, even though his government is sending an anti-French signal by appointing a Governor-General who doesn't speak French, but I want to congratulate him. Now, there's a woman in my riding named Pauline Gagnon. I'm not sure how old she is, but she's definitely under 75. Because when the government decided to send a check of $500 to seniors 75 and up, they receive it the exact day that the election was called. And she thinks this is absolutely scandalous. Purchasing power for seniors has dropped across the board. Drugs are more expensive, housing is more expensive, groceries are more expensive, and she doesn't understand why the government has created two different categories of seniors. So would my colleague agree that it's time today for the government to commit, as the Bloc Québécois has been calling for, to increasing support for seniors 75 and up? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For his remarks. And yes, as an immigrant, I had to, living in Ontario, I had to first work on my English, but I'm absolutely committed to learn French. C'est très important.
It's very important to me to speak in French. and I am working with you opposite as well.
Speaker, seniors were really impacted in this pandemic. We saw the unfortunate loss of life in our long-term care homes, and that is unacceptable. We have to do some important work to make sure that our seniors continue to enjoy great life in their golden years. Thank you.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. It's encouraging to see that he's actually talking about homelessness and addressing it in his riding. I want to know if he has any idea of, instead of words, what are the timelines on it? When will actually homelessness end in his riding?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre, about 30 seconds.
Well, Speaker, I would love to say that I wish it was ended yesterday. But we have a lot of work to do because we are trying to meet a huge backlog left from some time ago when all three levels of governments did not work together to address this really important issue. As I mentioned, I have worked at the provincial level, and we were just working alone in Ontario with the municipality where the federal government, unfortunately under his party, were absent from that conversation. But finally, we've got a federal government with a national housing strategy, with a commitment to end chronic homelessness in this country. So there's a great opportunity. Just in my riding, Speaker, in the last 6 years, 1,700 new units are being built. I want to double that, at least in my riding, and put an end to chronic homelessness.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as this is my first time to rise in this House in the 44th Parliament, it's my honour to congratulate you on your re-election to that chair, and to congratulate all of my colleagues from every party for their election and their re-election. And I'm excited to work with everybody here in this House to build a better country. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the great people of Milton for entrusting me once again to be their voice here in Ottawa. I wouldn't be here without their continued support, and I will spend every day on this job standing up for them, their priorities, making sure their insights and perspectives are heard in this House and that their needs are met. I also wouldn't be standing here without the incredible work of my campaign team, our amazing volunteers, my friends and my family, and I want to give a shout out to my mom, Beata, my dad, Joe, my brother, Luke, my amazing girlfriend and best friend, Emily, as well as my dog, Cairo, because he does a lot of hard work on campaign as well. C'est le privilège de ma vie de travailler.
It's the privilege of my life to sit here in this House and to represent the people of Milton.
Focus on the issues that matter most to them. And in my community, particularly the youth of Milton, that means standing up for the environment. We need to fight climate change to ensure that the health and safety of our planet for ourselves and for future generations is upheld. The terrible flooding out in BC and other extreme weather events have given us a sharp reminder about the urgent need to prioritize a green, clean, and sustainable future for all of us. We may not get another chance to get this right. We must also continue walking the path of truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, because as my work on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee in the previous Parliament emphasized for me, we must ensure that while we work to address the wrongs of the past, we also must focus on building stronger, more collaborative bonds in the future. Milton is one of the most diverse communities in Canada, but diversity is the fact. And inclusion is the act that will ensure that no Canadian anywhere will be targeted by violence or hatred because of their race, their religion, who they love, or how they live. These are not small tasks, Mr. Speaker. Achieving them will require a renewed focus, a strength of purpose, and a spirit of collaboration. And as yesterday's unanimous passing of Bill C-4 showed, we do have the capacity to come together and improve the lives of our neighbours and Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if this pandemic has taught us anything, it's that there is nothing in this world more valuable than our collective health and well-being. The good news is we have all the tools necessary to defeat this pandemic and build a healthier Canada for this and future generations. The best tool to fight this pandemic has been vaccines, and I want to take a moment to thank Halton's Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Hamida Magani, for her team for helping to make Halton Region one of the most vaccinated communities in Canada. And now that seniors over 70 and kids 5 to 11 are eligible, I encourage everyone to continue making appointments. I also want to thank everybody that worked at a clinic, volunteered at a clinic, shared a vaccine selfie, chatted with or encouraged a hesitant neighbor or family member to get their shot. It's been a team effort. The reverberating impacts of COVID-19 have gone well beyond the disease itself. We have work to do on finding solutions for delayed procedures, ensuring that there are more ways and more services available for the mental health impacts of these last 2 years. They've had a devastating impact on families and kids in particular. And of course, we must continue to build a more resilient long-term care system in this country. It won't surprise too many of my colleagues to know that I'd like to talk a little bit about the role that physical activity and recreation must play in our Build Back Better strategy. Canada was experiencing a crisis of inactivity before this pandemic, and COVID-19 has made it much worse. I want to highlight the call to action led by Participaction to tackle the inactivity crisis and add my name to the long list of supporters who champion solutions to this issue. The solutions aren't as simple as just telling everybody to go outside, ride their bike, and go for a walk, because while those things are helpful and important and the right thing to do, not everyone has the ability to make those decisions. Vulnerable and under-resourced Canadians lack the infrastructure, the time, and the freedom to simply take an hour to get a workout in. Improved access to programs that teach physical literacy to kids and families is an essential aspect of the solution to this complex challenge. Physical literacy is defined as the motivation, the confidence, the physical competence, the knowledge, and understanding that establishes purposeful physical pursuits as an integral part of our daily lifestyles. Moving our bodies is essential for our physical health and our mental health and the health of our communities and our relationships as well. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm on my soapbox, and I could talk for hours about how sport, physical activity, and recreation can build more resilient communities, so it's time to move on. And it's time to move on to talking about the current challenges that this country is facing with respect to the economy. The challenges that our neighbors are facing with respect to affordability are both real and complex. The labor shortages and challenges with regards to supply chains and inflation are easily worth a 10-minute speech of its own, so I'd like to narrow my focus to two campaign commitments which also represent tangible solutions, and that's childcare and affordable housing. In the previous Parliament, I met with dozens of childcare stakeholders to discuss building a $10 a day childcare program to save Canadian families money and to rebuild our economy in the most equitable way possible. That list included MCRC, the Milton Community Resource Centre. I want to acknowledge the hard work of Tina and Rebecca and their team at the MCRC for providing Milton families with care, resources, solutions, and products that have contributed directly to the healthy development of kids and the ability for parents to go to work, earn a good income, and to pay their bills. As an Ontario MP, I'm also thrilled that the provincial government is in talks with the federal government to make $10 a day childcare a reality for families in my riding and across our province. Moving on to housing, it's a complex ecosystem, so I'm going to narrow my focus once again to non-market solutions for the housing crisis. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud co-op kid. I lived at Chautauqua Co-op with my mom and brother throughout my childhood and even after university. My mom still resides at Chautauqua, and she's a co-op builder who works at Briarview Co-op in Mississauga. I know I'm biased, Mr. Speaker, but nobody in Canada knows more about co-op housing, its past, and its potential for the future and our place in our potential future in Canada than my mom. 1994 was the last time we built meaningful co-ops in this country, and that needs to change today. When Canadians are paying their rent, they shouldn't need to be paying off somebody else's mortgage or contributing to huge profit margins and shareholder value. Un logement sûr et un...
Secure housing is a human right, and it shouldn't be out of reach for anyone.
Co-ops create a pathway to home ownership for some by allowing young people, students, newcomers, and families to live within their means, invest in their futures, and if they want, save up to buy a home one day. But home ownership shouldn't necessarily be the only ambition of the housing continuum. Secure housing should be. And for those who want to live in nonprofit housing for their entire lives, they should be able to. It allows for fuller participation in the economy. And for my mom, it made sure that my brother and I had access to the canoe club, to guitar lessons, to summer camp, and everything we ever needed. Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, le logement...
Mr. Speaker, social housing is not the only solution to the housing crisis, but it must be part of the plan moving forward.
My parents are immigrants to this country, and by increasing immigration levels and reducing wait times for new immigrants and citizens, while supporting family reunification, while delivering a world-leading refugee resettlement program, we will continue supporting the growth and diversity of our nation. I've met with members of Milton's Afghan community since before the election and since, and I'm very confident that 40,000 Afghan refugees will feature prominently in the growth and the economy of our future. Mr. Speaker, Milton is an environmentally forward-thinking community. We are a proud home to groups like Sustainable Milton, Halton Environmental Network, and Fridays for Future Milton. Our local CA, Conservation Halton, provides our region with solutions for recreation, education, flood mitigation, support for species at risk, and so much more. They're also my best tree planting partner with over 50,000 trees planted locally last year. I'm confident in our ambitions to cap and cut oil and gas sector emissions while accelerating our path to a 100% net zero electricity future, and that these are world-leading ambitions. I know that investments in public transit, electric vehicle infrastructure, and subsidies will lead to greener communities and cleaner air. I'm also certain that our plan will create more good green jobs, and together we'll build a more resilient, sustainable, and competitive economy. And by protecting more land, waterways, and coastlines, and creating the Canada Water Agency to safeguard our most vital natural resource, clean fresh water, and that will also protect our farmers. Mr. Speaker, Milton has one of the best farmers markets in the country, and we love to eat and shop local. We appreciate and rely heavily on our neighbors in agriculture, and they deserve to be acknowledged and supported in our transition to a greener future. Mr. Speaker, we know that climate change disproportionately impacts society's most vulnerable, and while we focus on the environment, our collective health, and the resilience of our economy, we must also remain focused on ending violence and hate in our communities. I applaud this government for taking action on assault-style weapons and lifetime background checks, but we must go further. Handguns are so often used in gang and intimate partner violence. I join victims groups and the Canadian Doctors for Protection from Guns in advocating for more comprehensive gun control measures. At the core of violence is fear and hatred. We must continue to fight racism, homophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and other forms of hate by taking swift action on anti-hate legislation. Mr. Speaker, I represent one of the most diverse communities in the country. When the Offsell family was brutally murdered in London, Ontario this past year, people in my riding were scared to go out for a walk at night, and that is unacceptable. We have work to do, and I commit myself, on behalf of my friends and neighbors in Milton, to ensure that Canada is safe, inclusive, and compassionate. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge the hard work of Tabassum Wine and the Muslim Advisory Council of Canada for their hard work on this. Nous devons comprendre que
We need to understand that the only way to build a better future for Canada is through teamwork. So let's do it together.
Closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to simply say it's time for us to meet the moment, to make good on our promises to Canadians that we made at the doors, and to take the incredible responsibility that they've given us and turn it into positive, meaningful action that will lead to a brighter future for everyone. And I'd like to welcome some questions from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question through you to the member opposite. From 2014 to 2018, at the height of oil and gas production in Canada, we increased production by 38%, but we reduced emissions of flare gas by 22%.
Wow.
We're the only country to do that. If the world adopted the practices that we have here in Canada, it shows that emissions from the sector would drop worldwide by 22%. This government is all about reducing emissions. So why are we not talking about the practices we have here in Canada and taking that abroad to reduce emissions if that's what they're so concerned about?
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. It's a good one, and indeed we are here talking about innovative solutions for fighting climate change, and I'm very heartened that in the past week, in particular in the face of the horrible disasters that have occurred in British Columbia, I've heard more about climate change from the Conservatives than I think any of us ever have. So I applaud the member for standing up for the energy industry in his riding and across Western Canada because it's important. A just transition is very important. Look, I heat my home with natural gas. I drive a vehicle, albeit a hybrid. I recognize the importance and the value of the energy sector in Canada, and I also recognize that as we move forward, we should and will reduce our reliance on fossil fuels.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this moment in Canada, we're experiencing several crises, the health crisis, the climate crisis, linguistic crisis in Quebec, but also the housing crisis. And my colleague talked about it earlier. If we take all of the problems or programs by the federal government to house the most vulnerable, it creates in Montreal housing units that are over $2,200. I don't know anybody who can afford that. In the recent years, there was a program that was launched to help people. They build social housing for the most vulnerable. It's a very good program, but the problem is that it's underfunded. There was $1 billion in it, but there were $4 billion worth of projects. I know that Minister Hussein of Housing was interested in putting money into this. If my colleague is interested in the housing issue, and could he commit to pressuring the Liberal caucus and the Liberal government to ensure that this program is better funded in Quebec in the future? I wish to comment on the question because the member used the last name of a minister. You could say it in different ways.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question, and I share the concerns with this issue, the issue he raised concerning affordable housing in Canada.
Remember that I have been pressuring our government to ensure that co-op housing, nonprofit housing, le logement social.
Social housing.
A colleague from the bloc corrected me earlier to inform on the correct terminology used in Quebec. This is one of the reasons I got involved in politics. Like I said, I'm a proud co-op kid, and I know that building endless single-family homes doesn't provide affordable housing for families. But co-op housing, nonprofit housing, rent-to-own solutions, as well as rent-geared-to-income programs, that's how we're going to make sure that every Canadian can afford a safe and secure place to live.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and congratulate the member for his maiden speech. Now, Mr. Speaker, he talked a lot about co-op housing, and he calls himself a co-op housing kid. I'm delighted to hear that. The situation with housing is this. CMHC actually used to deliver co-op housing and social housing, and we're really good at it. But it has been gutted because in 1993, the federal Liberal government canceled the National Affordable Housing Program. As such, we have not had the housing built like the way we used to. In fact, Canada lost more than 500,000 units of affordable housing that would otherwise might have been built had the program not been canceled. So my question to the member is this. Will he advocate for this Liberal government to put in the budget to restore the necessary housing, to the money to CMHC and the capacity to CMHC to build the housing that we used to, both in the co-op sector and in the affordable housing sector, with subsidies and supportive services?
Here, here.
Honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish I had the time to get into this even longer because it's a passion of mine. I followed very closely the Vote Housing campaign during the election, and I'll do my best to fulfill their 6 campaign requests. I'll tell you a quick story. Her statement today focused on the federal government, but in 1993, I was 11 years old, living in co-op housing. My mom came home from work, and she lost her job, and it's because the Mike Harris government of the day canceled all of the provincial programs as well, and that meant that she was no longer a co-op builder. She had to go and find a new job, and since then, she's been working as a community coordinator in the nonprofit housing industry, and she's still the biggest expert. So I'd welcome another conversation.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, congratulations on your role in this House. I just want to let you know that I wish to share this time with the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret today. As this is the very first opportunity that I have had to rise in this House, I would like to start off with a quick word of thanks. It is an incredibly humbling and exciting honor to stand here, to sit here, to be a representative for my constituents here. And so to my constituents from the bottom of my heart, I wish to express just how grateful I am that they have renewed their support in me. Now, my favorite thing about running a campaign is actually the amazing volunteers who come alongside to support me. I'm talking about those who give their time, their talent, and their money in order to invest in my success. And so to them, I also wish to extend a very sincere thank you. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Those are the words permanently etched into the stone over the west window of the Peace Tower on Parliament Hill. The words are strong and they are true. Humans have this incredible ability, and it's this ability to dream, to cast vision, to inspire. It's also the ability to be able to pursue those things. The throne speech is usually the vehicle used by the Prime Minister to communicate and provide hope and optimism for the Canadian people. Now, sadly, this was not the case this time. I was anticipating a detailed plan in 4 specific key areas that I believe every single federal Prime Minister, regardless of political stripe, should be prioritizing if they wish to lead well. Here they are. 1, keep the country united. 2, ensure Canadians are kept safe and secure. 3, facilitate an environment of economic prosperity. And 4, advance Canada's place on the world stage. To the detriment of Canadians, however, all 4 of these points were largely ignored in the document that was read in what I would call a monotone manner by the Governor-General. Now, perhaps she simply read it in that tone in order to match the lackluster content that was within. Now, before the budget was tabled, my constituents shared with me that they were hoping to see a real plan for reopening the economy and restore hope and confidence in our future as a great country. Those who are unemployed were hoping to see a plan that created new jobs and opportunities for wealth creation. Those in the oil and gas sector were hoping to see support for this world-class industry. Those in the agriculture sector were hoping to see just a little something for them. A nod of appreciation would have gone a long way. But there was nothing. Local businesses who are on the verge of permanently closing their doors were hoping for a carefully thought out plan, not for more handouts, but to get back to normal. Sadly, no luck. The government cannot replace a healthy economy. No matter how hard it tries, government spending will never outperform or do greater good.
Point of order from the member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I apologize, my honourable friend from Lethbridge, but I think she may be, excuse me, I'm being heckled while I try to read her some standing orders that she's violating. Standing Order 18 says no member shall speak disrespectfully of the sovereign, nor any member of the royal family, nor of the Governor General. I think that's particularly the case when we have our first Indigenous Governor General. I found the words offensive, but that doesn't really matter, Mr. Speaker. It's a violation of Standing Order 18.
I will ask the member for Lethbridge maybe to retract that and maybe find a different line on it.
I do apologize that the Prime Minister provided her with such a horrendous speech to read. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, you have ruled that the comment that was made was out of order. The member should unreservedly apologize without trying to provide some kind of caveat to it. Her remarks were offensive of the Crown and the Crown's representative in this place, and she needs to apologize for that without trying to build a caveat into it.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London on the same point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just reflecting on the point of order that was brought up by our member from the Green Party indicated it was an attack on the sovereign. There was no apology requested. She did not have to make an apology. She changed her statement, indicating, and it had no reflection on the actual person making the statement. It had reflection on the speech that was that was provided. So I think the words that our member spoke about was regarding the speech, not regarding the person who presented it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
I think it's important that we recognize that you made a ruling. Your interpretation, after consulting with the clerk, was that the member did, in fact, violate one of our standing orders. And it is fairly clear. What the member was reflecting on was the manner in which the Governor General delivered her speech. Thousands of Canadians would disagree and be offended by her remarks. We ask her to withdraw those remarks without any qualifications whatsoever. Apologize and then continue on. That would be my recommendation. Listen to what the Speaker had ruled. You were out of order.
I know maybe we're going to try to make another attempt here, maybe to retract those words and find a more appropriate version that we're not taking an attack on, of course, our sovereign's representative here in Canada, and try to get on with the speech.
Mr. Speaker, my words were not an attack on the sovereign. They were an attack on the tone that it was delivered in and its content, which was lackluster in nature. But Mr. Speaker, for the sake of this House and those across the floor who wish to control and manipulate within this place, I retract my word.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Speaker, you have ruled on this as the chair that's presiding over this chamber right now. If the member is not going to accept your ruling, it's your duty to remove her from the chamber.
Order, order, order. I accept that the member has retracted it. Let's just continue on so we can get to question period. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Sadly, the throne speech was about further bloating the size of government, which means Canadians will now be required to spend more of their hard-earned money on tax hikes and inflation. Now, let's just explore that for one moment. In the speech, it was said the Prime Minister wants to make life more affordable for all Canadians. In fact, he is doing the exact opposite. But you don't actually need me to tell you that. No one does. Because if you've shopped at a local grocery store or eaten at a restaurant or paid a home heating bill or filled your gas tank with fuel, then you already know that life is getting more and more expensive. So why is that? Well, the name of the bad news is inflation, and it's driven by terrible government policy. Those who are hurt the most by the government's decision to spend money that it doesn't have are seniors who are on a fixed income or those who live with a disability and who are therefore living on a small stipend. It's also those who live paycheck to paycheck and struggle to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, I'm very distracted by the conversation that is taking place across the way. Perhaps that could be taken care of. Thank you.
Order for a second. Just make sure that we keep calm in the chamber. Maybe we'll keep it quiet. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
In short, the government's policies are an attack on the most vulnerable. Food banks are finding it difficult to keep up with the level of need they're seeing, and one of the biggest changes over the last year has been the rise in the number of people who are actually full-time employed having to use food banks because they just simply can't pay their bills. The Prime Minister says he doesn't think that much about monetary policy. Well, that's obvious. See, he handed himself a blank check in spring of 2020, and he's been printing and spending money ever since. This government has handed out exorbitant amounts of money in the name of emergency income. But the books show the personal disposable income of Canadians has actually increased during the pandemic. Earned income has dropped significantly, but the enormous government handouts have more than covered the loss. As a result, there's tons of extra money flooding the economy, but there's the same number of goods, if not fewer. The outcome is higher prices because an endless supply of printed money combined with limited goods actually drives up the price tag. The sad thing is, Mr. Speaker, it's the wealthy that are benefiting when those prices hike because it adds to their profit line. Meanwhile, low-wage earners must make their dollars stretch further in order to cover their necessities. All the while, the government is bloating in size, not only by spending all of this extra money, but by raking it back through taxation. $1 used to be worth $1. Today, $1 is only worth 95 cents. Now, if the government were to increase taxes by 5%, there would probably be massive outrage. But that's just it. That's exactly what the government did do. It's called inflation tax. It simply comes with this name. Now, as the member for Carleton has pointed out, countries that are not printing money to pay their bills have actually managed to maintain a low cost of living and an affordable life for their citizens. Meanwhile, those countries that are flooding their economies with cheap cash are actually driving up the cost of living and making it less affordable. Now, there's an inconvenient truth that seems willfully ignored. Reining in fiscal spending would necessitate limited government. And this, of course, is a horrible restraint for any political party that only attains or maintains power when people are reliant on the government for its programs and handouts. The Liberals are actually choosing to be fiscally irresponsible for the sake of political advantage, and it's putting our economic future in great jeopardy. So what's the solution? Well, it's simple. Stop printing money, rein things in, be fiscally responsible. That's what this country deserves. We the people. It's a powerful phrase, isn't it? We the people. When the people feel the freedom to live up to their potential, all of society benefits. But in order for this to happen, government has to get out of the way. Serving as a Member of Parliament has afforded me the extraordinary opportunity to speak with many Canadians about the type of Canada they desire. I have heard countless stories from visionaries who want to build businesses, invent new technologies, and help those who are suffering and improve our society in areas where we have fallen short. All of these conversations and general observations have given me a tremendous amount of hope for this nation's future. Unleashing the potential of the Canadian people is, in fact, the key to our success. Imagine what it would look like if the bridles of red tape and regulation were thrown off and entrepreneurs were given the freedom to take risks, to make investments, and to prosper and help others prosper. This is the type of Canada that we can create. Not through government handouts and increased control, but by creating opportunity for each and every Canadian to invest their gifts and their talents and their abilities to prosper themselves. It is Canadians who are the problem solvers and the solution makers and the wealth creators, not the government. No matter the handouts they give, we will not get ahead. A good leader puts people first. Sadly, that is not what the Prime Minister did in this throne speech. It is not what he has endeavored to do on behalf of this great country. And for this reason, I cannot support the speech from the throne.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Once again, she demonstrated that her approach was measured, particularly when she talked about artists in Quebec. Conservatives often use or mention a plan. They keep talking about a plan. We don't know what it is, but they talk about it a lot. I don't know if in that plan, in the motion for the leader of the official opposition, in the amendment, it says to respect the province's jurisdictions. The leader of the official opposition said that, and he was very sharp with the government about it. The only time he says something positive is to congratulate the government for setting up a mental health minister. I'd like to ask my dear friend, my dear colleague, in her wisdom, if health is under provincial jurisdiction.
Je sais pas quoi dire avec une copine.
I don't know what to tell you.
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I would be happy to take any questions having to do with the matter that we're speaking about, which is the speech from the throne. I was just asked a question that doesn't pertain to that, so I'm going to pass. Thank you.
The questions and comments, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, she talked a lot about government needs to get out of the way, and Mr. Speaker, when it comes to merchant fees in this country, Canada's merchants pay some of the highest merchant fees in the world. In fact, in the UK, they pay 0.3%, in France, 0.28%, in Australia, 0.5%. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we have a rate of 1.4% on the interchange fees. Now, the Liberals, in the last budget, said they were going to do something about it and cap merchant fees. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen any action from the Liberal Conservative coalition to protect the big banks, protect the big credit card companies and the super wealthy. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague agree that there's a time for government intervention when it comes to small businesses being hosed by credit card companies and the big banks?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
I think the honourable member may have hurt the feelings of the Liberals right there. Yes, right. I know he hurt their feelings, and perhaps that requires an apology. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker. I'll let you rule on that. But at the end of the day, his question is this: should the government be more involved? Should the government, engage specifically? He's highlighting with regard to merchant fees. Here's what I can say: government should have a very limited role in how we progress as a society and how we function as a nation. And the only role that is to make sure that we are unified as a country, that our borders are kept safe and secure, that we drive an environment of economic prosperity, and that we further ourselves on the world stage. So if it fits into one of those four, let's do it.
A commentaire, and as much as I care about people's feelings, I'm only here to make sure we keep up to our time. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
And you do a great job of that, Mr. Speaker, so thank you. My question to the member, she started off by talking about Canadians' abilities to dream and pursue and to chase after, future technologies and opportunities, but yet the Conservatives are just stuck in this era of extracting oil. It's all that they care about. It's what they talk about over and over and over and over. If this is the case, why is it so hard for this member and the Conservative Party to recognize that there is a future beyond oil and that we should be chasing and pursuing and going after that?
Good question.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
I would ask the honourable member how he brushed his teeth this morning. At least, I hope he did. I would ask the honourable member what his suit is made out of and whether or not that used petroleum at all. I would ask him if his tie has any petroleum, his pin, his shirt, his shoes, his computer, perhaps his hair product.
Does he have a barbecue with a propane tank?
I would ask the member how he got here. You walked all the way from your constituency. Don't lie. You're held accountable in this place. So I would ask the honourable member to tell me, should we just ex-nay the oil and gas? You want to sit naked in a forest somewhere? Because the vast majority of Canadians surely don't want to.
Order. Continuing debate, la reprise du débat. As much as I would like the question period kind of feel here, maybe some answers to some of these things, but I don't think that's what we're here for. We're here for speech and reply. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
That was funny. Mr. Speaker, as I rise in this place to deliver my maiden speech, like all members, I feel a great sense of responsibility, honor, and commitment to the people of my community that have entrusted me with their voice. And like all members, my ability to stand here is a result of a team effort of family, friends, and volunteers who believe in all of us. For me, it has been a long journey, starting with my service for 8 years as a ministerial assistant in the Mulroney and Campbell governments. I learned so much from those whom I worked for, from MP Bill Atwell to Ministers of the Crown, the Honourable Barbara McDougall and the Honourable Peter McCreath. I must thank them for their mentorship and guidance. I must also acknowledge my wife, Wendy Waite, whom I met when she was working for the Honourable Pat Carney and the Right Honourable Kim Campbell. Free trade brought us together, and I can tell you about that at another time. She has supported my lifelong journey to this place like no other. And my parents, Rosemary Borgle Perkins and William Perkins, who instilled in me the belief of possibilities and the need for hard work to achieve those possibilities. My mother's family landed in Lunenburg 277 years ago in 1753. I am the 8th generation in a row to live in my community. 2 other people I need to thank, out of the hundreds of volunteers, have been my campaign anchors for 7 years in South Shore St. Margaret's. Evelyn Snyder and Rick Music have been with me on this journey since 2014, which started with my nomination campaign against Richard Clark. I could not stand here in this place without their support and belief. So when I had the great privilege of joining members of all sides last Tuesday to the march to the other place to listen to the speech from the throne, I had high expectations that those issues that are of concern to my community would be addressed. While I stood behind our speaker in the other place, I was sorely disappointed. It struck me as I listened to the rehashed broken promises of the 2015 Liberal platform of one of the most famous quotes by the Right Honourable Kim Campbell, and speaking of a political opponent. Style without substance is a dangerous thing. Style without substance appears to have been the theme the PMO speechwriters were thinking of when they wrote this document. I say this because the most important industry in my province and in my riding is the fishery. There was no mention of the importance of the fishery in the throne speech. No mention of our forest products industry. There was no word said about tourism. From Peggy's Cove to Chester, from Lunenburg to Liverpool, from New Ross to Mahone Bay, from Cape Sable Island to Shag Harbour, my community was looking for their concerns to be in the speech. My constituents were looking for a commitment from this government that we all work towards more access to the commercial fishery for our First Nations. A commitment that this access be granted on the same rules and the same enforcement measures that all commercial fishermen are subject to. We have seasons for a reason. My community was looking for a commitment that any public policy on the moderate livelihood fishery be developed in compliance with the legal framework of the Supreme Court's Marshall decisions, not outside of them, as has been done so far. When I was speaking with lobster fishermen Vincent Boutelier, Sandy Stoddard, and Bobby Hines, they expressed little surprise that the fishery was not mentioned. They said that over the last 6 years, they have come to expect nothing but more bureaucracy from this Liberal government on initiatives aimed at making it more difficult to earn a living from the sea. They recognize the attacks of this government on the fishery, whether reduced quotas backed by questionable research, increased regulation, and the threat of targeted marine protected areas aimed at shutting down the industry, are insidious ways the Liberals are using the smokescreen of conservation to reduce commercial fishing. People who earn a living from the sea were looking for some recognition from the Liberals for a predation policy, an invasive species policy. There is explosive growth going on of seals and sea lions that are devastating our Atlantic and Pacific fish species. A government that claims to care about biodiversity of our oceans has no policy and makes no effort to try to get our oceans back in balance. The fishing communities were looking for some indication from the government that they acknowledge that they had made a huge mistake in the clawback from the fishermen who received COVID-19 fish harvesters benefit. Mr. Speaker, when launching this benefit during the COVID crisis, the government said, "Our fisheries operate under a unique structure and have faced distinct challenges throughout this pandemic." They bragged at how hard they had worked to get it right. Now they have it wrong and are attacking the men and women at the back of the boat. Let me explain. Almost all fishermen are paid a share of the profits from the catch, not a regular wage. Since the days of commercial whaling, this is how it's been. Now, I know all members have likely read the book Moby Dick. In this classic, the narrator of the tale, Ishmael, explained the following. "I was already aware that in the whaling business, they paid no wages, but all hands, including the captain, received certain shares."
Order. Just really hard to quote some things and using props, so just, I understand. Just giving you the little warning there, sir. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
This tradition made it into the application process for the government's fish harvesters benefit. As a recognition that the traditional wage earner COVID benefits did not work for fishermen, the application this government put forward states 5 situations which qualified for benefits. It recognized the centuries of pay structure for fishermen in DFO's application when it stated that one of the types of fishermen's pay that was eligible was, and I quote, "a share person who is a crew member who earns a share of the revenue." Bang on. So why are they taking it back from them? Well, it's bait and switch. The Liberal approach to everything. The federal government is demanding 4,193 Canadian fishermen repay $25.8 million in COVID relief assistance.
Shameful.
More than half the fishermen issued overpayment letters are in Nova Scotia. Travis Nickerson of Clark's Harbour, in my writing, received an overpayment letter. Travis says the situation's a mess. He said, and I quote, "They gave me something when I really needed it, and now they want it back." Nickerson is paid a share of the catch and saw his income drop in the first half of 2020 when COVID-19 crashed demand for lobster worldwide. His share-based earnings are evident in his record of employment. Like all other fishermen, it's easy to see. Yet this government seems to have its own departments fighting each other. It's time for the Minister of Fisheries to step up and do her job for all fishermen.
Hear, hear.
I will be relentless in speaking out for our fishermen, our forestry workers, our agriculture workers, and our tourism businesses. All are being ignored and harmed by this government. Mr. Speaker, when they write the chapter of this government in the history books, it will be a slim chapter of achievement. It will likely be titled, with that great quote from Kim Campbell, "Style without substance." And as my friend Peter MacKay once said, it takes more than fancy socks and curly locks to run a government that cares about the hard-working Canadians in our resource industry. This war on the resource industries has to stop. It's time the government recognize that the social programs we love, the jobs in Toronto office towers, the competitive advantage we have as a country are all the result of our resources. Destroying them puts all of what we cherish at risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have found that depending on the Conservative member of Parliament that's standing, you will often get a different approach in terms of the CERB benefits. Sometimes a Conservative will stand and they will be critical of the government because of the benefits, and then you'll get other Conservatives that will talk about how important those CERB benefits were. And I'm wondering if the member can give his thoughts in terms of what is the actual policy of the Conservative caucus in regards to Bill C-2, which continues to support workers in different situations and businesses. Does he support the principle of C-2? And on that matter, would he also provide his thoughts in regards to the issue of collecting, should Revenue Canada be collecting where there were mistakes made?
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. I think it's kind of funny that a Liberal member would ask about consistency since they've promised childcare in 6 elections in a row and we haven't seen one daycare space.
Shame.
So with regard to the CERB and the fish harvesters benefit, the member probably doesn't know and understand, since he's from a non-fishing riding, I believe, in Winnipeg North, although I'm not sure, that fishermen are paid, 99% of them are paid by a percentage of the catch, and they have been for hundreds of years. That's why they didn't qualify for CERB. CERB was for wage earners that paid a regular wage. Fishermen are paid like a commissioned sales worker when they're at the back of the boat. So a special program, which we supported, was designed. And it was a properly designed program with a proper application. The problem is, it was designed by DFO, but Revenue Canada doesn't understand how fishermen are paid. So now they just look at the T4 and say, oh, they're an employee in the box, so we want our money back. The two departments won't talk to each other. All they have to do is look at the record of employment, which sees the week-by-week earnings, and you'll have the solution. But that's too complicated for this government.
That's right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the honourable colleague on his victory and welcome him to the House. You know, about a year ago, health experts around the world warned us that if we didn't vaccinate the entire world, we risked the development of a mutated coronavirus that would then prove to be problematic and perhaps even vaccine resistant. This is part of this was manifested in South Africa and India, going to the WTO to request an exemption from intellectual property provisions to allow countries to produce the vaccine all over the world. I know the Liberal Party has opposed that measure at the WTO. I haven't heard what the Conservative Party policy is on this. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can tell us whether he supports the NDP in our call for the WTO waiver of the TRIPS regulations.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you. I don't believe the speech from the throne talked about intellectual property rights, another failing by the Liberal government to not address the issues in the speech of many of our people. Absolutely, it was a fantastic thing that the whole world was able to get together, including businesses, to so quickly develop a virus that we could control the spread of COVID, and that's thanks to all of the work of these global companies that produced a vaccine in record time, which we should all be thankful.
Questions and
comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I want to congratulate him on his election. In the speech from the throne, oil seems to be problematic to the government. Now, a few minutes ago, the Conservative member for Lethbridge said something that left me perplexed and even concerned about the future, because she said that a future without oil would mean living naked in the forest. So does my honourable colleague agree that moving away from oil means living naked in the forest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For South Shore St. Margaret's and about a 25-second answer.
I found that issue concerning, but also enlightening, because I think nobody wants to see the member for Kingston, the Islands, living naked in a forest, including himself.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
I'll be sharing my time with the member for Parkdale High Park. Thank you very much, Monsieur le Président. I want to acknowledge that I'm standing on the unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory. Et comme c'est ma première vraie opportunité.
And as this is my first real opportunity to address you, I want to thank by thanking some people.
I heard the voters of Halifax West for putting their trust in me. They know that I will work every day to make their lives better and leave a better Canada for our next generation. Special thank you to my family, especially my mother Huda, my children, my son Antonius, who managed my election campaign, my daughters Stephanie, Monica, and Marina, all my volunteers and friends who did so much to bring me here today, as well as my father, Stephen, who was watching from above with a great smile and a tear in his eye. And Mr. Speaker, I am going to make him proud. Thank you. Merci. Walalayak. Alfa shukr lakum jami'an. C'est difficile de trouver.
It's difficult to find the words to describe how proud I am to rise in this House for the first time as the member for Halifax West.
Today I'm profoundly humbled to stand in my seat and address my colleagues in this chamber as the first female member of Parliament to represent my community in the House of Commons. Most of you are familiar with my predecessor, the Honourable Jeff Regan, the former Speaker in this House, and I hope to continue his strong record of collaboration and advocacy. Mr. Speaker, all my colleagues know the feeling I'm experiencing. It's one of pride, enthusiasm, and passion for one's community and country. You don't really know how to describe it, but you know this feeling is going to push you to do everything and anything you can to make a difference in the lives of the people who sent you here. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce myself to my new colleagues and to talk a bit about my riding.
Halifax West, which is the most diverse and multicultural riding east of Montreal.
And to give a few thoughts about the speech from the throne.
My name is Lena Metledge Diab. I'm a proud Lebanese Nova Scotian, a mother of 4 children and a grandmother to 4. A small business owner, lawyer, community volunteer. Though I'm new to this chamber, I'm not new to political life. Prior to this election, I served 2 terms as a member of the Legislative Assembly of Nova Scotia, and with you, Mr. Speaker, when you were in that chamber. I served as the provincial cabinet minister responsible for justice, public safety, immigration, population growth, labor and advanced education, et ministre des Affaires acadiennes et de la Francophonie. In 2013, I was appointed as the first female Attorney General in Nova Scotia. In my previous roles, I worked hard to push forward the cause of equity, address Nova Scotia's economic and demographic challenges, and support our businesses and our workers. That is why I was so encouraged by the theme and priorities laid out in this year's speech from the throne. What was clear to me was that the government gets the type of action this moment calls for. If ever there was a time when Canadians needed an active government, a government that takes the reins and charts the course, that time is now. That's the vision I see in this year's speech from the throne, one that is bold, forward-looking, intentional. It's an acknowledgement that our biggest problems won't simply right themselves. The climate emergency, the housing shortage, the inequities experienced by many of our communities, members, the challenges of building our workforce and industries back up from once-in-a-lifetime economic shock. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to act intentionally, collaboratively, and urgently on them all. And we have to back that up with real investment and meaningful policy change. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de...
Mr. Speaker, allow me to get back to the subject of the incredible diversity in my riding. While door knocking in Halifax West, I met people who have come to Halifax from all around the world. Often they're not actual citizens yet, but they all have very touching stories that inspired me. For example, someone who was an immigrant, like me when I came to Canada at the age of 11. What really touched me the most was their great hope, their pride at being here, and at being able to join our community and our Canadian family.
Mr. Speaker, I remember my days as a young girl at St. Agnes Junior High in Halifax, feeling brand new to my city. At the time, I was still working to learn English, and I did not truly understand what the other children would say about me. I knew they looked at the way I looked, the way I wore my hair, and I could sense they saw me as different from them. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of serving Nova Scotia as Immigration Minister, I know that today the hearts of Nova Scotians are more open than ever before. This is why I'm so encouraged by the speech from the Throne's mention of increased immigration, reducing wait times for reunification, and a continuing commitment to resettle those displaced from their homes. Because my community is daily living proof that our diversity is our strength. But
Mr. Speaker, that doesn't mean that we don't face challenges. Far from it.
There are many forms of hatred and discrimination in our communities, and truly addressing them requires continuous, vigilant action from all levels of government and collaboration from all members in this House. This is something I'm committed to working on in my time here, and I see that too in the speech from the Throne. We need active, renewed initiative when it comes to eliminating racism and bigotry from our communities. This is an essential part of my mission here, to do what I can to ensure that my community and my country feel like home for every individual and family, and no matter where they come from. In Nova Scotia, we are now just counting the days before 1 million resident mark is passed. Having been on the front lines of that work, I could not be more proud. It's clear from the speech from the Throne that this government understands how essential immigration is to strengthening our economy, our workforce, our communities, and our public services in Nova Scotia and across the country.
But at the same time, we need to take intentional action to ensure that the economy that we rebuild after the pandemic includes everyone. It would be unacceptable for me to allow the pandemic to see women lose all of this ground and to see fewer underrepresented communities represented.
Affordable national early child care system and investing in the empowerment of Black and racialized and Indigenous people. I see the government's commitment in that regard. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say that I'm encouraged by the priorities and the focus. I'm encouraged because I came here to make a difference in the lives of Canadians, and I welcome the attention given to the pressing issues that I heard on the doorsteps. Moi, je suis prête pour...
I'm ready for the work before us, and this is work that I will be undertaking in 3 languages, because it's important for me to carry my love of the French language to this House every day that I have the privilege to sit here.
Also, proudly address this House in the beautiful Arabic language and do my very best to represent the many residents of Halifax West who speak it themselves. أيضا وإلي الشرف بأن أخاطب هذا البرلمان باللغة العربية الجميلة العربية وأبذل جهدي لتمثيل العديد من سكان مدينتي. Alors, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let us all now get to work with renewed commitment to address the needs of Canadians and to make good on the promise of building back better. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shukran.
Before going to questions, I believe we have a point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do have a point of order. I will move that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, that A, following oral questions later this day, the House shall proceed to a recorded division on the motion for second reading of Bill C-2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19. B, that the members to serve on the Standing Committee of Finance be appointed by the whip of each recognized party, depositing with the clerk of the House a list of his or her party members no later than 24 hours after the adoption of this order, and that the clerk of the House shall convene a meeting of committee no later than Monday, December the 6th, 2021. C, Mr. Speaker, that the Standing Committee on Finance shall be comprised of 6 members of the Liberal Party, 4 members of the Conservative Party, 1 member of the Bloc Québécois, and 1 member of the New Democratic Party. D, if Bill C-2 is read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance be invited to appear as a witness before the committee during the consideration of the bill, and that she answer questions for not less than 2 hours after her opening statement. E, Mr. Speaker, that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be appointed to prepare and report lists of members to compose the standing and joint committees of this House, and that the committee be comprised of Bartis Chagger, Ryan Turnbull, Mark Gerritsen, Sherry Romanato, Ruby Sahota, Greg Fergus, Michael Barrett, Blake Calkins, Eric Duncan, Brad Viss, Alain Terrien, and Rachel Blaney. F, the clerk of the House shall convene a meeting of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. G, Mr. Speaker, immediately upon the tabling of the report referred to in paragraph E, it shall be deemed concurred in. H, Mr. Speaker, the clerk of the House shall convene organizational meetings of all the standing committees no later than Friday, December 17th, 2021. I, for the duration of the 44th Parliament, Standing Order 1041 be amended by replacing the words 10 members with the words 12 members, and that Standing Order 1042 be amended by replacing the words 10 members with the following, Mr. Speaker. 12 members, except for the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, which shall consist of 11 members. Further, Mr. Speaker, that Standing Order 1064 be amended by adding the words any 4 members of the said committee, the words representing at least 2 different parties. Also, Mr. Speaker, that Standing Orders 1045, 1046B, 114.2E, and 114.2F be suspended. Further, Mr. Speaker, that Standing Order 10 adding after the words subcommittees the words comprised of members from all recognized parties, and D, finally, Mr. Speaker, and finally, Mr. Speaker, J, the clerk of the House be authorized to make any required editorial and consequential alterations to the standing orders, including to the marginal notes.
Okay, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point on this matter.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The sound cut off in the final 2 paragraphs, and so I'd ask the Government House Leader to reread that section, if he could, please.
The Honourable Government House Leader, can you read the last paragraph then, so that everyone, or the last 2 paragraphs, so that everyone's clear?
With pleasure, Mr. Speaker. I believe that was starting from Standing Order 1081C. Be amended by adding after the word subcommittees the word comprised of members from all recognized parties, and that J, the clerk of the House be authorized to make any required editorial and consequential alterations to the standing orders, including to the marginal notes.
Very good. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Now, before going to the statements by members, I just want to point out that the honourable member for Halifax West has 5 minutes of questions coming to her once we resume debate. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today and I would like to start off by thanking the good people of Sydney Victoria for re-electing me as their Member of Parliament. Cape Bretoners are known for their generosity and community spirit. And today I would like to commend a remarkable young woman and Cape Breton's 2021 Citizen of the Year, Alyssa Rose. Years ago, Alyssa was a patient at the IWK Health Centre, one of the most important specialized health centres for youth, women and families across the Maritimes. While there, she underwent an intense procedure to remove a brain tumor. Alyssa was so moved by the work done by the doctors at the IWK that she was compelled to find some way to give back. And over the last 3 years, Alyssa has raised over $33,000 for the IWK Health Centre. Her sense of selflessness, charity, and community service are exactly the qualities Cape Bretoners choose to honor when they voted her Citizens of the Year. Congratulations, Alyssa.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to return to this House as the member for Red Deer Mountain View, and so thankful to my family, friends, and volunteers who supported me, and it is, of course, with much pride that I stand for all of my constituents in this chamber. Our community held 2 incredible national events last month at Red Deer's Westerner Park. Agri-Trade is one of Canada's premier agricultural events and features the very best in equipment, technology, services, and showcases true farmer ingenuity. We also hosted the 47th Canadian Finals Rodeo, which is not only a vital part of our Western heritage, but also highlights how sports and agriculture are key to our growing economy. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is also the backbone of our nation's economy. Events such as these foster the grassroots relationship that connects us to the legacy of Alberta farmers who put food on our tables and preserve our environment. I'm so proud to be part of a community that's a global leader in food safety and innovation.
The honourable member for Sudbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recently in my riding of Sudbury, 39 miners were underground at Valley's Taunton Mine when an accident damaged the elevator.
The miners were working under 1,200 meters underground, and a plan was immediately put in place to bring everyone back to the surface.
Safety took 3 days to complete, with all 39 members brought to surface without injury or harm. I want to recognize and thank everyone involved in rescuing the miners. 56 Valley Mine Rescue members, Valley CISM, United Steelworkers Local 6500, Ontario Mine Rescue, Ontario Ministry of Labour, Neomo staff, and Sudbury EMS. Je tiens également à cette...
I also want to salute the 39 workers and their families who remained calm in a difficult situation.
Nothing is more important than all our workers to safely complete their workday and get home to their families. Merci.
Thank you. The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, today in most regions around Quebec is the food drive, the media food drive. It collects funds and donations to help poor families as the holidays approach. For the past 22 years, with the exception of last year, the various media ask passers-by on the streets to give generously money and non-perishable goods. All this in a festive atmosphere and soliciting people's generosity. The many merchants also help and collect food goods, and monetary donations can be collected online at guignolay.ca. Over 100 community organizations will then redistribute these goods to the families and individuals in Quebec. It's a year more than ever since before the pandemic, when the cost of living and grocery bills have continued to rise, and food insecurity is affecting thousands of people in Quebec. The Bloc encourages Quebecers to give as much as they can so that everybody can celebrate the holidays. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, it will come as no surprise that I want to thank from the bottom of my heart the people of Châteauguay-Lacolle for putting their faith again in me, in my government, our Liberal government, and our Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Papineau.
Speaker, it will surprise no one here to know how proud I am to have been witness
witness to how the checks and balances in our democratic system work. And yes, Mr. Speaker, every vote counts.
Now that the election is over, I will repeat what I told my constituents. No matter what party they support, I represent everyone in the riding of Châteauguay-L'École, and I hope that with the support of colleagues on all sides of the House, that soon our riding will be renamed Châteauguay-Les Jardins de Napierville.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to highlight Project Clear Horizon, a large-scale carbon capture, utilization, and storage infrastructure project led by the City of Medicine Hat with strong corporate support from both Methanex and CF Industries. The scale of this project is expected to capture approximately 3 million tons of CO2 annually and includes the ability to produce hydrogen. Project Clear Horizon is the single largest business retention and expansion opportunity in Southeast Alberta. Methanex and CF Industries are two of the largest employers and taxpayers in the region, but escalating carbon prices will make current operations uneconomical. Carbon capture is a developing industry that does require substantial government support. Project Clear Horizon represents the future of Canada's low-carbon energy industry. I call on the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to join me in advocating for the approval and full government support of this environmentally responsible project. Thank you.
Order. Order. I just want to remind the honourable members that statements by members are being made, and it's very important that we all listen to them so that we hear what's going on in individual ridings. The honourable member for Cape Breton, Cancel.
I attended the AUS Soccer Championships hosted here at Cape Breton University. Today, it is with great pride that I rise in the House for the first time this session, to congratulate the Cape Breton University men's soccer team on their 5th consecutive AUS championship, establishing a sporting dynasty in the Atlantic region. It was 2 weeks ago the team was here in Ottawa, where they played in the semi-national semifinals and captured the bronze medal following a thrilling weekend on the pitch. After close to 18 months away from the game, this season was certainly an impressive one for our Capers. It's thanks to their determination, commitment, and passion for the sport that Capers made students, staff, alumni, and the community proud once again, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to following their action again next year. Go, Capers, go.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize some amazing Queen's University students for my riding of Kingston and the Islands. Last week, Queen's University Varsity Leadership Council ran a food drive to help support Martha's Table, a local not-for-profit which provides free nutritious meals and personal hygiene products to members of the Kingston community. This initiative was led by the Council's co-presidents, Sydney Hutchison, one of the women's water polo team members, and Colton Salanto of the men's lacrosse team. In total, this involved 21 different varsity teams who put together 60 baskets of food and hygiene products. Each basket included 21 items and is enough for a family of 4. I know that every day there are many Queen's students, just like Sydney and Colton, who quietly go and serve our community to help make it an even better place. They don't do it for recognition or reward. They simply do it because it's the right thing to do and they want to help. To Sydney, Colton, and all the varsity athletes who participated, thank you for stepping up for your community.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the first time in the 44th Parliament. I want to thank the good people of Simcoe Grey for once again putting their trust in me to be their voice here in Ottawa. Well done. I also want to thank my wife Colleen, my 2 daughters, Lexi and Sarah, my EDA, my many, many volunteers who helped get me back to this special place. In the last Parliament, my constituents talked to me a lot about the need for high-speed internet, more support for seniors, and more support for small businesses. Right. These remain top priorities, but the issue I'm hearing more than ever now are the record levels of debt in Canada and the overall rise in the cost of living. My constituents are concerned about the price of groceries, the cost to heat their homes, and about affording their mortgages if interest rates were to rise in the present market. The current government put us in this situation, Mr. Speaker, and like many Canadians, I want to see a real plan to get out, a conservative plan.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to stand for the first time in this House and humbled to be the newly elected Member of Parliament for Markham Unionville. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all my constituents for placing their trust and support in me. As a retired police officer, it is a privilege to represent you that I will not take lightly. I would like to take this time to acknowledge and thank the people who stood by my side and helped me get to this position. To my dedicated and hard-working campaign team, your conversations at the doors help amplify the voices of Canadians and carry our movement forward. To my family, my wife of 40 years, Monica, to my 3 adult children and their spouses, and my 6 grandchildren, you have always remained by my side and supported me in all my endeavors. I cannot thank you enough and would not be where I am today without you. Today I pledge to the people of Markham Unionville that I will work tirelessly to represent everyone, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, or orientation. I will fight to make sure our communities are safe, healthy, and inclusive for all Canadians. Finally, I want to thank and congratulate all elected and newly elected members for this House, and I hope to work with everyone in this House. Thank you.
The honourable member for West Nova.
After a few days of delay, fishermen in LFA 33 and 34 kicked off their lobster fishing season. For them, from generation to generation, being a fisherman is not just a job, it's a passion, a reason to live, and they are very proud of it. Today is with the same pride that I can express to them my deep admiration and respect for what they do. Wish them an excellent season, and above all, ask them to stay safe on the water, and keep in mind all the fishers that we have unfortunately lost over the years. Hear, hear. I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of my family and staff to wish my constituents of West Nova, as well as my colleagues in this chamber, a very Merry Christmas. May your gatherings be joyful, and please remain cautious during your travels. To mes concitoyens de West Nova.
To all my constituents in West Nova, to my colleagues here in the House, I wish you a Merry Christmas with your families, that you may have happiness and good health, particularly to begin a new year on the right foot.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
I rise today in this 44th Parliament to thank the people of Portage-Lisgar for choosing me as their MP for the 5th time.
Hear, hear.
I'm so grateful for their trust. It has been a difficult time for my riding, Mr. Speaker. Some in the riding fear the vaccine and distrust government, but many more have confidence in their doctors' and experts' advice. But this was a divisive issue during the election and still is. That is why today I recommit in this House to do all I can as their MP to be a leader who brings people together, to listen, to be kind and respectful, and exemplify the Christian values I was taught growing up in southern Manitoba. People in my area, and Mennonites especially, are known for their generosity and love for their neighbor. These values have not changed. And although I don't have all the answers to these challenges, I do know this. No pandemic will stop the eternal legacy that the people of my region of southern Manitoba have been destined to fulfill. Because in the words of Paul, when all else fades, when all else fails, love never fails. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the historic event that took place in this chamber yesterday. As a two-spirit person and newly elected member of this House, seeing my colleagues put aside our partisan differences to pass this long overdue ban on conversion therapy fills me with hope. Kinaskam Tinawao, members of this House. In particular, I'd like to thank the Minister of Justice for tabling this landmark legislation, the member for Fundy Royal for his unanimous consent motion, and the NDP, my own party member, for Esquimalt Saanich Suk, whose years of tireless work made this bill possible. But most importantly of all, I wish to thank the survivors from the 2S LGBTQI community who never gave up the fight to ensure that this harmful practice was banned. This is their victory. Conversion therapy is wrong, it's harmful, and it needs to be banned. I call on our colleagues in the Senate to now move just as quickly to pass Bill C-4 into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the day for the abolition of slavery, and I want to take this opportunity to talk about people that are being victims of slavery, the Uyghurs. There are at least 500,000 on forced labor camps in cotton fields in China. No fewer than 1 out of 5 cotton pieces of clothing being sold around the world is made in part by the slavery work being done by the Uyghurs. 1 out of 5. Doesn't stop with forced labor. The Uyghurs are victims of genocide. And yet the government of Canada is lying behind China. 2 days ago, it refused to put diplomatic pressure with the Olympic Games to convince China to authorize an inquiry on abuses against the Uyghurs. I call on my Liberal colleagues. I know they're aware of the situation. I'm talking to them. I know that a number of them would like to stand up. I would ask them to think, because today, on this day of abolition of slavery, the government has set itself on the wrong side of history.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, please allow me this delineation, as I've heard it said that this crisis throughout our great nation is nothing more than just inflation. But I remember prorogation and attempts to hinder accountability beneath our station. We should take it as humiliation to see Canada's economy suffer from such stagnation. The people demand compensation from a government that doesn't show trepidation to bankrupt future generations. Oh, how we'll come to see this reprobation and how it has been said without hesitation. It could have been better had we shown conservation instead of a continuation of the poor excuse of it's just inflation.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Le grand écrivain.
The great American writer William Faulkner wrote, "The past is never dead. It isn't even past." Unfortunately, the scourge of slavery is proof that it isn't past. Today is the UN Day for the abolition of slavery. Slavery and all its contemporary forms, such as sexual exploitation, forced labor, forced marriages, and recruiting of child soldiers, continue to exist. Slavery was abolished in Canada in 1834, thereby emancipating Black and Indigenous peoples from this most abject abuse. However, according to the recent estimates, over 40 million people are still victims of modern slavery. Nearly 3/4 of those are women and girls. 1/4 or more are children. It is our duty as Canadian parliamentarians, who are among the most privileged in the world, to condemn modern slavery whenever possible and to use all the means at our disposal to take decisive action. The world, especially those who live as enslaved people, are watching. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, news is just leaking out about more massive spending plans from the Liberal government that just recently acknowledged their role in the inflation crisis. Reuters News is reporting the Finance Minister will only give limited information in her fiscal update. The government has already refused to account for $600 billion of their spending, and now they're planning to spend more without any accountability. Why is this government covering up their out-of-control spending?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased to answer an economic question from the Leader of the Official Opposition. It gives me the chance to congratulate him for agreeing last week with Stephen Pelosi and the majority of serious economists that, and I quote, inflation is a global phenomenon. Now, the member for Durham seems to now have lost his nerve, But I guess flip-flops from the Conservative leader are no surprise to Canadian voters, or indeed to the Conservative caucus.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that comes as quite an ironic response from the only Canadian parliamentarian flagged by Twitter for misleading Canadians. Now, as that minister once said, better is always possible, Mr. Speaker, so better is always possible for this Prime Minister. I've got a simple question for her. Canadians want to know. There's prices going up across the board. She has the opportunity to ask the Bank of Canada to get inflation back down to 2%. Will she do it? Yes or no?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives seem not to understand a very basic economic distinction: the difference between monetary and fiscal policy. Monetary policy decisions about interest rates and the money supply are the province of the Bank of Canada. It is fiscal policy decisions about spending and taxation, which is the job of the government. I think Canadians would be right to ask themselves whether a party that doesn't even understand this basic distinction could ever be trusted in government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping one basic economic equation that the Finance Minister will inform her Prime Minister. After 6 years, budgets clearly don't balance themselves, do they, Finance Minister? And new data in August from Statistics Canada said that we had 24% more business failures, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of family-owned businesses are struggling. Inflation is hitting small business too, Mr. Speaker. And on January 1st, this minister is going to raise payroll taxes on those family-owned businesses. How many more small businesses are going to have to close before this Liberal minister learns her basic economics?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, over the past 10 days, we've heard a lot from the Conservatives about government spending, which they now deem to have been excessive. But just a few weeks ago, on the campaign trail, the Conservatives proposed government spending in this fiscal year that was higher than what we proposed. While we proposed a deficit of $156.9 billion for 21-22, the Conservatives proposed a $168 billion deficit. So could the party of flip-flops please tell Canadians what their position is today?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is creeping out everywhere in this country. In fact, a few years ago, the Prime Minister said he would never run a deficit greater than $10 billion. Inflation has led that commitment to be he's never going to run a deficit greater than $500 billion, Mr. Speaker. When will this Finance Minister commit to Canadians who are seeing the inflation crisis price them out of their own homes and neighborhoods? When will this government finally balance a budget?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, The Economist released its annual ranking of the most expensive cities to live in around the world this week. Here are the top 10. Tel Aviv, Paris, Singapore, Zurich, Hong Kong, New York, Geneva, Copenhagen, Osaka. What do these 10 cities have in common, Mr. Speaker? None of them are in Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
J'ai une question, Monsieur le Président.
I have a question about large cities in Canada. Inflation and cost of living are not priorities for the Liberal government. The Prime Minister even said it during the campaign. Pardon me if I don't think about monetary policy. Canadians and Quebecers are tired of living from check to check. When will this Prime Minister decide to really help Canadians make both ends meet? The Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Président, permettez-moi de...
Mr. Speaker, allow me to go over the list of the following cities that are the least affordable. Oslo, Seoul, Tokyo, Vienna, Sydney, Melbourne, Helsinki, London, Frankfurt, and Shanghai, among others. What do these cities have in common? None are in Canada.
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in February, when the Prime Minister met with Joe Biden for the first time to develop a joint roadmap, they talked about 50 issues, and yet they didn't even talk about softwood lumber. They didn't talk about prioritizing tariff elimination, and they certainly didn't talk about separate treatment for Quebec. And then Washington threatened to double tariffs. It's only then that the Prime Minister woke up and remembered that we're in a trade dispute. It's always the same thing with this government. They're waiting. If they're not told exactly what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, they do nothing. When is this government going to stand up for Quebec's forestry industry?
Honorable Vice-Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that I can't win a play on words with my colleague from the Bloc. However, I hope that my colleague will understand that our government is truly working hard and working closely for Quebecers. The softwood lumber file is very important to me, for our entire government. We're working very closely with unions, with the industry. We will continue to defend the interests of Canada and Quebec as we did with aluminum.
Le député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Mr. Speaker, Quebec is the main target of the United States in this new chapter of the softwood lumber dispute. Ottawa is not standing up to the Americans to defend our industry. Ottawa should have made the Americans recognize that Quebec has a completely separate forestry system. It must be studied separately from the rest of Canada because it respects North American trade rules. Today, the Minister of International Trade was in Washington to talk about softwood lumber. Did she demand separate treatment for Quebec? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I know the softwood lumber industry in Quebec very well. I understand the position of the union. I understand the industry's issues. All Quebecers and all Canadians should be proud. Should be proud of the softwood lumber industry. I want to tell all Canadians and Quebecers that we will continue to work very, very hard to defend this extremely important industry.
South. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are deeply worried about the Omicron variant. They're worried about their family, they're worried about their communities. And Canadians understand that it's important to take precautions for travel with appropriate safety measures. But these safety measures and precautions have to be clear and consistent. And that's been the ongoing critique of this government. Canadians don't know what the rules are and when they're going to apply. So will the Prime Minister deliver a clear plan of what the rules are so Canadians who are traveling know what to do?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the leader of the NDP for his very important question. I think we agree with him and his party that the fight against COVID is the single most important health and economic policy in our country, and we sure agree that vaccination is an essential tool in that fight. When it comes to the new measures that we are putting in place to deal with the Omicron variant, I would really like to thank Canada's public health authorities for responding with such swift action. And I want to say to all Canadians, this is a circuit breaker to give us time to be careful.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Burnaby Sud.
Le variant Omicron est tellement...
The Omicron variant is so worrisome. People are afraid for their families and communities. People understand the necessity of implementing public health measures to prevent the spread of this variant. However, measures need to be clear and consistent. An ongoing criticism of this government is that there's a lack of clarity with regards to public health measures, especially for travelers. Will the Prime Minister promise to deliver a clear, consistent plan to let Canadians know what they need to do if they decide to travel?
Premier Ministre.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Leader of the NDP. Fighting COVID remains the most important economic policy for Canadians, as well as the most important issue for their health. I also want to thank all officials who work in health in Canada and who work at the border for reacting so quickly to protect us all against the Omicron variant.
For South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, fishermen saw their incomes drop drastically in 2020 due to COVID. Thousands of Canadian fishermen receive special COVID benefits because they are paid a share of the profits, not a weekly wage. This year, the government flip-flopped and demanded the money back for the benefits the government said they were entitled. Will fishermen paid a share of the profit, not a wage, get the fish harvester benefit? Yes or no?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start by acknowledging the very important work that is done by fishers on all of our coasts in Canada and how much their work means to their communities and to our government. The fish harvester benefit was made available in 2 tranches. There were some estimates that had to be made in terms of the wage reductions, and then those needed to be corrected when the actuals came in. We'll continue working with the fishers to make sure that they're supported in every way possible.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, the minister clearly doesn't understand that her government has sent out 5,000 clawback letters to fishermen. Nova Scotia's winter lobster season started yesterday. Fishermen are in the frigid North Atlantic in the winter with the Atlantic Ocean crashing over them, risking their lives to catch the food we need. They should not be worried about paying thousands of dollars of COVID benefits back to the government that they were entitled. Will fishermen, paid a share of the profit, not a wage, keep the fishermen's harvest benefit? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's clearly the member opposite who does not understand the situation. When this benefit was first constructed, it was an estimate of the reduction in earnings that the payments were based on. The following year, when those numbers were clear, it was then clear that they were not eligible for that money. This was not a clawback. It was the arrangement, and it was understood from the beginning that it would be based on the actual reduction, not the projected reduction. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support the fishers and their communities, and we will continue working to do that.
They're here.
I want to remind the honourable members that when they don't have their mask on, the sound is not muffled as much, and we can hear them very clearly. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, last June, the government announced the Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative and talked about bold, transformative action. At the same time, the Fisheries Minister doubled down on the government's refusal to quickly mobilize proven actions needed to restore Pacific salmon. 5 months have passed, salmon populations are still in trouble. Can the Fisheries Minister tell us what the 5 species of Pacific salmon are and which are most at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Well, thank you to the member for that question. And I want to say that the protection of wild salmon populations is a priority for our government, especially since there are a whole set of complex challenges facing the species, and there are runs right across our coast that are in trouble, including all of the major salmon species. These fish are very important to British Columbians, and especially our Indigenous communities who depend on them for food and for cultural and ceremonial uses. We are putting $647 million into a Pacific salmon.
The honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Speaker, the Marshall decisions are the most important Supreme Court rulings regarding Indigenous commercial fishing rights. The former Minister of Fisheries admitted that she hadn't read the decisions. And recently, the new minister said she was only aware of key elements. Mr. Speaker, this is the government's most important relationship with Canada's Indigenous peoples. Has the Minister of Fisheries read the Marshall's decisions in its entirety? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you to the member for that question. What I do understand is that the conservation, protection, and the restoration of abundance of our stocks is of primordial importance to our communities, our fishers, and to Canadians at large. And everything we do at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans underpins that. Mr. Speaker, First Nations have a Supreme Court affirmed right.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Minister. One moment. I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. I just want her to maybe start from the top so I can hear the whole thing, and maybe the sound will come down a bit. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Repeat the question, the answer. Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you. And I would think that the Conservatives opposite would be interested in this answer because it is an important one to all of us. You're here. So First Nations have a Supreme Court affirmed treaty right to fish, and our government has never stopped working to implement that right. Mr. Speaker, everything we do at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is underpinned by conservation, protection, and restoration of habitats and stock abundance. It's a priority to work with Indigenous communities. My first trip was out to meet...
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Monsieur le Président, il n'y a rien de plus important.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing more important for the minister to understand than the Marshall decision because this is the most important relationship for the government. The minister should know that in 1999, the Fisheries Committee report indicated that the court confirmed the authority of the minister to be the sole regulator of the fishery and did not confer any rights on a separate fisheries enterprise. Will the minister abide by this decision in the implementation of any future commercial fisheries decisions, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court of Canada recognized the right for 35 First Nations in Gaspésie and Quebec and Atlantic Canada. We're working with communities to implement this right. I had the privilege of visiting the Atlantic coast, and I had discussions with Indigenous fishery leaders, namely the Mi'kmaq. It was very important, and I will continue to act on this. Mr. Speaker, the marine zone off of Nova Scotia would end commercial fisheries in that sector. This plan will end the economic development for lobster and other species for both Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishers. Will the minister stop undermining the economy in the Atlantic provinces? The Honourable Minister.
Merci pour cette question, pour l'opportunité de...
Thank you for the question and for the opportunity to say once again that economies that rely on fisheries and protecting those fisheries is very important for me and for my department. I know how very important it is for people who live on the coast and for all fishing communities. I will work closely with those communities, individuals, and organizations, including Indigenous organizations, to manage the situation. I welcome the willingness of the government to participate in the summit on gun violence convened by the mayor for Montreal on January 26th. However, this should not prevent the government from acting in the meantime. This isn't just a way to buy time. Quebec and Montreal already asked the federal government to do more at the border to combat arms trafficking. Today, they need to tighten border controls. Today, this government must create a joint task force as proposed by my Bloc Québécois colleague on Monday. It's the responsibility of the federal government, its sole responsibility. Will the minister shoulder these responsibilities, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. There have been too many tragedies due to arms. That's why we're moving forward with our investments and our proposals. We had already invested $350 million at the border to add more resources, and this week we seized more than 60 weapons after interventions led by the RCMP and the Sûreté de Québec, and so the cooperation is there. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Minister must do everything possible to counter weapons trafficking, and this is not happening right now. Even customs officers are saying so. A representative of the union said whether it's detection dogs, intelligence officers, methods for combating the concealment of weapons, this expertise is not being used at border posts. There are means and solutions that already exist, expertise that could be better mobilized. When will the minister implement this and tighten border control? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, je veux assurer tous les membres.
I want to reassure all members in this House that this government is always looking for real solutions and taking real action in order to solve the problem at the border. We have seized weapons of war. We have proposals to create new partnerships with the government of Quebec and other cities, including Montreal, in order to better control handguns. We've invested significantly in these initiatives. We're going to continue to act in this way to address the problem. Mr. Speaker, we have real proposals for the government. For instance, a common front among police officers to fight gun trafficking. But what's happening is just the opposite. Last year, the RCMP withdrew investigators from Quebec's National Organized Crime Task Force. A retired police officer told La Presse this summer that it's clear that today there's not the same level of cooperation between the RCMP and Sûreté du Québec as there was a few years ago. Police forces respect each other today but don't talk to each other. Why is the minister refusing to reestablish cooperation and create a joint task force? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, la proposition que mon...
Mr. Speaker, my colleague's proposal has already been acted upon. There are many forums set up with the United States and joint forums with the government of Quebec. There's a great deal of cooperation between our police forces to stop weapons trafficking at the border. Are there other opportunities we could pursue? Yes, absolutely. And as I've already said, my door is always open to explore them.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russia has amassed an estimated 100,000 troops on Ukraine's border, 32,000 in Russian-occupied Crimea. 1/3 of Russia's ground combat power is on the move. RT News reports that Russia is warning Ukraine that military action is highly possible. Canada has a small training contingent in Ukraine of 200 troops. Last week it was reported that the minister was considering additional troops and equipment. Today, CDS Air said no. To the minister, what force options will be deployed to aid Ukraine, and who is in charge?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for that question. And let me just first off say that Canada will continue to remain steadfast in our support of Ukraine, especially in the face of unwanted Russian aggression. In doing so, Canada will consistently support NATO, our multilateral partnerships, and the international rules-based order. We will continue to work with our partners and allies to uphold peace, security, and our multilateral partnerships that protect democracy and peace around the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the United States is short of oil. President Biden has said he wants oil production increased. He's called on OPEC to pump more. He's released the petroleum reserve, and he's coordinated with other countries, but not Canada, to release their reserves. And last week, the most powerful senator in Washington, Democrat Joe Manchin, called on President Biden to approve Keystone XL. So my question to the government is simple. Did the Prime Minister raise this issue with the President and with the congressional delegation he met with 2 weeks ago?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, certainly we are very seized with a number of the issues that are raised by my honourable colleague. We are certainly working very hard to support the endeavours of the industry and of workers and communities across Western Canada and Newfoundland and Labrador. We raise these issues at every possible opportunity. I certainly raised a number of concerns with respect to the sector, including Line 5, with my colleague, Jennifer Secretary Granholm, when I met with her at COP26. And certainly we will continue to advocate on behalf of Canadian interests.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, under this government, our relationship with Washington has declined. Our closest trading partner and ally needs more oil. How did we get into the ridiculous situation where the President is pleading with OPEC to pump more oil, where the President has ordered 50 million barrels to be released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and where the President is coordinating with countries like the United Kingdom, Japan, and India to release more oil? How did the government let this happen?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the honourable member. Certainly, this government is working very hard to ensure the economic prosperity of all regions of this country. That very much includes the oil and gas producing regions within this country. There are many, many things that we have done to ensure that we are supporting and actively promoting the interests of the oil and gas sector in this country, including building the Trans Mountain Pipeline, including defending Canada's interests around Line 5, and including supporting the KXL project. We will continue to advocate on behalf of Canadian interests, working towards a future that will be a prosperous one for every province and territory in this country.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Environment Commissioner's report was clear. The federal government is just racking up failure after failure. They're not even going to meet their own climate targets. It's irresponsible. According to a study, this government is investing 4.5 times more in the oil and gas sector than in renewable energy. So either they didn't understand anything, or they're just choosing to continue to support this old industry while people are suffering the consequences of climate change. What else needs to be flooded before they actually realize they need to end oil subsidies? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to mention that since 2015, our government has made an intensive effort. I would just ask the Minister to raise the boom mic because we can't hear him very clearly. Thank you. And he may start from the beginning. Thank you very much. I want to say that since 2015, our government has made intensive efforts to implement the necessary measures to put Canada on the path to significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions so that all sectors and all regions of this country will be able to prosper. We are taking concrete steps and developing climate solutions that will reduce pollution and create new jobs.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
So Joe Biden goes to COP26 promising a clean energy future backed with $2 trillion in investments for, quote, good paying union jobs. Now, meanwhile, our prime minister goes from what the Environment Commissioner says is, quote, failure to failure as emissions continue to rise. Now, under his watch, Canada is at the bottom of the G20 for renewable investments, down there with, wait for it, Russia and Saudi Arabia. So where are the massive investments that are needed to ensure that the energy workers and the families of this country are the leaders and not the losers of the coming transformation?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I wish to congratulate him on his appointment as the critic for natural resources. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that no country in the G7, in the G20, has been as ambitious as this country with respect to climate action over the last 6 years. And certainly, I think that was acknowledged at COP26. Where is the money, Mr. Speaker? We've committed over $100 billion with respect to climate action that will result not only in the reduction of emissions, but in economic activity that will drive jobs and growth in all regions of this country. That certainly includes the work we have done with respect to the just transmission on coal phase out. So certainly this government has...
The honourable member for London West.
Many families across Canada have been able to count on our government to support them, whether it is through the introduced tax cuts for families or creating the Canada Child Benefit or making life more affordable through the early learning and childcare agreements. Can the Minister of Finance tell this House when Canadians can expect a new fiscal and economic update?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for her question and welcome her to the House. Our government's against COVID and to support our recovery from the COVID recession. We know it's important to Canadians that we are careful and transparent with our nation's finances. That's why I'm pleased to announce that I will be giving an economic and fiscal update to Canadians on December 14th. C'est pourquoi je suis heureuse.
That's why I'm pleased to announce that I will be giving an economic update to Canadians on December 14th.
Bravo. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Canada's most trusted partners, the US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, have all banned Huawei equipment from their 5G networks because of espionage and national security concerns. Yet there's one country that stands alone in not having said no to Huawei. It's Canada. For years, the Prime Minister has promised a decision regarding Huawei, but as usual, has failed to deliver. Why doesn't he take this seriously? And when will he finally say no to Huawei?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'd like first to congratulate the member for his appointment as the official critic when it comes to industry, Mr. Speaker. There is a very important decision for this country, Mr. Speaker. There's no more important decision when it comes to securing our network, not just only for this generation, but for future generations. And when it comes to security, Mr. Speaker, Canadians at home know that we'll make no compromise. National security comes first. We will ensure that we take the very best decision, not only for this generation, but for future generation of Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Minister's kind words, but he needs to pay attention to this file. It's time that he ban Huawei. All of our allies have banned Huawei, yet Canada stands all alone in waffling on the issue. For over 2 years, this government has promised a decision that's going to come in a couple of weeks from now. Meanwhile, our telecoms have spent billions of dollars on Huawei equipment. When will this minister finally grow a spine and say no way to Huawei?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, you could see, I think I was very kind to the member, and I'm very surprised by his words, I would say, Mr. Speaker.
I am too.
But, you know, this is politics, Mr. Speaker. What Canadians at home know, they know that on this side of the House, we take national security very seriously, Mr. Speaker, and that we'll take the best decision for this generation and future generation when it comes to protecting our network, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Office estimated if this Liberal government had acted on their promises, all boil water advisories for Indigenous communities would have ended in 2020. Indeed, the Prime Minister failed on his promise to end all advisories 9 months ago. Worse, the Minister of Indigenous Services said yesterday that she refuses to set a deadline for ending the remaining 44 on-reserve boil water advisories. In fact, she wants to hold more consultations. So, Speaker, if the Minister couldn't drink water in her home, how much longer would she wait?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, it is without a doubt that everyone deserves clean drinking water, no matter where they live in this country, and that's why we've invested billions of dollars in clean drinking water in partnership with First Nations communities across the country. We've also committed to 100% of operations and maintenance funding. Mr. Speaker, we're working with the partners that are still experiencing clean drinking water advisories, and we will get this done. My deadline is as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, these promises of funding mean nothing when your child cannot drink clean water. We all know that you can't run a business, a farm, a school, hospital, community, even a household without clean water. And sadly, as of October 15th, 44 long-term boil water advisories on reserve still exist. In fact, the PBO report highlights that spending on water and wastewater maintenance and operations over the next 5 years suggests annual funding gaps of $138 million. Rather than misleading Indigenous communities, when will this government finally get the job done?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if the member knows this, but in November 2015, when we came into power, there were 105 long-term drinking water advisories on public systems on First Nations across this country. And, Mr. Speaker, we worked with communities, each with their own set of specific challenges. We allocated billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, and we have been able to lift the majority of those clean water drinking advisories. We'll continue, Mr. Speaker, till we get the job done. Promise made. We will keep that promise.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that low-income seniors have been the hardest hit by the pandemic. But today, it's not so much the pandemic, but rather the government's inconsistency and lack of compassion that is hitting them the hardest. Today, working seniors are having to choose which medicines not to take in order to make ends meet, because the federal government is cutting the GIS. Some are even struggling to pay their rent or buy groceries. They're being penalized in the calculation of their benefit for having received the CERB, which they were entitled to. When will the minister finally correct this injustice?
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
I think we can all agree just how challenging this pandemic has been on seniors. But every single step of the way, Mr. Speaker, our government has been there to support seniors, especially those most vulnerable, by strengthening their GIS, Mr. Speaker. We've also moved very quickly to provide immediate and direct financial supports to seniors this year, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to CERB GIS, Mr. Speaker, we are aware of this issue, and I want to assure my honourable member that we're working extremely hard on this to find the right solution to ensure that those that are affected. And as always, Mr. Speaker, we will be there for them.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, there were already warnings earlier. The Prime Minister said he was working on it, but seniors are still working, and it's almost the holiday season. We're talking about some of the most vulnerable seniors being deprived of thousands of dollars because of their lack of judgment. Whereas in Quebec, they're talking about generosity and Christmas baskets, but in Ottawa, they're cutting benefits for working seniors. Will the minister finally open her eyes and ensure that when calculating the GIS, the CERB will be considered as working income? It's urgent.
Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Strengthening income security for seniors has been a priority for our government, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, our government strengthened GIS for vulnerable seniors. We provided, Mr. Speaker, one-time payments during the pandemic to help seniors afford the things that they needed, Mr. Speaker. We will be increasing support through OAS for those 75 and above, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that GIS adjustments have been hard on some seniors this year, and I can assure the honourable member and all members in this House that we're working hard to find a solution to help those affected, Mr. Speaker. As always, always, we will be here for them.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Employment has a serious backlog of labour market impact assessments. Yes, they've hired more staff, but why don't they contact the Immigration Department to inform them of the delays? There's a serious labour shortage, and the Immigration Department is sending out notices to workers that they need to leave Canada within 90 days because they haven't received their LMIAs on time. What do the two ministers have to say? I'd like to ask them here in the House because neither one of them had the decency to respond to my emails.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
We have a record number of foreign workers who have been welcomed into Canada. We have hit some very ambitious immigration targets, and we've welcomed over 245,000 new residents this year. We will be welcoming a record number of immigrants who are contributing to their communities, and we will continue to innovate and modernize our system because we know that immigration is essential to the economic recovery.
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the labour shortage in Brantford-Brant is devastating. Manufacturers, restaurants, and many other businesses are not able to fill hundreds, if not thousands, of positions. As a result, less products and services are available to the constituents in my riding, and business owners are losing their income. Rather than addressing labour shortages and many other economic challenges, the Liberals decided to hold an election in the middle of a pandemic. Why did the Prime Minister prioritize his political ambition over the interest of Canadian businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Strength of our economy, some sectors are outpacing their ability to find workers, and that's why we've made the largest investment in training for workers in Canadian history. Moving forward, we absolutely have a plan to address these labour shortages by welcoming talented workers to Canada, $10 a day childcare that will allow parents to return to work, support for training in youth programs, keeping experienced workers in the workforce, boosting the participation of diverse Canadians, and addressing the specific needs of evolving sectors. We're on it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, with rising inflation and supply chain issues, economic and financial recovery is the priority for the coming years. But the Liberals created more uncertainty for Canadian agriculture when they announced a severe fertilizer reduction, despite farmers' proven track record of environmental leadership. MMP estimates potential losses of $48 billion, including $4.6 billion in Saskatchewan. There will be shortages of supply, processing, and exports. Why does the government insist on making food more expensive and limiting how much farmers can grow?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that we're working hard on supporting farmers on different fronts. We want to be there to help them be more resilient to face climate change. And this is why we have invested almost $500 million in measures to provide farmers with incentives and make it more affordable for them to buy more energy efficient equipment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Housing is a priority for many people in Quebec, especially in my riding of Hochelaga. Can the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion tell this House what our government is doing to help people in my riding and across Quebec find safe and affordable housing? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the member for Hochelaga, for her question. Recently, I was in Quebec to speak to stakeholders about their housing needs. And last May, I was pleased to join my colleague to announce $100 million for more than 500 affordable homes. We will continue to work to ensure that every Canadian has a safe and affordable home.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are changing the instrument approach procedures for many small aerodromes across the country, including the Ponoka Airport in my riding. This change is purely bureaucratic to align with international standards that don't reflect the reality of how these facilities are used in Canada. but the impacts are very real. In central Alberta, it would double the number of days medical evacuation and transport aircraft cannot use these airfields. This is a disaster waiting to happen during a pandemic. So why is the government risking the lives of Canadians with this make-work bureaucratic project?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I can assure him and all Canadians that our government has been working collaboratively with stakeholders in the aviation sector. They stepped up during the pandemic when we had an economic and a public health crisis. Workers in the aviation sector stepped up and ensured that supply chains are resilient. We will continue to work with all stakeholders to ensure the safety of all and the strength of our economic growth, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Uranium mining and nuclear energy will play an important role in any rational greenhouse gas reduction strategy. A recent report by Clean Energy Canada suggests that Canada's nuclear output will need to increase drastically to reach this government's 2050 net zero goal. Will the Minister of Natural Resources inform this House if the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change fully supports nuclear energy expansion, or does the Environment Minister continue to be a science denier?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, our government has certainly very ambitious climate targets and one of the world's most detailed and concrete climate plans in the world. In the transition to a low-carbon economy and to a net zero future, we must consider all non-emitting technologies, including wind, solar, hydro, and, yes, nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is already an important part of Canada's non-emitting energy mix and supports many Canadian jobs along the supply chain. Canada's nuclear industry is a leader in driving the development, for example, of small modular reactors, and our government will continue to work with Ontario, Saskatchewan, New Brunswick, and others in supporting the assessment and development of this technology.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, a former case manager came forward from Veterans Affairs 2 weeks ago alleging the department has, quote, overwhelming caseloads, a lack of support, and is a toxic work environment, end quote. Last week, the union representing Veterans Affairs staff put out a statement saying case managers are near a breaking point. Was the minister aware of the problems within his own department? If he wasn't, why not? And if he was, why didn't he act?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
My honourable colleague's question, and I can assure you, our government places the highest priority on ensuring that veterans and their families receive the support and services they should. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we have hired over 450 case managers since we formed the government, and we intend and will do more to make sure the veterans of this country receive the remuneration they deserve. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, December 3rd marks the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. This year, the theme is leadership and participation of persons with disabilities toward an inclusive, accessible, and sustainable post-COVID-19 world. It's a time for everyone to focus on how the pandemic impacted persons with disabilities while highlighting the progress of leadership and the participation of persons with disabilities towards an inclusive, accessible, and sustainable world. Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, and Disability Inclusion please inform the House about our government's efforts to create an inclusive and accessible nation? Thank you.
Well, Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the member from Windsor-Tecumseh on his return to the House and for his unwavering support and advocacy for persons with disabilities. No other government has done more for persons with disabilities, but we have much more work to do. In the spirit of nothing without us, we're building on the steps we've taken since 2015, including the historic Accessible Canada Act and our ongoing work to establish our first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan and, of course, the new Canada Disability Benefit. I encourage all members to participate in discussions and learn more about the important contributions of persons with disabilities in all our communities, and not just on December 3rd, Mr. Speaker, but every day.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong, Aski.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's PBO report on clean drinking water confirmed what First Nations already know. This Prime Minister doesn't care about their human rights. It is unacceptable that 3 First Nations in northern Manitoba have gone so long without clean drinking water. Matthias Colombe, 76 days. Shamattawa, 726 days. And Tatasquiac, 1,660 days. This is what failure from this Liberal government looks like. How many more reports before this Prime Minister fixes what he's promised to fix years ago?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and her passion because we share it, Mr. Speaker. This is a top priority for our government to end long-term drinking water advisories across the country. That's why we've invested billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're working so closely with communities just like the ones that she mentioned, Mr. Speaker. We will get this done together in partnership with First Nations communities.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're facing a serious issue at Ganasatagi.
Of Ganasatagi, there's a toxic waste dump. It's been leaking harmful chemicals, and it also affects the wildlife, the fish, and it's not as though our government hasn't said something about it. There was a directive delivered to the toxic waste facility that was dated November 18th, 2020, and yet the toxic waste still flows. Can the minister update us on what's being done to remove a toxic waste facility from Ganasatagi?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her question and for her continued advocacy for the environment and her constituents. The protection and restoration of fish habitats and fish in our waters is a top priority for me as a minister. Disposing of waste in this manner is dangerous to people and to the environment and our fish stocks, and it's unacceptable. It's one of the reasons our government modernized the Fisheries Act to protect and restore fish habitats, which a previous government had cut out. And we will hold any individuals who violate this act to account.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for questions and answers today. It being 3:15 p.m., pursuant to order made on earlier today, the House will now proceed to taking the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C2. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. The question is the following one. Madame Freeland, appuyée par Madame Le Boutillier, propose que le projet...
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mrs. Le Boutillier, moved that Bill C2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
All those in favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sandaguri.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Dabrusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. May Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mr. Pulaski.
Pulaski.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagny.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagny.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Finlay.
Miss Finlay.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Southglengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Southglengarry.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Bizan.
Bizan.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Calkins.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLean.
McLean. Sorry, Mr. McLean. Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Reddecup.
Mr. Reddecup.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Arillo.
Ms. Arillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson. Where's the Google?
Nous ferons maintenant l'appel des députés qui participent virtuellement.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference, one by one, in alphabetical order and by party, based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure that your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone turned on only when voting.
Members of the Liberal Party.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Arsenault, pour.
Mr. Badaway.
In favor.
We can see a camera. No.
Mr. Badaway, can I get you to repeat it and hopefully your camera kicks in?
In favor.
There we go.
Mr. Badaway, pour.
Mr. Beach.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Beach, pour.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bibeau, pour.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Brière, pour.
Mr. Carr.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Carr, pour.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Casey, pour.
Mr. Chen.
Je suis en faveur.
Mr. Chen, pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, pour.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Dhaliwal, 4 pour.
Mr. Duguid.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duguid.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Duguid, pour 4.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Duncan, can I get you to repeat? The camera didn't kick in.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Duncan, 4 pour.
Mr. Sassy.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sassy, 4 pour.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Erskine-Smith, 4 pour.
Ms. Fry.
Je vote en faveur.
Ms. Fry, pour 4.
Mr. Gahir.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Gahir, 4 pour.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Garneau, pour 4.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Guilbeault, 4 pour.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Iacono, pour 4.
Ms. Ian.
Je vote pour.
Ms. Ian, pour 4.
Ms. Jazek.
In favor.
Ms. Jezik, can I get you to repeat? And I just want to remind everyone to only put their microphones on when they're voting. There's some distractions going on, and people keep popping up here. It's nice to see them, but it's kind of causing a little bit of distraction. Ms. Jezik.
In favor.
Ms. Jezik, 4 pour.
Ms. Jones.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Jones, 4 pour.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Kellaway, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Koutrakis, pour 4.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour 4.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Latanzio, 4 pour.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, 4 pour.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon.
In favor.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon, 4 pour.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Noor Mohammed, pour 4.
Mr. Rogers.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rogers, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota.
For the motion, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota, 4 pour.
Monsieur Shifke.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Shifke, pour 4.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur le Président, en faveur.
Mr. Serré, pour 4.
Ms. Groh.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Groh, 4 pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Sheehan, 4 pour.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, 4 pour.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Spengeman, 4 pour.
Mr. Virani.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Radvarani, pour 4.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Can I get you to repeat your vote, please?
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Zaid, 4 pour.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Zuberi, can I get you to repeat your intentions?
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Zuberi, 4 pour.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Allison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Allison, against contre.
Mr. Carey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Carey, contre. Against.
Mr. Fogg-Provencher.
Opposed to the motion.
Mr. Fogg-Provencher, against. Contre.
Mr. Generou. Mr. Generou. Mr. Kurek.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kurek, against. Contre.
Mr. Strahl.
Against.
Mr. Stroll, against. Contre.
Mr. Viersen.
Against.
Mr. Viersen, against. Contre.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
I vote against.
Mrs. Wagenthal, against. Contre.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour 4.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame de Bellefeuille, pour 4.
Monsieur Perron.
En faveur.
Ah. Monsieur Perron, pour 4.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ashton, against. Contre.
Mr. Massey.
I vote no.
Mr. Massey, against. Contre.
Assuming that you did not or did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Okay.
Yeas pour 183, 183. Nays contre 129, 129.
I declare the motion adopted. En conséquence, ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Projet de loi.
I wish to inform the House, because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 19 minutes. Okay. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Powell River, North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And during the vote, one of the members did leave the House after voting and did not take their vote away. So I just thought I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to remind this House that we are still practicing the same rules, and if you're in the House to vote, that you stay until the vote is completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point, I want to remind everyone that when we're voting, you must remain in your seat until the vote count has been reported. I want to thank the honourable member for North Island, Powell River. Nous avons la question de jeudi, l'honorable député de Louis.
The member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always happy to rise to talk about the work that we have accomplished as well as what is upcoming in House of Commons work. We have shown on this side of the House that we are fully capable of all working together to fast-track parliamentary work when necessary. We showed this yesterday. And now I ask my minister colleague to inform the Parliament of Canada about the upcoming work. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by thanking my counterpart across the way for his teamwork. He is right that we have good team spirit, and I hope we will continue this way. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue debating the address in reply to the speech from the throne. Tomorrow we will begin second reading debate for Bill C3.
Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code to provide workers in federally regulated sectors with 10 days paid sick leave. It makes it an offense to intimidate or prevent patients from seeking care. We are going to be continuing this debate on Monday, Mr. Speaker. Aussi, je vais noter
Monday afternoon, the Minister for the Status of Women will present a statement by a minister in honor of the anniversary of the very tragic events at Polytechnique in Montreal.
Day shall be allotted days, Mr. Speaker. Wednesday and Friday will be days reserved for the address debate. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that the Committee of the Whole debates pursuant to Standing Order 81.5 to consider supplementary estimates B shall take place on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I'm now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on November 23, 2021 by the member for Banff Airdrie and the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi concerning the Board of Internal Economy's decision requiring vaccination against COVID-19 for members accessing the House of Commons precinct. In his intervention, the member for Banff Airdrie, citing references and precedents, alleged that the board neither has the statutory authority nor the delegation authority from the House to make the decision it made on October 19, 2021, requiring that members be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 or provide a valid medical examination coupled with negative test results to be able to access the precinct. The Government House Leader stated that the board acted within its mandate as per Section 52.3 of the Parliament of Canada Act with regards to action respecting all financial and administrative matters concerning the House, its premises, its services, and members. He noted that the board's decision takes into account the collective interest and health of all members to permit the House to discard its functions. La députée de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The member for Salaberry-sur-Roi also later rose on a similar matter, stating that the Conservative Party's refusal to disclose its members' vaccination status is, in itself, a violation of the House's privileges. She noted that the collective privileges of the House take precedence over those of individual members insofar as the health and safety of members is concerned. The Chair wants to address this particular concern by assuring everyone in this House that all medical exemptions, whether for members or for staff, are reviewed by the health and safety personnel of the House administration. Anyone with a valid exemption must provide a recent negative COVID-19 test result in order to access the buildings in the precinct.
Consider is whether the issue of the interplay between the board's decision and the privileges of the House deserves priority of consideration over all other business. The Board of Internal Economy is the statutory governing body of the House of Commons. Its authority from the Parliament of Canada Act, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and standing orders of the House. It is composed of members from all recognized parties and chaired by the Speaker. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, the board has instituted various health and safety measures for the protection of everyone working in the precinct and to ensure the continued functioning of the House. Entre autres privilèges, droits.
Among its privileges, rights, and powers, the House has the right to regulate and administer its precinct, as well as the authority to maintain the attendance and service of its members. As stated in the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, at page 122, and I quote, "The privileges of the House of Commons include such rights as are necessary for free action within its jurisdiction and the necessary authority to enforce these rights if challenged." It is well established that by extension, the House has complete and sole authority to regulate and administer its precinct without outside interference, including controlling access to the buildings, unquote.
On members' access to the buildings, it would seem consistent with these principles that such limits be established by the House itself. However, it is important to consider the unique context which the board's decision was made. During a time when Parliament was dissolved, the board was faced with a decision regarding mandatory vaccinations in order to access the precinct. It made a decision after considering recommendations from various public health authorities to limit the spread of COVID-19 during the ongoing pandemic, to protect the health and safety of all those who work in these buildings. As the House had not yet been called into session, it was not in a position to pronounce itself on the matter. La décision du bureau de restant.
The board's decision to restrict access to the precinct only to those who are fully vaccinated or who have a valid medical exemption, including members, has the effect of putting conditions on members' participation in the proceedings of the House. Since the question of privilege was raised, the House has adopted a motion that addresses this matter, meaning the House has explicitly endorsed the Board of Internal Economy's decision and the condition it imposes on members' participation in the proceedings. While the matter of mandatory vaccination for members has been settled, the Chair is satisfied that the interplay between the rights and privileges of the House and the jurisdiction of the Board remains an issue, with the Board appearing to have exceeded its authority in a way that conflicts with the privileges of the House.
The Chair is prepared to rule that there is a prima facie question of privilege. The Chair has read the motion suggested by the member from Banff Airdrie in his written notice and, given the developments in this matter, does not believe that it falls within the limited scope of the type of motion. House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 150 states, and I quote, "The terms of the motion have generally provided that the matter be referred to committee for study." The Chair has previously stated, in similar circumstances, in a decision from June 16, 2021, on page 8552 of the debates, and I quote, "Given that the parameters for such motion are clear and that the practice is well established, the proposed motion should be a motion of censure or to refer the matter to the appropriate committee for study." The support and guidance of the chair and the table officers are available to the members for Banff Airdrie as he drafts his motion. As a result, the chair reserves his final ruling and will return to the House as soon as the member is ready to move the appropriate motion. I want to thank the honourable members for their attention. Merci. Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, if now is the appropriate time. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to respond to the question of privilege raised by my honourable colleague across the aisle with respect to the order made by the House in the previous Parliament for a public release of documents from the Public Health Agency of Canada relating to the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker, I will put aside the question of the appropriateness or the ability for an order made in one Parliament to bind a future Parliament. Rather, I will stick to the substance of the matter raised in the previous Parliament in our government's desire to work collaboratively with opposition parties to find an appropriate mechanism to deal with the requests for documents that contain information subject to national security confidentiality. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, in the 43rd Parliament, all opposition parties pressed the government to publicly release documents that contained information subject to national security that would have been injurious to Canada's reputation with its international security partners. Madam Speaker, in the previous Parliament, members should know that the Public Health Agency worked diligently to try to comply with the order of the House. In undertaking this work, the agency attempted to balance the right of parliamentarians to have access to information and the duty of the government to protect such information from public disclosure. En conséquence,
accordingly, the former Minister of Health sent the matter to committee, and if after this the committee looks at this in terms of a matter of national security, the committee will be made up of members of the House and Senate. It will have a broad mandate to look into all activity in any department linked with national security and intelligence. The government will continue and is of the view that anything that in order that parliamentarians look at the documents necessary when appropriate, they will be able to. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this was not an acceptable approach for members of the opposition, for opposition parties.
By way of a substantive motion, our government believes that with the cooperation of the other members, a solution to this impasse can be found. This spirit brings to mind Speaker Milliken's ruling of April 27, 2010, respecting the right to institute inquiries and to order the production of documents. Madam Speaker, I will quote from Speaker Milliken's ruling. Quote, "Certainly from the submissions I have heard, it is evident to the Chair that all members take seriously the sensitive nature of these documents and the need to protect the confidential information they contain. The Chair must conclude that it is within the powers of the House of Commons to ask for the documents sought in the December 10th order it adopted. Now, it seems to me the issue before us is this. Is it possible to put in place a mechanism by which these documents could be made available to the House without compromising the security and confidentiality of the information they contain? In other words, is it possible for the two sides, working together in the best interests of the Canadians they serve, to develop a means where both their concerns are met? Surely that is not too much to hope for." End quotation. Building on the approach taken by the House in 2010, our government believes there is good reason for a hope of resolution. I would like to walk members through a proposal vetting mechanism that would allow certain parliamentarians to see unredacted versions of the documents while ensuring the ongoing protection of sensitive information. The proposed mechanism is based on the ad hoc committee of parliamentarians and the panel of arbiters used in 2010 for records related to the transfer of Afghan detainees from the Canadian Armed Forces to the Afghan authorities. Madam Speaker, the proposed model balances two key principles. First, accountability to Parliament by maximizing disclosure and transparency to the greatest extent that is possible. Two, the protection of sensitive and confidential information from disclosure where it would be injurious to our nation. It reflects the government's understanding of the House of Commons' role in holding the government to account and its need to complete and accurate information in order to fulfill this role. At the same time, Madam Speaker, it reflects the House of Commons' understanding of the government's responsibilities in matters of national security, national defence, and international relations. It further reflects that the information subject to solicitor-client privilege or cabinet confidences are classes of information that Parliament has long recognized are sensitive and may require protection from disclosure. I would now like to walk members through the proposal detailing the composition of the committees, the panel of arbiters, appropriate security measures to safeguard the information, and the methods for screening records. Madam Speaker, let me first begin with the proposed composition of the committee and the panel of arbiters. The government and opposition parties would sign a memorandum of understanding to create the committee and select a panel of arbiters. The committee would be comprised of one member from each of the signatory parties and one alternate member for each party. The panel of arbiters could be comprised of 3 former senior judges, all of which would be agreed upon by the signatories. Secondly, Madam Speaker, let me address the security measures to safeguard information. Members of the ad hoc committee would conduct their business within a secure government facility and be subject to appropriate security measures to safeguard sensitive and confidential information. This includes procedural, physical, and technical security measures, and the requirement that members of the committee would undergo the same security screening as members of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians in order to obtain the appropriate security clearance. The work of the ad hoc committee and of the panel of arbiters will be supported by security-cleared, nonpartisan public servants. MPs on the committee would be provided with both the redacted and non-redacted version of the documents provided by the government. Where there is a disagreement concerning what information should be released publicly, the committee would refer the disputed information to the panel of arbiters. The panel of arbiters, agreed upon by all parties, would make a binding determination regarding how that information could be made available to members of Parliament and to the public without compromising national security, national defence, or international relations. This could occur by redaction, the writing of summaries, or the full or partial release of the material. Finally, Madam Speaker, let me touch upon the methods for screening of records. The proposed model has a method for screening records containing information, the disclosure of which would be injurious to national security, national defence, or international relations, otherwise collectively known as the national security confidentialities. Comme vous pouvez le constater,
as you can see, Madam Speaker, our government has taken very seriously the need to propose a mechanism, a control mechanism, a reasonable one, to examine documents concerning confidential information on national security, as is mentioned in the decision of April 2010 of Speaker Milliken. Honourable members will note the resemblance with the approach adopted in 2010, when a majority of recognised parties at the time judged it both reasonable and a good balance among the various interests of parliamentarians to obtain information that they need and also to make sure that national security was dealt with in a way that would protect the interests of Canadians and our country.
Moment in time in 2010, I can say that that system worked with great effectiveness at achieving that balance. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the fruitful deliberations with my colleagues in the opposition benches. And as Speaker Milliken stated, I believe that collaboration among all parties is truly not too much to hope for. I thank members of the House for their attention to this important matter and for their indulgence in responding to this question of privilege. In closing, Madam Speaker, we believe this proposal constitutes a good faith effort by the government to resolve this matter responsibly. It recognizes the role of the House of Commons to do its work, and it also respects the government's obligation to protect Canadians from the harm that could occur with the release of sensitive national security information. In the end, Madam Speaker, it is a responsibility that we each bear as members of Parliament. We must do our jobs in this place. We must fulfill our duties in a responsible manner to uphold the principles of national security designated onto us to protect this great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Government House Leader, and the matter will be taken under consideration. We will return as briefly as possible. Orders of the day.
Reprise du débat sur l'adresse en réponse au discours du trône.
Resuming debate on the reply to the address on the throne.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Oh, questions and comments. I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, within the throne speech, there is so much in terms of that's there for us to provide comment on. I personally have reflected a great deal on childcare, and I'm wondering what my colleague would say is one of those things that really makes me look forward to the coming days and weeks when we think of the throne speech, and maybe even if there's something specific to his constituents.
Is it online? The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Well, listen, thank you very much, Madame le Présidente. Welcome to the chair. It's my first opportunity to speak and see you sitting there, so it's lovely to see you sitting there. Je veux remercier mon collègue. I thank very much my colleague here for this very, very important question. As a minister and a member of the provincial Nova Scotia legislature, I was so proud when the Prime Minister and the current Minister of Immigration and some of the members of the legislature of Nova Scotia attended actually my riding at the time to make the very important announcement on childcare. It was at Mount St. Vincent University. It was a precedent setting for the province, and indeed it will be for the country. Not only is it going to benefit my daughters who have children, and it is very difficult, as we all know, childcare, cost of living is very difficult, but I'm so very much looking forward to all the provinces in this country signing on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech and welcome her to this House. And in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we have a lot of seniors, and many of them are on OAS and GIS, and they had to take jobs on top of that to make ends meet. And so when the pandemic hit, they received the CERB. And, you know, now we're seeing that their GIS is being taken away or reduced. And I've been trying to get this issue addressed for about 1.5 years. And between that and the increase to OAS that's only for 75 and above, I think there's a lot of seniors that are going to be suffering. And so I didn't hear much in the throne speech that would address that. And I wonder if the member could comment.
Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much for my colleague for welcoming me to the House. I'm very pleased to be here and to be able to work collaboratively with you and all your colleagues. That is a very good question, and it is one I heard a lot at the doors when I campaigned in my riding. It's a fair question. I've spoken to our colleagues about it here in this side of the House, and it is a matter that the Minister is very much aware of. It is a matter that very much I look forward to her department working on, and I have been assured that they are working on it. I do know that seniors in the summer did receive the rebate, and that was very welcome by most of them, and I look forward to as I said, the Minister and the department working on that as well. Thank you very much.
Very good. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask the member opposite a question, and I do appreciate her words and congratulate her on her electoral victory. The member mentioned childcare quite often in her words, her speech, and her questions and comments. Given that the federal government was running a significant deficit prior to the pandemic, they are running a massive deficit now. How is childcare being paid for? Is it going to be deficit financed and put on the backs of those children entering childcare whenever this money starts flowing, whenever these childcare spaces start being created?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente. Very, very pleased to answer that question because, you know what? Our country and our families and our daughters depend on these investments. And that is one way to get more families, more women, but families, men, women, back to the workforce. We all know we have labor shortages. We need to get them back to work. And we all know childcare is very expensive. And it is an investment in our children, in my case, in my grandchildren. And I look very much forward to that. And it's an investment. That's one thing my father taught me as a small child. These are investments as opposed to expenses. And this is how I view it. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie on the point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just in response to the ruling from the chair just a few moments ago, I do thank the Speaker for that ruling. I believe he certainly has established that the principle that the Board of Internal Economy does not have the independent authority to deny members access to the precinct. Therefore, satisfied with the ruling, and I think the fact that precedent has been set is satisfactory, and do thank the Speaker for the ruling.
We find it a bit irregular that is the answer to the ruling. We will take due note and we'll come back if necessary. Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate having the chance to speak for the first time in a 10-minute intervention in this House of Commons in the 44th Parliament. I'm speaking to you from Parkdale High Park, my riding, which is situated on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit. And Toronto is well known as the home of many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples today. As I speak for the first time in this chamber on a speech on legislation in the 44th Parliament, I want to thank some important people that have brought me to this situation. First and foremost is my family, my two sons, Zakir and Nitin, and my wife, Suchita, who, when she's not supporting me in these political endeavors, is actually keeping our country safe from COVID-19 as a member of the incredible team at the Public Health Agency of Canada that works on border health and quarantine controls. So thank you very much, Suchi, for everything you're doing to keep our country safe. I want to thank the volunteers who are countless who helped me get to where I am today. I want to thank all of the family members and friends who came out to knock on doors, to put up signs, and to do all of the work behind the scenes that make campaigns possible. It is a humbling thing to be asked by members of your community to be their voice in Parliament and to have this honor bestowed upon me for the third straight occasion. And it is a privilege and responsibility which I do not take lightly. My priorities in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, remain those that my constituents speak to me about and those that I'm passionate about. So those are climate action and housing affordability, subjects of key concern for the residents of Parkdale High Park, and things that I've made my life work, which are promoting human rights abroad and domestically, and secondly, fighting discrimination and racism wherever those entities rear their ugly head. In terms of the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker, What I would say is that in electing this government for the third straight occasion, I believe Canadians made clear their priorities for the 44th Parliament, and that is most fundamentally to finish the fight against COVID-19 and to build back our economy in a way that is more inclusive than before we had ever heard the term coronavirus or the term COVID-19. So let me turn to healthcare first in terms of my intervention today, as we are now in the midst of yet another variant, Omicron. In terms of healthcare and COVID-19, I want to first of all start by echoing some of what we heard in the speech from the throne, which is my condolences to not only the senator who passed because of COVID, Senator Forrest Neeson, but also to the families of 29,714 individuals who, as of early December of this year, have lost their lives due to COVID-19. We have, by international accounts, one of the most successful vaccination campaigns in the world as of right now. 86% of all Canadians who are 12 and over are fully vaccinated. In my city of Toronto, it is 85%, and that surpasses many other major cities such as London, England, New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles. We will continue as a government to build off of the fact that we have provided 60 million vaccination doses thus far, in terms of delivering boosters to those who need them and delivering first doses to young people. In terms of young people, you heard me mention Zakir and Nitin. My boys are age 10 and age 7 respectively, and they got their first dose this Sunday at a walk-in clinic in Toronto, making me and their mom, Suchi, very proud of those two little guys who, instead of experiencing or exhibiting vaccine hesitancy, exhibited vaccine restlessness and fought with each other over who would get to go first. My parents, both nearly 80, are being vaccinated for the third time this week. And now that I am of the tender age of 50, Madam Speaker, apparently in Ontario, I will be eligible for my third dose because that's what's happening with boosters for those who are over 50. So I'm now part of that little group. But I think what's important is that we have a track record as a government of providing vaccines for free to all Canadians who want vaccines. And I'm proud of that record and our record of making vaccines mandatory for federal civil servants, federally regulated industries, and for interprovincial travel. I'm also very proud of that one of the first acts we've taken as Liberal government was to table legislation, which is Bill C3, which would create a new offence for those who intimidate healthcare workers or seek to prevent someone from accessing healthcare treatments. And I'm not just speaking about my wife here, I'm speaking about thousands and thousands of others who are healthcare workers who have done so much to keep us safe from COVID-19 in these past 22 months. Those individuals deserve our praise and our gratitude, not our scorn or our abuse. I know, however, that ending this pandemic requires investing in our healthcare systems, dismantling barriers for vulnerable populations. And here I'm thinking about Joyce Echequan and the Indigenous experience in healthcare in this country. But it's also about clearing the backlog of COVID-19 cases. It's about reducing delays, strengthening the protections in our long-term care homes, and protecting seniors in care, improving access to mental health and addiction services. I'm proud that we now have a minister devoted to just that, and preventing privatization from entering our healthcare systems. Madam Speaker, you heard me speak about climate as one of my priorities and one of the priorities of my constituents. Climate change was top of mind for voters in this fall's election, not just in my riding, but around the country. Obviously, our thoughts, prayers, and hopes go out to all of our neighbors in British Columbia who are dealing with, in the span of several months, dealing with wildfires and now dealing with tragic mudslides. But tackling climate change is not a BC issue. It is a Canadian issue. It is a global issue. We were elected with a mandate to move on this, and that is exactly what we are doing. And you heard this outlined in that speech from the throne. We're increasing the price on pollution and the climate rebate, which allows Canadians to make changes in their own personal lives. We're banning single-use plastics. We're making it impossible to buy a new car or light-duty truck that is not electric by 2035. And we're making that more possible by providing generous federal rebates for the purchase of such vehicles and by providing more vehicle charging infrastructure. We're putting a cap on oil and gas sector GHG emissions and moving the entire country to net zero emissions by 2050 on legislated 5-year increments. We're ending fossil fuel subsidies by 2023. On the electricity grid, we are phasing out coal as a source of energy across the country by 2030. This is something that we as Liberals were successful in doing in Ontario over a decade ago by phasing out coal. How does this impact my constituents? In ridings like mine in Parkdale High Park, we've increased bike shares and bike lanes, 9 new bike shares to promote active transport. We've provided funding for green infrastructure to the High Park Zoo and to the High Park Nature Centre to the tune of almost $4 million for sustainable energy projects. On housing, Madam Speaker, we are strengthening our economy by ensuring that housing is affordable. I heard this again repeatedly on the campaign trail from all sectors: supportive housing, rental housing, and those who want to buy. We are delivering for communities like mine through things like the NHS, the National Housing Service, the National Housing Plan, through things like the subsidies for co-op renters in federal co-ops, and things like $1.2 billion put into Metro Housing, Toronto TCHC, to maintain, repair, and renovate units. We've also implemented a rapid housing initiative and expanded it, which has delivered $14 million to constituents in my riding to ensure that new housing is being built. This is critical about that inclusive recovery. I also talked, Madam Speaker, about human rights and fighting discrimination. I came to this place as a constitutional and human rights lawyer in 2015, and the orientation that I have and commitment to protecting fundamental freedoms has not wavered. In these past 6 years, I've been very privileged to work on many aspects: settling Syrian refugees, reenacting a national anti-racism strategy, fighting Islamophobia, securing legal aid for refugee claimants, and tabling legislation to combat online hate in the last parliament. That this is important human rights work, and it must continue. I pledge to my constituents to continue to be a strong voice for human rights for those in Eastern Europe who are facing aggression by Vladimir Putin and Russia, including Ukrainians and Poles. I also redoubled my commitment to my Tibetan constituents, who seek nothing more than the basic ability to speak their language and practice Tibetan Buddhism from the government of the People's Republic of China. The middle way approach, advocated by the Dalai Lama, can help secure this, and I will continue to advocate for that approach. Domestically, advocacy for human rights must include renewed commitment to reconciliation. I learned so much about where we are and how far we have to go when I was privileged to work on the Indigenous Languages Act in the 42nd Parliament. My constituents, like me, were horrified by the discoveries of the unmarked graves at residential school sites. I've committed to my constituents publicly, and I'll commit to them here today, that my work on fighting discrimination will focus in on fighting anti-Indigenous discrimination. There's so much more work to be done in terms of boil water advisories, ending discrimination in the child welfare system. And finally, Madam Speaker, I commit to the work that is needed to be done with the LGBTQ2 community. We had a historic day in Parliament yesterday with Bill C4 receiving unanimous consent, but the work is not done until that bill passes through the Senate and becomes law through royal assent. Only then will the equality rights of LGBTQ2 Canadians and all Canadians be fully protected. This is the work I'm committed to in terms of climate action, housing action, fighting against inequality, fighting against discrimination, and for human rights domestically and abroad. The speech from the throne outlines what we will be doing as a government, and I'm very proud to be partaking in that work. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I know he's very intelligent as a lawyer, and he's been fighting for people's human rights. And one of the charter rights of all Canadians is to freely enter and leave the country. And with the Liberal policies that are preventing the almost 3 million Canadians that are not yet vaccinated, they can't take a plane, a train, they can't cross at the land border. They're essentially trapped in the country. And so would he agree that that's a violation of their charter rights, and what reasonable accommodations would the government be willing to put forward to address it?
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
So I thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for that question and congratulate her on her re-election to this chamber. And she raises an important point. Certainly, fundamental freedoms have been at issue in terms of COVID and the response to the COVID pandemic. But when you're talking about charter rights and mobility rights, it needs to be crystal clear that people have the right of entry and exit from the country and the right to re-enter. So even the most recent restrictions we put on people that have been traveling to places or countries that have an Omicron epidemic in their localities does not restrict the return of Canadians into this country. So that's the first point. The second point is understanding that all charter rights are subject to what's called the saving clause under Section 1, where reasonable limitations can be put on charter rights if they are if they're reasonably prescribed, and deemed a reasonable limit that is commensurate with a free and democratic society. The pandemic we're living through is an emergency of the type we've not seen in 100 years, and it has required extensive measures and sometimes extensive limitations in order to keep people safe. And that's something that I'm sure the member for Sarnia-Lambton and I would agree on is the fundamental.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Parkdale High Park for his speech. I see that he is someone who really cares about health and health funding and mental health funding. I have a confession to make today. The only time that I read the Canadian Constitution was in the French version. And in the French version, health is an area of purely provincial jurisdiction. So I'd like my honourable colleague to instruct me about what is in the English version.
Parkdale High Park.
Donc, j'apprécie la question du
I appreciate the member for Mirabel's question, and I'd like to welcome him to our House. Currently, health is split between the two levels of government in Canada. I could give several examples, but there is the Canada Health Act, which divides the powers between the federal government and provincial governments.
The federal government to enact regulations that deal with health and has been upheld in litigation cases as properly falling under the federal healthcare jurisdiction, and let alone we would always recognize the fact that the federal government at the Canadian level has jurisdiction over healthcare matters with respect to First Nations populations. So that is unfortunately incorrect as a categorization. The federal government does have shared jurisdiction over health. Thank you, merci.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too want to thank the honourable member from Parkdale High Park for his speech. I noted with great interest, of course, that he had mentioned the fight against all the different kinds of hate that we confront in our communities, and especially Islamophobia. Being from London, Ontario, of course, this is of great concern to me, and I was very, very pleased that this House unanimously adopted my motion to push for that summit confronting and fighting against Islamophobia. And that summit, in fact, was held over the summer. However, I am very, very interested to hear from this member what his government plans to do going forward from the recommendations that came from all of the incredible organizations across this country that contributed to that summit, and how quickly the government will move on those summit recommendations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank the member from London Fanshawe, and I know the pain that she is speaking of in terms of the death of the Afzal family, so tragically killed in a terrorist attack when a van runs onto the road and strikes down a family. That is horror, and that is terrorism, and that needs to be combated, and I thank her for moving that Islamophobia summit. And in terms of that work, what I can say to her is that our platform included two very specific commitments, which deals with how people are radicalized to that level of hatred where they can take people's lives, and that was a commitment within 100 days to retable legislation that deals with combating online hate, and secondly, a commitment with 100 days to deal with regulating internet giants that unfortunately not just tolerate hate, but sometimes propagate hate. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Resuming debate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Shefford. I'd like to take a few moments to thank the volunteers from Saint-François-d'Oka and Saint-Placide for their organization. They do great work, and I congratulate them. I'd also like to say hello to Jasmine Vikarski-Lalande in my riding. Hello. Madam Speaker, as you know, I am a new parliamentarian. I'm new to this House. As was said this morning, I have big ambitions for my time here, especially in the context of the speech from the throne. The speech from the throne was, for me, a crucial moment. I thought the government would tell us, now maybe not in every single minor detail, but I thought that the government would give us an outline of their agenda for the next few years. Hopefully for 4 years, because on this side of the House, we understand that we can't just go to elections every time it strikes our fancy. But after the speech from the throne, I was scratching my head trying to look for footnotes because there were no details. There wasn't much information. This confused me because, you know, I ran a campaign. I worked very hard. I met with the people of Mirabel. They told me that we shouldn't have been in elections, that they shouldn't have had to go to the polls in the middle of the summer, in the middle of a pandemic. People in my riding also bring up the environment a lot. For example, the people of Saint-Marthe-sur-le-Lac, they experienced awful flooding. They brought up climate change a lot, so I expected, Madam Speaker, that there'd be a lot about climate change in the speech from the throne. The Bloc Québécois has been sounding the alarm about this for years, and the government has not been acting for years, be it this government or the previous government. We tell them that they're not following, not on track to meet their goals. We have been saying this time and time again. And then the Environment Commissioner published his report. What does the report say? The Environment Commissioner says, Madam Speaker, that the government has not followed its objectives. And not only are we not meeting our objectives, but that we are miscalculating. We are using 2005 as a benchmark rather than 2016 to hide 15 years of data and oil and gas productions. We should be using a different benchmark year. But I am open-minded. I try to give the government credit, but the Sustainable Development and Environment Commissioner's report does in fact cover all the years of the government, the current governments being in power, and their track record. Yet the Liberals continue to say, we take action, we are acting. The Harper government, however, took so little action and did so poorly with the environment that we're still dealing with the consequences. So I decided to do some research to see what the current government has done for climate change. And they did do something. I researched it and I found it. Here's what they did. They purchased a pipeline with $4.5 billion of taxpayer money, Madam Speaker. I didn't really understand. So I found the government's explanation, which is that the pipeline will be so profitable that they will be able to use profits from the pipeline to then fight climate change. Madam Speaker, I read the Parliamentary Budget Officer's documents. I'm pretty good at doing research, Madam Speaker. And here's what I found. The profit margin for the public, for tax money, is pretty minor, and inflation is high. It seems that the environment isn't so important for this government. Now, I wanted to tell you a joke. I wanted to find the profit and tell you how many trees could be planted with the profits. But, you know, the pipeline would actually be costing us money if not for some money from Alberta. So we can't actually plant a lot of trees with this. I continued my research. I like to be logical. I like to follow the Cartesian method. Many people here do want to help the planet, Madam Speaker. So I continued my research. Then the government decided that they had to expand the pipeline with another $12 billion of taxpayer money so that we can ship more oil, increase production, and then have even more money to fight climate change. You know, Madam Speaker, that's the type of decision-making that makes Quebecers and Canadians cynical. Quebecers and Canadians might not fully understand the message that the government is sending, but the markets do understand the messages that the government is sending. Here's the message. If you're a foreign company, if you decide to set up shop in Canada, in the West, if you decide to invest in a pipeline, which First of all, it's not profitable. Also, civil society doesn't necessarily support it. But if you fail and it doesn't go well for you, the Liberal Party will be there for you, for your business. Too big to fail. That's a good expression to describe it. Our country is just getting further and further into this industry. I should calm down a little bit. The Bloc Québécois is a constructive party. We have ideas. We need to deal with the capital, with the money given to this industry and to these provinces. And when one does some research, Madam Speaker, one finds that over the past 5 years, our own banks have invested $700 billion of Canadian money, the money of Canadians who are hardworking and trying to save. Well, our idea, our suggestion is green finance. We think Canadian banks should be mandated to publicly publish their investments in oil and gas. We want to publish use of dangerous substances. We need to know if we are giving our money to Canadian banking institutions. We need to know if this is green money or brown money. I know that the Conservative Party won't appreciate what I'm saying, but this is sound economics. In CEGEP, if you take an economics class, the first thing you learn is that a free market economy works well when there's transparency, when people understand how their money is being put to use. Madam Speaker, are the provinces of the West victims? Yes, Jean Chrétien said so himself. This does send a message. In fact, oil and gas in Alberta is a state industry. It's a state-subsidized industry. We want green equalization. Some equalization money should come from the current subsidies to oil and gas and should be given to provinces who are actually trying very hard to reduce their emissions. We hope that on both sides of this House, there will be reflection, serious reflection, because right there where I'm pointing, where there is not a lot of reflection about the environment, there should be some. We need to recognize and admit that there's a problem if we want to solve it. We are an oil and gas state. Quebecers are victims of the oil and gas state. We need to reduce production in that sector. We need to move towards the future. That is the reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to welcome my member from across for his election and congratulate him. This is my first time to rise in the 44th Parliament. I also would like to take this time to thank everyone in Kitchener-Conestoga who put their trust in me and elected me to be their representative. Thank you. To the volunteers, to everyone who supported me, and most of all to my family, my wife Brenda, my son Satchel, and my daughter Brooklyn. I value your trust, and I will work tirelessly to support you. Madam Speaker, the world I came from is the world of the arts, and one of the things I respect so much about my colleagues from the Bloc are their absolute support for arts across Canada, Quebec, across Canada, everywhere. Can the honourable member, I wanted to give him a chance to brag about some of the artists and some of the groups from Mirabel that make him so proud to represent him in the House. Thank you, Madame.
Honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Gilles Vignon. The member is singing in French.
J'ai tout compris. Je pense qu'on n'est plus du même pays.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as a product of Quebec myself, that was beautiful. I know as we've stood in this House over the last several days, one of the things that this member in particular has been talking about is guns and gangs and the issue that is enveloping major cities across this country, including the city of Montreal. The throne speech didn't speak that much about the issue of guns and gangs, and I'm wondering if the member recognizes that, and what are some of the solutions that he talked about in solving that problem.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. For many days, we have been very clear about what our suggestion is. We want the minister to immediately set up a mixed group to address the matter. We have asked this so many times, and the fact that we have to ask so many times, Madam Speaker, demonstrates that the Liberal government is not doing its job, that there's so much more to do. Madam Speaker, this is Ottawa's jurisdiction, and they need to take their responsibilities and do their job. Questions and comments?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So many of us members have this issue with masks and glasses. Once again, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Mirabel. I have a question to ask. I hope this question does not come as a surprise, because the question is about something that wasn't mentioned in the speech from the throne. The member represents Mirabel, the region of Ganisataki. I asked a question about Ganisataki during question period. They have toxic waste there in that riding on Mohawk territory. The community of Ganisataki, well, I wonder whether the member has anything to say about this situation. The member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the leader of the Green Party for asking this question. This is a major issue for us. In my riding, we have polluted areas, contaminated, and we don't know the extent of it right now. The government of Quebec and the federal government need to work together to solve this matter, Madam Speaker. They must stop playing ping pong with the file and punting it over to each other. This is very important in Kanesatake. The people of Kanesatake are the first to suffer from this. And there are also issues in Saint-Joseph-du-Lac and Mirabel. So this matter impacts a large territory in my riding. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my very learned colleague, the member for Mirabel, for his speech. I love when he talks about green finance. I wish he could go on because there's so much he could tell us. Now, what about money that banks invest in oil and drilling? Is this money invested without any profits? And what else could we do with this money? The Honourable Member for Mirabel, 15 seconds. Madam Speaker, the funding that we are interested in, the investment we're interested in, is investment that will lead to returns. We should invest in sustainability. And in fact, pollution is long-term. We want banks to be more transparent. Consumers deserve transparency. We should also use sound economic policy to encourage financial investments to invest in the technologies of tomorrow and also reduce their risk level. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford.
Ben, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's intimidating to take the floor right after my brilliant economist colleague, the member who just spoke. But I'm going to take a stab at it. I am very happy to take the floor today for my first speech during the 44th Parliament. I'd like to thank all of my volunteers, my office team, my family, my partner. I have so many people to thank, but I do also want to have some time for my remarks. Most of all, I'd like to thank the voters of Shefford, though, for placing their trust in me and for sending me here for a second parliament. But after all the election that we had, basically my comment is, all that for what? And now there's a new speech from the throne, and what it basically does is step all over Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. For example, housing, police services reform, mental health, natural resources management, violence prevention, services for women. And there is so much missing: health transfers, the energy transition, green finance, the need to reform EI, agriculture, and especially seniors. As opposition spokesperson for the status of women, gender equality, and seniors, I will thus focus on the following aspects: seniors, women's health, and economic recovery. There's nothing for seniors in the speech from the throne. However, seniors are still experiencing the impacts of the pandemic. Their financial situation was precarious before the pandemic and has now been exacerbated. There was nothing in the speech from the throne for seniors aged 65 to 74. They're always the first to be forgotten by the government. They could have benefited from the speech from the throne. The speech from the throne could have helped them. I feel like the government is trying to create two categories of seniors: 75 and up and 74 and under. I think, and the Bloc Québécois feels, that they should all have their OAS increased by $110 a month as of 65. And you know what's even worse is that the government said nothing about seniors. The government could also have helped seniors whose OAS was cut because they got the CERB. Groups, ACEF groups, since the spring of 2020 have been asking the minister, the income minister, to act on this, and they have not gotten any answer. In August 2021, I sent a letter to the former Minister for Seniors. My colleague, the member for Joliette, sent a similar letter to the Minister of Finance. The campaign happened, nothing changed, nothing was done, and now we have sent the same letter to the respective ministers, the new Minister for Seniors and the Minister for Finance. We feel that it should be considered income rather than another benefit. Seniors who had to quit their jobs because of the pandemic deserved CERB payments. They didn't deserve to have $400 taken from them from their checks. And now there are so many impacts for them with their medication, with the food they buy, housing, loss of housing even their health has deteriorated in some cases. If the government really wants everyone to recover from this pandemic and to put the pandemic behind us, the government should help the most vulnerable seniors to get out of poverty by investing majorly in health. The government should not be stepping all over Quebec's areas of jurisdiction and the province's areas of jurisdiction. They shouldn't be, for example, setting up standards for mental health and seniors' homes. The government should rather do what it should be doing and what it can do, which is help provinces and Quebec by increasing health transfers from 22% to 35%, which would be from 42 to 60 billion, which would be an increase of 28 billion per year. Since the 90s, Conservatives and Liberals have underinvested or even cut health transfers. Increasing health transfers, it has support in Quebec and in Canada, but the Liberals are the ones opposing this. They chronically underfund the healthcare system. There was a vote in the House of Commons. The Liberals voted by themselves, despite the support of major organizations like the CSN, CSQ, CSD, and FTQ, many Quebec organizations. Now, my third point, let's talk about a file that is near and dear to my heart as spokesperson for the status of women. We need to talk about violence against women. The National Action Plan on Gender Violence is already in place, and a 10-year plan, well, that takes too long. We need to stop studying it, and we need to take action, transfer the necessary money to Quebec. The Bloc has always defended the fact that money for the fight against gender violence should be taken from the Canada Health Transfer. Now, Quebec does things differently. Quebec has its own system for health care and social services. Federal programs seem to do the same work as our programs and even make it more complicated.
Ne peut pas être ignoré, il doit être pris en compte pour que soit pensée une intervention fédérale qui soit à la fois efficace et respectueuse de la différence québécoise.
Taking Quebec's specificity into account, is consubstantial to a federal intervention that is positive for Quebec and favorable to Quebec women and girls. In closing, I could have touched on many other issues that I would like to say put forward during the next Parliament, but with much more bite than what we read in this far too thin document that is the speech from the throne, whether it's on climate change, where the government says this and that, but it has to really walk the talk. Well, for climate change, time is running out. For example, there must be a cap on oil and gas production, not on carbon intensity of fossil fuels. There is no clean oil or coal. The Liberal greenwashing must stop. It has to table a plan detailing concrete measures to reduce GHG emissions. The Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project must be recognized as unnecessary and cancelled. The money saved would finance the energy transition and aim for a green recovery as already proposed by the Bloc Québécois in September 2020. We proposed launching a true green financing by pushing the banks to invest massively in ecological recovery, clean energy, and green technologies. We will also need to ensure that the economy grows with targeted support and careful management of spending. We will also have to fight inflation and very important issues of the labour shortage, for which the Bloc made 7 proposals during the last campaign. We will also have to work on family reunification and a refugee resettlement program, and in general, the issue of immigration remains problematic and keeps my assistants in my office very busy, as do the issues of social housing and homelessness. In conclusion, we need a clear plan, and we didn't see that in the throne speech. And to come full circle, let's return to seniors. One of the ways to protect this part of the population is to ensure decent purchasing power, especially. That is why we must be truly indignant. And one last thing, because as the great Quebec humorist Yvon Deschamps once said, it's better to be rich and healthy than poor and sick. Let us be truly outraged about the indifference towards those who built Quebec and Canada, and let us act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Where I could agree with the member is that there's a couple of issues in which she had mentioned, both healthcare and environment as being both very important issues to Canadians. Where I tend to disagree with the member is the issue of a plan. You know, just because an opposition member says there is no plan doesn't mean there's a plan. Actually, it's quite the opposite. There's a detailed plan. All one needs to do is read it or listen to members of the that are standing up and speaking from the Liberal caucus. There's a plan. It's tangible. Even during the election, independents had made it very clear that the Liberal Party had the best plan when it came to the environment. Now, my question to the member is that would she not agree that Canadians in all regions, including the province of Quebec, recognize that the national government needs to play a stronger role on long-term care facilities, mental health, both of which I think are very important issues for my constituents, and I would argue for her constituents too. Would she not agree that the federal government does have a role to play in that, given that both of our constituents want to see that?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, with respect to the studies that show which is the best way to deal with climate change, well, it seems that the objectives of this government are not there. All they do is talk. Now, the minister, the Liberals, are not able to do what's necessary. They're continuing to invest massively in coal and oil. So clearly, from an environmental point of view, the Liberals are going to have to start walking the talk. Also, they've been interfering in Quebec's jurisdictions. They don't need to play this paternalistic role and try to teach us lessons. If we were totally in charge of health, we'd do the best for Quebecers.
Madam Speaker, it's wonderful to see you back in the chair, and it's wonderful to be able to ask this question to my colleague, who I've worked very closely with when it comes to women's issues. Throughout this pandemic, we have seen an increase in the number of deaths and the amount of the domestic violence cases that have gone up rampantly. We have seen huge changes in that, and I'm just wondering if the member can share with me some of the solutions that she thinks that we could do, as we know that there has not been anything, and we continue to see that there has been a rise on this. What are some of the things that this government can do to ensure the safety for women?
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, what we have seen during the pandemic is women who had to remain with the partner who had assaulted them, the person who was violent with them. We've now had 18 femicides in Quebec. There are already propositions, and I think that have garnished multi-partisan interest. I think that the money should be transferred to Quebec to deal with these things. Also for housing for these people. Right now, there are transfers that have been blocked. There are shelters for women who are victims of violence. This is why I said in my speech that it's important to transfer this money so that we can have better shelters, more shelters for women in order to fight violence against women. But there are people who are opposed. But this is something that has to be studied. And I'm looking forward to discussing this with other things on the committee with my honourable colleague.
For sexual violence.
Madame la Présidente, et merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Shefford. She talked about the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and I am entirely in agreement with her. It should be cancelled if we want to reach our targets. But I think there's a misunderstanding that many members have.
To be really clear, there's two pipelines. There's the old one that's leaky that we bought from the 1960s that's currently, until the floods, was bringing crude oil from Alberta to a refinery in Burnaby. That one, I don't think anyone had any trouble with it. It had been running for a long time. It's just old, and we spent way too much money for it. The one that everyone wants stopped is the expansion that would carry a different product for purposes of export in tankers that's diluted bitumen, which is a product that is inherently of low value, doesn't have markets, and is impossible to clean up should it spill, and massively increase.
I really apologize, but I have to give an opportunity for a very short answer. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford, 10 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I don't know a lot about the amount of oil in a pipeline, but it's just any pipeline with any oil. We have to stop investing in all pipelines and really make the transition to a green economy. According to the standing order, I would like to tell the House about the issues that will be dealt with tonight.
Health, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam, Housing, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River, Seniors. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough, Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm delighted to speak to you this afternoon from the unceded lands of the Algonquin people, and I want to acknowledge that I represent Scarborough Rouge Park, the lands of many Indigenous nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit. I want to first thank the people of Scarborough Rouge Park for their incredible support. I was able to secure over 63% of votes in the last election, and this is my third time representing the great people of Scarborough Rouge Park. Of course, I could not have done this without the incredible volunteers I had, over 600 volunteers who worked day and night. We knocked on over 115,000 doors. They inspired me greatly, the young men and women who came out day and night, and therefore I had to set a very high bar for the type of campaign that I ran. And I want to say it was a very positive campaign. It's a campaign in which it was not about taking down the opposition. It's about presenting a very positive vision of Canada, and I was very proud to be able to do that throughout the campaign. And I want to take this time to acknowledge those who are part of my core team, including Shauna, David, Waleed, Gavin, Piyush, Ella, and Ojani and Asma, who worked diligently to get the results that we got. My E-Day chair, Gautaman, and campaign managers, Joshua and Doreen. They were incredible in their efforts. I also want to thank the donors, those who cooked, those who put up signs, those who scrutineered, those who did everything possible to make this election a success, including the very responsible staff at Elections Canada. Endeavors such as politics involves the entire family, and I would be remiss if I don't acknowledge the steadfast support of my loving wife, Harini, and my children, Sahana and Bhairavi, who, as every election comes and goes, seem to be getting older and wiser, I might add, but who continue to guide me in all the things I do, including my mother, who has always been my rock and my strength. I want to congratulate all of my colleagues here who've been elected and re-elected, and many for the first time, and their families for their sacrifices. And I'm here now to speak on reply to the speech from the throne, and I will be splitting my time with my dear friend from Oakville, North Burlington. The primary focus of our government over the past 2 years has been to end the fight on COVID. And this is a very important fight that has taken many lives, many Canadian lives, but we know that we're in the forefront of leading this fight, including the procurement of vaccines, making sure that those in Canada are vaccinated. Right now, we're at 82.3% of those who are eligible have had their first dose, and 79.6% having their second dose. These are people over the age of 5, so which is an incredible feat for any country. And we are also in the cusp of administering the third dose to Canadians. But this fight's always been undertaken by frontline and essential workers, many from very marginalized communities, and I want to thank them and acknowledge their incredible efforts for the past 2 years. The Scarborough, thank you. In my community, the Scarborough Health Network, the Taibu Community Health Centre, the City of Toronto, led by Dr. Eileen Davila, and others have been instrumental in this fight, and I would be remiss if I don't thank them and acknowledge them and their families for their service. Of course, some of the things that have been highlighted over the last 2 years include mental health. That is something that we know. We've lost many people due to mental health over the past few years, but particularly during COVID. I've had a very dear friend who took his life, and I know many others are struggling. And this speech from the throne does directly respond to the issues of mental health and addiction. Long-term care homes have been a significant challenge. In my riding itself, we had, in one particular institution, we had over 53 people that died, including one personal support worker. And this speech from the throne responds to that. Just last week, I had the privilege of visiting the Tony Stacey Centre. It was initially built as a veterans home for seniors. I was able to meet with their chair and some of their staff. There are long-term care homes across the country who are in similar state of disrepair. But because of the hard work of their management, their staff, and universal care, they have been able to pull through with minimal loss of life. And that's really a sad reflection of the state of our long-term care homes. This is an area where the federal government has a very important role to play, and one that is outlined in this budget. in this speech from the throne, rather. As we move in, I want to talk about the resilience of our economy. There are a number of things that we need to do, but first and foremost, it's heartening to see that our jobs that we had lost during the pandemic, we've been able to recover at 100%. Our GDP is close to pre-pandemic levels, and by all accounts, our economy is starting to throttle in full force. But there are very important lessons from the pandemic that we need to learn, including the need for childcare. And in our case, we proposed $10 a day childcare. I believe 8 provinces have now signed on, with the exception of Ontario and New Brunswick. And these are very important initiatives. This is something so fundamental to families. I know when when our kids were younger, it was such a difficult choice in terms of work, in terms of balancing work life and other things in life, including, and most importantly at that time, childcare. So this is something that will transform families, will transform women and the ability of women to be in the workforce in full form. So I'm very excited about this, and I hope that the province of Ontario will soon sign on to $10 a day childcare. And of course, we've heard about housing affordability and the costs of living, but with the measures that were taking place, that we're introducing here, including childcare and incentives for first-time home buyers, as well as rent-to-own programs, we know that both of these will support families in Scarborough, Rouge Park, and everyone around Canada. The need for bold climate action is so prevalent as we see floods in both of our coasts, on the east and west coast, as well as very erratic temperatures across the world. We know that some countries may not even exist in a decade or two. And as a result, the need to accelerate the fight on climate change is so important. And locally, I want to just highlight a couple of things that's happening in my riding of Scarborough Rouge Park. The federal government, just earlier this year, we committed to investing $2.26 billion towards the Scarborough subway extension. It's the single largest investment of any government, any federal government in Scarborough. It's a very important fight. It's a very important tool for the fight against climate change, as well as the need for the extension of the Scarborough LRT East to Malvern. The City of Toronto has put in $1.3 billion, and I'm hopeful that the federal government, through the permanent public transit funding, will be able to put its share into this. The second part of our action on climate change is the Rouge National Urban Park, which is the model for the rest of Canada, and I know that we will build on this as we build parks, national parks in other urban centres, including Windsor, Saskatoon, and places like Halifax. Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and really reflect on the recent findings in Kamloops and in other graves around children's graves around the country. It is something that is heartbreaking, something that requires a collective effort on all of our parts, something that requires us to double down on the 94 calls to action, but also to commit to ensuring that we have truth, accountability, and justice, and it's something that we absolutely need to move forward on to ensure that those survivors, those who need closure, will be able to get it through an interlocutor and in any other supports that can be provided by the federal government. In closing, Madam Speaker, there's a lot more in the speech from the throne, but I do want to commit to continuing to collaborate with my colleagues across the aisle, and I want to make sure that, like yesterday, like the historical vote that we had yesterday, I hope that we're able to work together to better the lives of Canadians, to make sure that justice exists for those survivors of residential schools, and also to make sure that we move towards a path of reconciliation. I look forward to questions and answers, Madam Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the words from the member opposite. I do appreciate his work in the previous Parliament on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. It was a pleasure. My friend across the way talks about childcare in his speech, and I'm going to ask him the same question I asked his colleague a few moments ago. When we're talking about childcare, the government was running substantial deficits prior to the pandemic, and they ramped up the spending after the pandemic. In fact, we're printing money, inflation is on the rise, and now the solution seems to be from the Prime Minister is that we can solve inflation by coming up with yet another government program. Well, we know, Speaker, nothing really is working on that side of the House. Indigenous communities are still waiting for boil water advisories to clear. Veterans are still waiting in line. We have a housing crisis. I don't think it's smart to yet put another program when we can't even figure out what we have. So my question is it really fair to have the kids of today actually paying for their child care? They just don't know it yet.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I always enjoy working with him. He's been a very constructive member of the committee. But I do have to disagree with him. Child care is so fundamental to families in Canada. I know as I was knocking on doors, there are many families that spoke about the need for affordable child care. Ontario is a rare exception in the sense that they haven't signed on, and I'm very hopeful that they will sign on. It will be transformational. It will ensure that more people are in the workforce, particularly women. And I think this is an important step that it's an important lesson we've learned from the pandemic, and it's high time that we implement it. We are long overdue for a national child care program, and this $10 a day serves that purpose. And I look forward to working with my friend opposite on other initiatives that the government would bring forward.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamities, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question about immigration. We are facing a serious labour shortage in Quebec. Immigration is one of the solutions. However, what we're seeing is that the Immigration Department is one of the most dysfunctional in the federal government. I do not think that it's normal that our MPs' offices and staff spend half their day trying to fix immigration files because it's not getting done at the department. It seems like there aren't enough people or resources in the department to deal with the backlog. What does my colleague think should be done? Should more resources be invested in the immigration department? Should some of that authority be transferred to Quebec so that at least it's all in one place and there's less back and forth between different levels of government? What does my colleague think?
Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for that question. Immigration is so important, and I know that we are committed to bringing in 40,000 Afghan refugees, and we will ensure that immigration is fair going forward. We have so many great programs, including a program that we just introduced recently. It's the 250 spaces per year through the program that defends, that supports human rights defenders. It's a very unique program that Canada has signed on to, and I'm hopeful that amongst the immigration challenges we have, we'll be able to get through the pandemic and be able to ensure that processing is fair and adequate and speedy. And I'm absolutely certain that we'll get to that point very shortly, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for rising. I know in the past session he had committed to a bulwark of the party's truth and reconciliation and the process through which this government is engaging throughout the atrocities that have been uncovered in our residential schools across the country. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission denounced the doctrine of discovery. For the Commission's calls to action, 45, 46, 47, and 49, urged the government to publicly disavow of the racist and white supremacist notion of the doctrine of discovery. And the Supreme Court of Canada has repeatedly stated that the heart of reconciliation is about reconciling the pre-existing rights of Indigenous peoples within the insertion of Crown sovereignty. The phrase of the assertion of Crown sovereignty is a Canadian euphemism for the doctrine of discovery. So as the Mohawk Institute Residential School, which is near my riding, is beginning their painful process of recoveries of these bodies. As we know, close to 7,000 children have been recovered so far. My question for you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member, given the correlation between the deaths of over the 7,000 Indigenous children recovered across the country, will this honourable member repudiate the doctrine of discovery?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Rouge Park in 5 seconds or less.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Earlier today, the Speaker found a prima facie question of privilege in relation to the Board of Internal Economy's decision requiring vaccination against COVID-19 for members accessing the House of Commons precinct. The Speaker signalled, however, that he would reserve his final ruling until such time as the member from Banff Airdrie could move an appropriate motion. Since the member from Banff Airdrie has since indicated that he is satisfied with the Speaker's finding and no motion was subsequently moved, the Chair considers the matter to be closed. Je remercie les députés de leur attention.
I thank members for their attention. Oh.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm speaking today from the unceded territory of the Algonquin people. Oh, I got something in my throat. It's not mine. I want to begin by thanking the people of Oakville, North Burlington for the confidence that they placed in me by electing me for the third time to this place. Our riding was created in 2015, and it has been my greatest honor to be its first and only Member of Parliament. I also want to thank my incredible team of volunteers and donors without whom I wouldn't be here, and my staff, who I would argue are the best on the Hill. Thank you very much. There are the best people in this place, Madam Speaker. What can I say? And last but not least, I'd like to thank my family, who have been beside me every step of the way. My son, Fraser, knocked on doors when he was 9 years old, when we were trying to save a local pool from being closed. And now, in this past election, more than 20 years later, he brought his son, my grandson, Cameron, out to campaign with his nanny. I was motivated to enter politics to make my community better. I continue to be motivated by the desire to leave the world better than I found it. Our government's throne speech lays out a number of priorities that will do just that. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our time. As a climate leader, Canada has put in place measures to reduce pollution and achieve a net zero economy by 2050. To create a more resilient economy, create jobs, and grow the middle class, Canada must take strong and bold climate action. That's why we're moving forward to cap and cut oil and gas sector emissions, invest in public transit, and mandate the sale of zero-emission vehicles. The federal government has already worked in partnership with Oakville and Burlington Transit to deliver over $60 million in federal funding over the past 5 years to modernize and electrify our public transit fleets, and has worked with Ford of Canada by investing $295 million to make their Oakville plant the hub for electric vehicle manufacturing in Canada. Since elected, I've advocated for a strategy to get more people active, encouraging them to use their feet and their bikes to get around. I'm thrilled that our first ever active transportation strategy was announced this summer, with $400 million in funding over 5 years. I look forward to working with Oakville and Burlington to help them access this funding to better connect our communities and expand our already beautiful trail system. Together, we need to go further and move faster on climate action, not just to protect our environment, but to grow our economy in a way that leaves no worker behind. Building a better future starts with getting the pandemic under control and finishing the job on vaccines. Because of the efforts of all Canadians, more than 86% of us over 12 years old are fully vaccinated, and children between the age of 5 and 11, like Roisin and Tiernan O'Mara, are getting the vaccine. The region of Halton has done outstanding work distributing vaccines in our community. The leadership of our Medical Officer of Health, Dr. McGanny, has been exceptional, and I want to thank her and her colleagues for their work to keep our community safe. To build a healthy future, however, we must do more than get needles in arms. We must strengthen our healthcare system and public health support for all Canadians, especially seniors, veterans, persons living with disabilities, vulnerable members of our communities, and those who have faced discrimination by the very system that is meant to heal. There is much work to be done on mental health and addictions treatment, on improving long-term care and accessibility, and integrated data collection to inform future decisions and get the best public health results possible. Over the last year and a half, I've heard from businesses and individuals who told me they don't know how they would have survived without supports from our government. I've heard repeatedly about the labour shortage in Canada. Each of us in this place can be leaders in our communities by talking to business and our chambers of commerce about the untapped potential of people living with disabilities. 25% of Canadians are living with a disability, and about 70% of those are unemployed or underemployed. What an opportunity for employers to bring on someone in a wheelchair to their law firm, or an individual with an intellectual disability on their assembly line or childcare centre. We're moving forward on safe, affordable, inclusive childcare for all, Madam Speaker, with 9 provinces and territories already signed on. When my son was born, I had 4 months maternity leave. That was the law at the time. When it came time to return to work, the cost of infant care was more than we could afford. I almost didn't return, but thanks to an incredible boss who doubled my salary, gave me extra month at home, and promised that I could take whatever time I needed for my son, I did return. But my life would be very different if it weren't for Ken Field. And I know my experience was the exception, not the rule. Women should never have to decide between having a child and their career. Our plan for $10 a day childcare, which we still need Ontario to sign on to, will not only be good for children and families, but will grow the economy by billions of dollars when women are able to fully participate. Canadians were horrified by the discovery of unmarked graves and burial sites located near former residential schools. As a country and a government, we must continue to tell the truths of these tragedies so we can right past wrongs and move forward in the spirit of reconciliation for everyone. Home ownership for young people is an issue I've heard about repeatedly, and that's why we're going to be putting home ownership within reach for first-time home buyers, with a first-time home buyer incentive, a new rent-to-own program, and by reducing closing costs. Indigenous women are the fastest-growing prison population in Canada and have been for some time. Most of these women are in prison because of poverty, trauma, mental illness, addictions, and gender-based violence. Recently, I visited Grand Valley Institution and spoke to some of the women there. Sadly, because so many Indigenous women are entering the criminal justice system, we've run out of room for them at institutions near their communities, and they've been transferred out of their home communities. 65 Indigenous women are now held at Grand Valley, while a few years ago it was just 13. We must implement changes to mandatory minimum sentences and other reforms to the criminal justice system, including restorative justice, to stem the tide that is disproportionately sentencing Indigenous women to federal prison. It has been said when you sentence a woman to prison, you also sentence the child. And while the Mother-Child Initiative at Grand Valley is outstanding, too many of the children of these moms are in foster care. We must do better. During the election campaign, I was once again targeted by the gun lobby. I've been a vocal advocate for enhancing public safety through gun control, from extended background checks in Bill C-71 to banning military-style assault rifles. Over 80% of Canadians support these measures, but the Conservative Party and Canada's gun lobby do not. From depicting me in demeaning and misogynistic cartoons to distributing flyers door to door in my riding, the gun lobby and the Conservative Party are becoming more and more intertwined and more out of touch with the concerns of Canadians. I know that my constituents overwhelmingly support our efforts on gun control, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with our government on the issue. Madam Speaker, I heard repeatedly at the doors that Canadians want us to work together in Parliament. They appreciated the early pandemic response when we all worked together. It is my sincere hope that we can set aside partisanship when we are in this place, as we did yesterday in passing Bill C-4 to end conversion therapy. When we disagree, which we will, let us disagree agreeably. Canadians expect no less. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shefford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I note that the member mentioned the first-time homebuyers incentive, and I've been a long-time critic of the program. It's only helped 9,100 Canadians actually purchase a home because the government has changed the criteria as of this throne speech. This will be the third set of criteria since September of 2019. If you just look at the amount of homes sold last year in 2020, which was a pandemic year, over 550,000 homes changed hand from a willing buyer and a willing purchaser, which is 1.6% of people. Will the government just admit, will the member agree with me, the program is a failure, abandon it, and do something else like adopt a conservative plan for housing?
The Honourable Member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate the Honourable Member question, I disagree with him wholeheartedly. We are increasing the first-time homebuyers incentive. As someone who has a son who was just very recently a first-time homebuyer and has many friends who have been first-time homebuyers, I know that they appreciate the support we've given, but we need to do more. And there's not one solution to the housing crisis for young people, and that's why we've put forward a suite of programs that will help people, as opposed to the Conservative program, which in my opinion would not have supported young people to get into a new home.
L'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, la Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate working with my colleague at the Public Safety Committee, and I hope she'll be there again this Parliament. She talked about gun control. We didn't have time to study Bill C-21, which ultimately didn't make anyone happy. Neither gun owners, neither those who want us to ban assault weapons or even all weapons, because the buyback for military-style assault weapons was not mandatory. Now, the Liberals have committed to making it mandatory, which is very good. But the list of weapons that they published in 2020, the problem is that there are always new weapons variants that are being made available on the market. So why not instead try to define in the criminal code what a military-style assault weapon is, and then it'll be much easier to make a clear ban, rather than having a list which can easily become no longer relevant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member. It is indeed a pleasure to work with her, and I know that we share many of the same values and same desire when it comes to gun control to keep the public safe. We have not introduced new legislation. I would be happy to, whatever capacity I end up with in terms of committees, I would be happy to work with her and open to listening to suggestions that she may have in terms of ensuring that we are being most effective when it comes to banning military-style assault rifles. I look forward to working with her, and I think it's quite important that we do move forward on the mandatory buyback. I know that I have someone in my own riding who has said that he has 2 AR-15s that we will have to rip from his cold, dead hands. I would sleep much better at night knowing that those weapons were not in his hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her speech and also for her advocacy for childcare and prison reform. I share those passions. But the member in her speech said, as a climate leader, when referring to Canada and when referring to this government. And while this government continues to talk about how their plan gets an A, their record gets an F. Their own Environment Commissioner described Canada's action as going from failure to failure. We have missed every single climate target that we've set. This is not the actions, these are not the acts of a government that is actually serious about the climate crisis. I'm curious how this member can stand behind her government when they continue to fail to tackle the climate crisis.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have the utmost respect for the member across the way, and I watched her speech last week and was so impressed with her advocacy. And am very proud of our government's actions on climate change. We put a price on pollution. We were the first government. We had to fight my home province of Ontario all the way to the Supreme Court on that. We have ensured that we are taking action on climate change because we know how important it is for Canadians, for our health, for our economy. It's the biggest crisis that we're facing right now, and I'm proud of the actions that we have taken.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and thank you on this. Madam Speaker, I do understand some of the concerns that when we're talking about firearms, but there are some concerns because I'm looking at the fact that many of the crimes that we're seeing in the downtown Toronto area, not far from the from the member's constituency, these are firearms that are coming out from the United States. They're coming through CBSA, and there is absolutely a horrific thing happening there. We can talk about what we see, but we do know the majority of these crimes are being used or are being dealt with illegal firearms. Can the member tell me how they're going to deal with that? In the last parliament, what the government was going to do was actually reduce mandatory minimum sentences for these people in firearms. So what are they actually going to do when we are talking about criminals and firearms? Thank you.
Yes. Member for Oakville North Burlington, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 75% of people who die by a firearm die by suicide. So dealing with firearms is not a one-approach system. We reinvested $500 million into border services, which were cut by the previous Conservative government. We are taking a multi-pronged approach to firearms, which is what we need to do. I'll leave it there. That was longer than 10 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Thank you to the Honourable Member for Barrie and still to recognizing my gender. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today, and I just want to advise you that I will be sharing my time with the member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and we're very excited to have her in the House. And if you'll indulge me for a couple of minutes, there's a couple of people I need to thank, but first let me recognize that the member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington is the cousin of the mayor of the town of Innisfil, one of the towns that I represent, Mayor Lynn Dolan, and I think she should be watching tonight. At least I've given her a heads up that you'll be up. So, Madam Speaker, there's so many people. This is the first time I've been able to rise in debate in the House of Commons in the 44th Parliament, and this is the third time, and I'm very humbled by this, that the people of Barrie Innisfil have sent me here to be their representative. I have since 2006, served publicly, first as a city councillor for 9 years in the city of Barrie, and now for 6 years as the member of parliament for Barrie Innisfil, and I'm very, very honored and humbled to be that member. And of course, Madam Speaker, you can't do it without a team, a big team of not just campaign volunteers, but friends and families, and I'd like to acknowledge a few of them right now, if I can. Rob Decker, who was my campaign manager, who worked with a group of people, really organized terrifically a group of people during the campaign. There was Robin McLennan, some of my big sign guys, as I call them, Al, Richard, John, Kevin, Barry, and of course my dad, who's been there since the start of being here politically. Our little sign people, there were numerous. It hasn't been an election that I've been involved with right now since 2015, where I've had more signs that have been placed. There were more requests that were coming in, and it was just awfully difficult to keep up with them. And of course, it's been a hell of a 20 months, frankly. My constituency staff have been there consistently on the front lines, dealing with issues related to the pandemic, and I really want to acknowledge them. Susan and Sarah, Brandon, Jennifer, former staff, Rhea, Andrea, and Chelsea, and of course family. Mr. Speaker, there's no way that any of us could place ourselves in this symbol of democracy and work on behalf of the people we represent, not just within our ridings, but across this country, if it wasn't for the strong support of family. My mom, Doreen, my dad, Jean-Guy, my sister, Kathy, my sister, Linda, and of course my family, my wife, Leanne, and my 4 kids. They have been there since the beginning. of not just my obviously previous career as a firefighter, but current career as the Member of Parliament for Barrie Innisfil. And I cannot do this without them, and particularly my wife, Leanne. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, shortly after the election, and I do want to also acknowledge as well, and I think oftentimes when we run locally within our ridings, we fail to recognize those people who run against us, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to recognize them. Lisa Marie Wilson, who ran for the Liberal Party. Alicia Goskowski, who ran for the New Democratic Party. And I also want to acknowledge, and his last name escapes me, Corrado, who ran for the People's Party. I want to acknowledge them because it's difficult to run and put your name on a ballot. And I will tell you that shortly after the election, Mr. Speaker, I sat down with Alicia Goskowski of the NDP. I had a coffee with her. And we talked about the issues that came up during the election. And many of the issues that we talked about were similar concerns that I had, that she had. Those issues were housing affordability, housing attainability, food security for people who are finding it hard right now because of the financial pressures that they're facing. And I'd add one more, Mr. Speaker, and that would be energy security as well. We're seeing right now the cost of everything go up, an inflation crisis that is impacting broadly many people in my constituency, particularly in the area of affordable housing. Rents have been increasing. It is becoming harder and harder for people to not just put a roof over their head, but also to maintain a roof over their head, and no more so than with young people. There is a housing crisis that is happening in this country that we have not seen in several generations. And it's not just housing, Mr. Speaker, the cost of everything. The cost of the necessities of life are going up as a result of what we're seeing with these inflationary pressures. Gas, food, heat, hydro, all going up, Mr. Speaker. And it is becoming, as I said, increasingly difficult. That anxiety that exists today among the people that I represent, this affordability anxiety is real. And I know throughout the course of the speeches in response to the throne, you've heard about that. Not just from the opposition side, you've heard it from the government side as well as an acknowledgement. And Mr. Speaker, this is a place where the House of Commons, that we come as the people's voices. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I've been receiving, and I'm sure my colleagues have, numerous emails about the affordability crisis that is happening and how it's directly impacting people. And I want to read, and I'll make them short, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's important to read it into the record to hear that it's not just me talking about this. This is, through me, the people that I represent. And a young man named Justin emailed me. He said, people my age are, for a lack of a better word, it's unparliamentary, but he said screwed when it comes to housing. We're done for. We will be paying rent of $3,000 a month or more forever, unable to save anything for a home and barely make ends meet. I was distressed when I found out that developers are buying up detached houses with the aim of renting them at inflation prices, wrote Sherry. I see Barrie is now the highest rent in the country. I am a homeowner. I know that rent is tied to value of the house, but this is getting out of hand. There are many people in my age group, 25 to 35 and lower, whose dreams of owning a home have been dashed with the current situation, wrote Sean. Speaking about the first-time home buyers assistant, Greg wrote that it's awfully difficult to access, and it's time for a little nonpartisan politics for the benefit of the country. Kim wrote to me, I've been trying to help two friends look for different places to rent in Simcoe County, and I can't believe how difficult it's been for both of them. This is a serious issue, she wrote. And this one is particularly troubling, Mr. Speaker. Steph and Christy wrote, we are a family of 7. Rent was $1,800 a month just 2 months ago, and the landlord sold the house to a new owner, and now our rent is over $1,500 a month. This is the kind of stuff that's happening, not just in the riding of Barrie Innisfil, Mr. Speaker, but it's happening right across the country. People are anxious, they're worried about affordability and how they're going to pay to not just put a roof over their head, but pay for the necessities of life. Some of the things that concern me about the throne speech in particular, the little mentions that was received were on the issue of agriculture. There is nothing of any substance in agriculture, and I can tell you, as a large rural area that I represent, the producers are concerned about the increasing costs that are going on, not just with the products that they need to farm, but also the cost of heating, dryers, barns, etc., and in particular, the impact that the carbon tax is having on those. Guns and gangs, very little mention. I know we've been talking about that over the course of the last week, the difficulties that are going on and how there's not enough being done to deal with that issue. Nothing in the way of military. One of the things that concern me as well is nothing in the way of our veterans as well. And Mr. Speaker, as I said at the onset, it's been a hell of an 18 months. We've really been focusing on the expense side of the ledger through the different supports and programs that have been put in place, but we really we need to start looking at the revenue side of the ledger and how we're going to pay for this. And the only way that we're going to pay for this is through the power of the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker, and it will be business. It will be led by business. The people that they employ, the products that they produce, the services that they provide in every sector, in every region of this country. And it doesn't need big government intervention. We have to be competitive both domestically and internationally, and big government intervention will not allow for that to happen, Mr. Speaker. So we need to be focused and tactical in our approach to the way the economic recovery will happen. And I will say, lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, this Christmas season, businesses need our support more than ever, more than ever. They've been devastated over the last 20 months, and I encourage everybody, not just in Barrie-Innisfil, but right across this country, to make sure that they shop local and support local as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe just start off by echoing what the member just made, a statement saying to shop local and to encourage our constituents to recognize the difficult times our businesses have had to occur over the last 18 months and 2 years. And one of the ways in which we can support them is to, in fact, to do just that and shop local. Another thing that we can do collectively here in the House, and we understand now that Bill C-2 is going to be going to committee. And I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic that we will see Bill C-2 come out of committee and ultimately get the support that's necessary in order to see it pass, because it too supports small businesses. My question, Mr. Speaker, is more related to the issue of housing. We have seen over the years historic amounts of dollars being invested into social housing, and it has been historic amounts. There has been a housing strategy, something that has never happened before in the history of Canada, at least for the last number of generations. And I'm wondering what specifically it is the member believes would actually make the difference from his perspective, an initiative that would make a difference, because there have been a number of initiatives already in place that is having an impact.
Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is an important question, because we've seen asset valuations increase directly as a result of governments and banks printing money, and it's indisputable at this point. I've spoken to local realtors, I've spoken to the Ontario Real Estate Association, the Canadian Construction Association. All of them say to an organization that we need to move to increase the supply. We need to make sure that houses are being built free of any regulatory burdens, and make sure that there's ample supply in the marketplace to ensure that young people can afford not just rent, but also the opportunity of home ownership. So there's lots of things that all three levels of government can do, and we need to make sure that we work together. That's why we were sent here, and I believe this election, by its result, shows that Canadians want us to work together to solve these problems of great magnitude. Thank you.
Et commentaire, l'honorable député de Rivière.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciated my colleague's speech. It's interesting that my colleague is from Quebec. I wonder whether my colleague and I have something else in common. Earlier this week, the member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia proposed that we set up a special squad of police from Canada, the U.S., Indigenous police, Quebecois police, to deal with firearms. There was a seizure of 50 firearms this week from Akwesasne to Cornwall. Today, an 80-year-old woman was found murdered in Coaticook with guns near her. How does my colleague feel about this proposal?
Barry Innisfil.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I was born in Montreal. I come from a francophone family. My father is Jean-Guy Brassard. He is very francophone. All of my family lives in Montreal, in the French area.
Tough question, and there's no question that one of the things that we propose, listen, the issue of guns and gangs is an issue of guns and gangs. It's not an issue of law-abiding firearms owners. They're not running around the streets of Montreal, Vancouver, or Toronto shooting up the place. The issue of guns coming into this country illegally needs to be addressed. And I know in our platform we talked about guns and gangs and how to address it, giving more resources to police forces across this country, setting up special task force. Those are the things that we need to do. It's not going after law-abiding firearms owners who are the most responsible and have the most strictest gun laws in the world. Illegal guns, illegal gangs, they are the problems in this country, and it's time that this government and all parliamentarians get serious about dealing with that issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, a very short question, so we get a very short answer.
Oh, very short. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member. I really appreciated the constituency stories in particular. I always like to hear from constituents. What I'm hearing from constituents in my riding is a lot about the concerns in our long-term care homes, both for their loved ones in the care homes and also for the workers. And I'm wondering if the member could share a little bit around his thoughts around the importance of having national standards put into place to better support those in long-term care homes. Thank you.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil with a short answer.
How long, Mr. Speaker? Okay, look, nobody understands the issue of long-term care facilities more than I do. We went through the situation at Roberta Place. That's in my riding. I think governments, all levels of government, have a role to play, understanding that it is provincial responsibility, but we can work with those provincial governments to make sure that we have the type of standards that look after those seniors in those long-term care homes. And I will say that long-term care homes are getting better and are really doing a good job at protecting their seniors. My mother-in-law is in Roberta Place right now, and I feel extremely comfortable that she's there because of the staff and the people that are looking out after her. Thank you.
Before we move on to the next speaker, just want to remind everybody, the shorter the questions, the shorter the answers, the more people that get to participate, and we keep continuing to run out of time here. So, continuing debate, resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, I stand before you humbled by this enormous responsibility entrusted to me by the voters of Hastings, Lennox and Addington. In an ideal world, the people who are responsible for making this moment possible would be here with me. Though they are not here, they're certainly not forgotten. To the dozens of volunteers and friends who put their lives on hold during our campaign, know that I count on you as my political family. I will be forever grateful for your efforts and so thankful to have you part of my circle of trust. To my husband, Tatum, thank you so much for believing in me and standing beside me. Our life is beautifully chaotic, and I appreciate you being able to support me and make it possible for me to be here. To my daughters, Tori and Reese, I am so incredibly proud of you, my volleyball player, my hockey player. Always strive to be authentic and genuine. To my two sisters and their families, the village of support to help with the girls is so appreciated. To my parents, Daryl and Carol Ann Cramp. Mom, you have taught me to be fearless, respectful, and responsible. You are an incredible role model, and I certainly know where I get my energy from. To my father, you have earned a tremendous amount of respect here in Ottawa, and the impact you have made on our riding over the years is remarkable. Dad and I share something very unique to Canadian politics. My father is our current MPP for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, while I now hold the federal seat. You are my political mentor, and more importantly, you're my dad. May I follow your lead. May I follow your lead, but mark my own path moving forward. To the people of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, know that I will remain laser-focused on the task that you have given me, holding this government accountable. I will be more than just a critic. I will propose solutions while representing you, and I will never stop being an advocate for our riding. To those who have grown tired of politics, I hope to inspire you and restore your faith in this great institution. Last Tuesday, the Governor-General read the speech from the throne, the document that sets out the government's agenda and vision for the upcoming session. Unfortunately, the people of HLNA, as well as other rural ridings across this great country, it didn't appear to include them. Whether it be rural internet, broadband internet, the agricultural sector, or rebuilding Main Street, this government has signaled that these issues are just not of concern for them. There is no plan to lower inflation, address labor shortage, or supply chain. There is no plan to ease the financial burden of struggling business owners. Our current government loves to talk about money, the amount of money promised, committed, or spent. But the results are just not there. More consultants, more studies, more bureaucracy, more debt, more disappointment. Accountability and transparency matters. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, we are experiencing the most corrupt and divisive government in history. This matters, and we need to do better. Too many Canadians are suffering from depression, anxiety, and burnout. Canada's mental health crisis has deepened. Mental health is health, and we should be collectively supporting this in a non-partisan manner. For those of you personally affected, please reach out. Surely, the 6 people who may be the pallbearers at your funeral would rather lift you up now in your time of need. We love you, Matt. Allow me now to address the outlook for our agricultural sector. It's bleak. The farmers and livestock and dairy producers that are found in every corner of HLNA once again are an afterthought for this government. In a nearly 3,000-word document, our agricultural sector was mentioned one single solitary time. Let me be clear. Our united Conservative caucus knows that it's farmers like those found in Sterling and in Napanee that feed Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and it's high time that the members on the other side of this House recognize this fact. I was pleased that the throne speech spoke to the issue of reconciliation with Canada's First People. I had the good fortune to count the Mohawks of Bay of Quinte among my communities. During my very first week as a Member of Parliament, the people of Tyendinaga voted to ratify a partial land claim returning 300 acres to the Mohawk Territory. In the spirit of reconciliation, I call on the government to settle the remaining land claims expeditiously with fairness to all concerned. As Shadow Minister for Seniors, I would like to now focus on an area that is very close to the hearts of many Canadians. With this speech from the throne, the Liberal government has sent a chilling message to Canada's most vulnerable. With only a single mention in passing, this government chose to completely ignore some very serious issues. There was no mention of combating social isolation, no mention of cracking down on elder abuse, no mention of improving access to palliative care, and no mention of fixing the rising costs of critical goods like groceries and medicine. This is a troubling trend. During the previous Parliament, members of this place from every party and every province started receiving frantic phone calls, emails, and letters from seniors in their ridings. The complaints were near identical. The GIS was severely reduced, or in many cases, completely eliminated after the July recalculation period. These seniors that depend on the guaranteed income supplement to pay for food to eat, a bed to sleep, and medicine to live had their financial safety net torn out from them overnight. The people who built this country suddenly found themselves abandoned by it as a result of poor communication from this government. Realizing the very serious consequence of such a sudden and unforeseen reduction in disposable income, my colleague, the member for Battlefords Lloyd Minister, quickly took action and sent a letter to the then Minister of Seniors asking her to address the situation. Mr. Speaker, she never received a response. Not only are their dollars not going as far as before, they now have fewer to start off with. On top of this, so many seniors are embarrassed to come forward, to go to food banks, to ask for help. Traditionally, our seniors and our country have been self-reliant. This is becoming increasingly more difficult. On page 14 of the 2021 federal budget, the words, "We owe our elders a great debt. This is a partial repayment," appear. What this government has done in the intervening months is not only a spectacular failure to partially repay our elders, but rather increase the debt we owe to them. Mr. Speaker, I know this government does not have the best track record on balancing budgets. But as a former financial advisor, I can assure them it is not difficult to figure out that this government's policies have added to the debt they owe our seniors, not repay it. Being elected as a member of Parliament to represent the people of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and across this great nation is a privilege. We must never forget the people that sent us here, and we must never stop fighting for them. It is my sincere and perhaps naive belief that every person that comes through the doors of this chamber has the intent to make our country a better place to live for ourselves, for our children, and for our seniors. I grew up having so much pride in Canada, being a self-reliant, resilient, and resourceful nation. Join me in wanting to earn this back. Let's work together to give our young leaders the tools and resources so that they can continue to make this country strong and free. We all have different approaches to what progress looks like, but it is that personal drive, that core tenet of public service that unites all of us. And this is what makes this place such a profound and powerful institution. Regardless of your path in life, do it with the absolute best of your ability. Never stop learning and proving and making a difference. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate to learn a great deal from an amazing parliamentarian. That knowledge and that relationship shaped me to who I am today and why I am here. The growth I was able to achieve learning from one parliamentarian was profound. I can't wait to see what learning from 337 others will do. Mom and Dad, thank you for your kind words of wisdom. Believe in yourself. Always keep your doors open. Things don't happen unless you make it happen. Be kind, love life, and seek happiness along the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Right again, the Winnipeg North.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
To share with the member, we share something in common. Her father is an MLA, and she is the daughter. My daughter is an MLA in the Manitoba legislature. And as I am very proud of my daughter, I am sure he is exceptionally proud of his daughter. And I can say, one of the things that we share in common, again, is that she is a very powerful advocate for seniors. As I see the member opposite also wants to be a very powerful advocate for seniors. What I would suggest, as I've talked to my daughter about, is that there is a need for different levels of government to work together. And I'm sure she can appreciate the importance of different levels of government to work together. Would she not agree that on the issue of seniors, that yes, that is important, that we recognize what both levels of government can do, and we can work together to make a positive difference and have a more positive impact for seniors, no matter where they live in our great country?
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Well, thank you kindly for your question, and I certainly applaud you as well for having the relationship, the special bond between your daughter as well, and serving the public service. it's no question the importance of coordination between different levels of government is integral. I served 15 years on municipal government. There I can see the relationships and the importance of working with municipal, provincial, federal. That's how things happen, and the beauty of collaboration and cooperation, and that's the spirit of democracy. Thank you.
A commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to... I'll allow her the time to get her earpiece in. I'd like to thank my colleague for what she had to say. It's always nice to hear a new colleague in the House. Now, I absolutely agree with what she said. I think we have to increase old age security because a senior's purchasing power has been falling. I'd like to know if she agrees with us. They would need at least $110 more a month. The Honourable Member.
Question. I think indeed there's no question that seniors are the backbone of where we've come as a nation, and I think we need to support our seniors. There needs to be dialogue as to letting seniors have the dignity of being comfortable and not worrying about whether or not they can put food on the table, not worried about whether or not they can support their family, not worried about if they can have the same quality of life that they were accustomed to. And I think also I've raised in my speech the importance of there's a lot of intimidation of going forth and admitting that there's trouble and that there's concern. And I think taking away the barriers of making people feel comfortable is important.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to also congratulate the member. I, too, like a few of us here today, have the honor of following in parents' footsteps. As she may know, my mother was the former member for London Fanshawe, and I've learned so much from her. I continue to learn so much from her, and so I also appreciate that parentage and then that lineage. What I want to ask, and again, it's as my colleagues have asked, along the same lines as protecting our seniors. One of the things that we've seen now, some of the seniors in my riding, they've come forward to me, and they are dealing with the clawback on their GIS because of the money that they received by the CERB. It's actually left them to a point where they cannot afford their rent, and they are being forced into homelessness. And so I'm wondering if the member across the way could to tell me how she and her party would, if they would support the NDP's push on this government to change that clawback of the GIS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, 30 seconds.
Fantastic. Well, there's no question that there's scores of seniors who, as a result of the government's poor rollout of the CRB, they're finding themselves in a really difficult situation. They're being stripped of their OAS and GIS, and it's through no fault of their own. I really think, and I would certainly agree, that the government needs to reverse the decision, and we need to allow seniors to collect what they have earned. We need to lead by example. We need to show them. We need to win on these issues together. Seniors do not need to be a political football. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to join the debate in the 44th Parliament. I will be splitting my time with the members from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. First and foremost, I want to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, on your election to the chair. I know we worked closely in the past in the Health Committee, and I know you will do a good job. I also would like to thank the people of Brampton South for once again putting their trust in me for the third time. Representing them is the greatest honor of my life. I commit to them to continue to be their strong voice and represent Brampton's best interest in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, behind each of 338 members of Parliament, there's a strong team of volunteers that get us elected. I have an amazing team of volunteers, and I could not have done it without their unwavering support. Of course, I need to say a big thank you to my family. I know they all are very proud of the work we are doing here and they are the real force behind me. I want to thank my son Akash, who's always supporting me, especially on the campaign, and always he's there by my side. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to address the House on behalf of residents of Brampton South to speak in support of the throne speech, which introduced our government's vision for the future of our country. I'll be speaking about the priorities of my residents as these priorities are reflected in this speech. I have spoken to hundreds of residents in my community over the last few months, and they are optimistic. But we are coming through this pandemic. Business in Brampton are bouncing back. They know that their government is ready to lead us through this recovery, tackle the challenges ahead of us, and to build an economy that works for everyone. The vision outlined in the speech from the throne delivered last week is the plan to finish the fight against COVID-19, make home ownership achievable, make life more affordable, confront public safety challenges, and take strong climate action while creating jobs and growing the economy. Mr. Speaker, vaccination remains our most important tool in fighting COVID-19. This is the only way we can end this pandemic. Almost 90% of those over the age of 12 have received at least one dose, and our government is continuing to encourage uptake. We have mandated vaccines for civil servants and federally regulated workers. As of this Tuesday, all travelers taking planes and trains must be vaccinated. Many of us see this decision as the right step. I saw international experts saying that they wish to have the same system in their country. This will help our economy to reopen, but it also protect our healthcare system and essential workers. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Peel region, especially Brampton, was one of the hardest hit communities in the country at the peak of the pandemic. With over 400 new cases a day at the highest point, we are a community of essential workers who continue to go to their jobs every day so that others could stay home. We're also a very diverse community with over 100 different languages spoken at home. I want to thank Dr. Lawrence Lowe and his team at Peel Public Health, all the frontline healthcare workers in Brampton, and testing the vaccine clinics, as well as all the multicultural community partners, faith leaders, and service organizations who helped in the vaccination efforts. Thanks to their outreach efforts that work through language barriers and complicated work schedules, we are one of the most now vaccinated communities in Canada. We are coming through this global health crisis. Our government will be there to work with the provinces to deliver changes needed to improve healthcare. This includes mental health and addiction, long-term care, addressing and delivering vaccine boosters, and vaccine doses for children. Mr. Speaker, for most Canadians, housing is the single biggest portion of their monthly budget, whether it's through rent or a mortgage payment on a recently purchased home throughout Brampton and the GTA. In many parts of Canada, it is a cost that is becoming unaffordable. Too many, I know it is an issue I regularly hear about from my constituents. This is why our government has a plan to address this rising cost. Our government will do this by working with the municipalities to help them increase the supply with the Housing Accelerator Fund, providing more support to first-time buyers, and implementing an innovative rent-to-own program that will help more Canadians obtain homeownership. All members of this House agree we need to build more housing and build it faster. Mr. Speaker, our government has a clear record on lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Thousands of families in Brampton South have benefited from Canada Child Benefits, introduced by our government over the years. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, childcare is also one of the most expensive costs for families with young children. In Brampton, it is not uncommon to find costs as high as $1,500 or even $2,000 a month per child in many cases. We are a community of essential workers, many of whom do not have the option of working from home. This high cost is unaffordable for too many people. One parent Usually the mother will decide to leave the workforce. This is not because she wants to, but because finding childcare is impossible. In the Committee of the Status of Women during the last Parliament, I frequently heard how important this was and how affordable childcare options needed to be expanded. Mr. Speaker, affordable childcare is the priority I have heard at the doors often. In my writing, our government's $10 a day childcare plan will save families in Brampton over $9,200 a year in 2022. $9,200 a year, Mr. Speaker. That is a future year of tuition payment for the child or a year of groceries. By 2026, Brampton families are going to save almost $16,000. This is a big number, Mr. Speaker. The difference that our government's childcare program can make in the life of a young family is significant. Our federal plan will allow many women to remain in the workforce and will increase economic output in Brampton and across Ontario once the New Deal is signed. I was also reassured to see that our government is taking action on keeping our communities safe. We have taken action to ban and restrict access to firearms and will continue to work with municipalities and law enforcement on fighting gun violence. But Mr. Speaker, as many residents know, the leading reason for 911 calls in Peel is for domestic violence and intimate partner violence. Every hour, Peel police receive 2 calls on average, mostly from women. Mr. Speaker, sadly, we see many instances of gender-based violence from coast to coast. Many of them were women of color, racialized, or indigenous. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. It was important for me to see that our government is taking this issue seriously by continuing to provide funding to shelters and women's centers as well. As with the commitment to address gender-based violence with the 10-year National Action Plan, this plan will account for women for all colors, abilities, age, and backgrounds. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure to speak with the middle school students earlier this year. The single greatest issue they are talking to me about is climate change. Climate change is real, and we see the horrible consequences in British Columbia, Newfoundland, or Nova Scotia. Climate change is not up for debate. It is a reality. Our government has a plan that will get us to net zero emission by 2050. We will invest in the green technology sector so that we can create good green jobs for the future. Brampton seniors remember the devastating floods in Brampton in the 50s and the 60s by investing in disaster mitigation projects like the Brampton Riverwalk project in the past and committing to work with the municipalities on green and sustainable infrastructure projects. Our government is addressing both the infrastructure needs of our communities and fighting climate change. One of the biggest announcements that I participated in last year was when the City of Brampton received $400 million from the Canada Infrastructure Bank to fully transition our transit fleet of 450 buses to electric vehicles by 2027. This is a real example of helping cities across the country to be leaders in the climate fight, and I'm looking forward to continuing this work over the coming years. Mr. Speaker, we need to build a cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous nation for future generations. As a mother, this is what I want to leave for my children and future generations. I'm asking all members of Parliament to support the values of this speech so that we can work together to building a better Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There was a lot of content in my colleague's speech. Among other things, she mentioned planned funding in mental health by the federal government. This is an area that interests us all, and we all care about it. Can she tell us, however, what this has to do with areas of federal jurisdiction? The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Speaker. I would like to thank the member for that question and congratulate her election. I know this is an issue that care very much about. I know the member share the passion. In the provinces are in agreement that these areas need to be improved, then they should welcome the standard and we ask for. Overwhelmingly, we hear from constituents who want to see national action. We are prepared to work with the provinces and make sure this happens. I know it is an important issue, and I look forward to work with the members, and we can improve our Canadians' lives.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I've had the opportunity to work with this member, and we've discussed a fair bit amount today about seniors. And I would like to ask her what her thoughts are when we know that the inflationary rates are so high and the cost of living for many of these seniors, the amount that they bring in compared to their expenses has become very unbalanced. I would like to know what her solution is and how this government will provide for seniors in the future.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the passion for the member. I know we worked closely in the past. I also share the passion for the senior. In this pandemic, seniors have been hit very hard, especially in long-term care, Mr. Speaker. Seniors issues are very close to me and our government. In this pandemic, many seniors in my riding, one of the nursing home, Canadian Armed Forces had to step to the support seniors. Since then, our government supported this long-term care with improvement to ventilation in my riding with the different action across the country. I know we need to do more. I look forward to work with the members, and yes, we senior deserve a better life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank the honourable member for her words as a mother. We don't hear enough of that in the chamber, and certainly I hear a lot of it in my riding. A lot of mothers that work essential frontline work, non-traditional hours, and I want to thank the members' constituents for their essential work and their frontline work during this COVID pandemic. Those frontline workers that work non-traditional hours, they rely on family members, mothers, sisters, brothers, fathers to help with their childcare. And too many in my riding can't get visitor visas for their family members to come over and help them with their childcare needs and to help them with emotional and physical support. Can the member share what we can do or what the government can do to get those visas moving?
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind the member opposite that the previous Liberal government was in the process of implementing a childcare program, but we need to know is for the remaining provinces and territories, including Ontario, to sign agreement. This will help the young families in Brampton and all across the country to save money and help women return to workforce. And our government will continue to pursue that until every Canadian family with young children has access to affordable quality care. Our province of BC signed an agreement and families across BC already benefit from it. And this is a great news. And I look forward to working with the member, and I hope Ontario will sign the agreement soon so Bramptonians and young families, especially mothers, can get benefit from that on the issue of childcare. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted to be standing here in the House of Commons as the newly elected Member of Parliament for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Located on lands covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. Over several centuries, it has been traversed by many First Nations and is currently home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. I am very honored to be here to work for all residents of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. I am committed to respectfully listening to all stated viewpoints and concerns from my constituents and my fellow members of Parliament, to fully consider them and address them to the best of my abilities. I would not be sitting here today without the support of my family and, of course, the hundreds of community members who spent years with me knocking on doors and making phone calls. To my husband of 27 years, Peter, he's been unwavering in his support of my pursuit to serve, even though it's turned our lives upside down. Our 6 children, Peter Jr., Chris, Kyle, Tristan, Nadia, and Christina, have all been supportive of my foray into politics in different ways. But I want to call out in particular our youngest daughter, Christina, who steps outside of her comfort zone, which is actually working with horses, to come out and canvass door to door with me. My parents, Kate and Tom Taylor, have inspired and supported me since birth, but never more than during this past election, when at age 86 they worked tirelessly, making phone calls, putting up signs, preparing food, and providing me with much needed emotional support. My sisters, Teresa and India, have been at my side since I first ran for nomination in 2019, despite their own personal challenges. My brother John, already stretched as the mayor of Newmarket, came out countless times to canvass door to door with me and always provide invaluable advice. As you can see, I have a large and supportive family, of which I am very proud. I'm also proud of the residents of Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, and Canadians across our great country. They've shown how they work together through difficult times. And today I want to focus my response to the speech from the throne on women. Why the focus on women today? Because this year is the 100th anniversary of the election of the first woman to our Parliament, Agnes Campbell MacPhail. Because this week we are in the midst of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. As 32 years ago on December 6th, 14 women were killed at the École Polytechnique in Montreal, simply because they were women. And because today women are still discriminated against and underrepresented in elected office and leadership positions in my community, across Canada, and in this great House of the People. The issues that our government has focused on in the speech from the throne are of immense importance to all Canadians. But they are of particular importance to women, as women have felt the negative impacts of the challenges we currently face more severely than men. In the speech from the throne, our government is rightly focused on ending this fight against COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this is the most important step we can take to continue rebuilding our economy and in helping women. Let us not forget that women were 12 times more likely than men to leave the workplace during this pandemic. Women are disproportionately represented in those sectors hardest hit during this pandemic: hospitality, tourism, small retail operations. Women, who represent the majority of personal support workers and nurses, have been on the front line during this pandemic. They have been working tirelessly and bearing the brunt of the anger and anxiety that people have felt throughout this stressful time. Likewise, women have experienced domestic violence more often throughout this pandemic, and the people who work to help them, the majority of whom are female, have been overwhelmed by the demands of shelters and services to help victims. And women have most acutely experienced mental health challenges, as we still carry the greatest responsibility for the care of our children and our elders, both groups that have themselves struggled with their mental health throughout the pandemic. The toll the pandemic has taken on mental health can often be overlooked in light of the terrible economic and other health consequences it has caused, but it's no less significant. This pandemic has taught us many things. One of the most important is that we need to view every policy through a feminist lens, something our government is committed to doing. Our government's actions encouraging all Canadians to get vaccinated and to follow public health recommendations and travel measures will work to contain new variants like Omicron and end this pandemic. But in addition to this, we must also directly address the economic challenges we face as a result of the pandemic. while Canada's economy is recovering well due to our government's support for workers and small businesses, the global health crisis has led to global pressures on the cost of living. The speech from the throne focuses on two areas to address rising costs: childcare and housing. In our riding, parents are faced with some of the highest childcare costs in the province, with average fees coming in at just under $1,600 a month. For a young family with more than one child, it's the equivalent of a second mortgage. Our government's bold, accessible, affordable, universal childcare and early learning program will not only reduce costs for young families, but will result in greater workforce participation and productivity, producing significant economic benefits across our great country. I remember, as the Women's Commissioner at the University of Toronto, working with the National Action Committee on the Status of Women, fighting for a national child care program. This had been recommended in the Royal Commission Report on the Status of Women in 1971. Yes, we've been advocating for universal child care for 50 years. It's about time. And it's an incredible honor to be here in this House and to see this finally come to fruition. It's the fulfillment of the work of countless years from men and women, and a significant accomplishment for this government. The speech from the throne also outlines the important work our government will continue to do on increasing housing availability and affordability. It's an area of great concern for all Canadians, once again, trying to find an affordable home, and for everyone who believes that all people should have a place to call home in a country as wealthy as Canada. Once again, women are more likely to struggle to find an affordable home. Women are more likely to be living in poverty, either as a senior living alone or a mother raising a family. Lone parent families headed by women are 3 times more likely to live in poverty than those headed by men. And of course, women living with disabilities, Indigenous women, and women in racialized communities experience even greater poverty and challenges in finding adequate, affordable housing. New Canadians and immigrants also have an incredibly hard time finding housing. And I want to recognize the work of 2 women, Fariha Shabazi and Sajida Habib, who are working tirelessly in our riding to settle newcomer families, including Afghan families, into affordable housing. I'm also pleased to see that our government has listened to the voices of Canadians on the need for increased mental health resources and supports. There are so many groups offering support for mental health in my riding, including Home on the Hill in Richmond Hill, CMHA York Region, the Women's Shelter, and shelters such as Yellow Brick House and 360 Kids. I'll continue to advocate here in Parliament to ensure they can deliver the much-needed supports. But as I raise the issue of empowering women and protecting community health, I would be remiss to leave out the connection between these aspects of our lives and the very urgent climate crisis we're facing. Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill is fortunate to contain parts of Ontario's Greenbelt and the beautiful Oak Ridges Moraine, containing fragile ecosystems that we must work to protect and preserve for years to come. In the speech from the throne, our government laid out how we will be taking bolder climate action and focusing on innovation and green jobs. I've heard from many in my riding who have innovative ideas to help create more resilient infrastructure. I won't go into detail on the number of them as I see my time is running out, but as in this work as in every other program our federal government is undertaking, we must work with the Indigenous people with whom we share this land. The path to reconciliation, truth, and justice is ongoing, and there is much more to be done. I was so pleased to see our Governor General, a strong Indigenous woman, deliver this throne speech and to hear part of it spoken in Indigenous language, Inuktitut, as well as our 2 official languages of French and English. I'm grateful to be embarking on the road ahead as a parliamentarian. I am looking forward to working respectfully and cooperatively with all parliamentarians in this House to deliver on the priorities set forward in this speech from the throne to help my constituents and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech and welcome her to this House. She mentioned violence against women and gender-based violence as an issue. And as the former chair of the status of women, you know, in 2016, we authored a report with 45 recommendations for the government to be able to eliminate gender-based violence in Canada. And so it's disturbing to me that in the throne speech, they're still talking about coming with a plan, and there's still no funding attached to it after 6 years. Can the member indicate why the government is taking so long to do something that's so important?
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for that very important question. I think our government has been taking action. I've been working and speaking to shelters and networks that have been helping women in our riding. I know that the money that has been put into these institutions to help these women to meet the challenges during this pandemic is much appreciated. And I know through different initiatives, I was just talking to Blue Door, an organization that addresses homelessness and helps build homes. And they're talking about working with initiatives from the Rapid Housing Initiative with one of the women's shelters to build townhouses, which will provide transitional housing. So we are doing a lot, and I know our government cares deeply about this issue. And thank you for your concern and your work on it.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I congratulate her on being elected. And today, she joined the multi-party Environment Caucus, which is great. We are a caucus with members from all parties, and I welcome any and all members to join. She speaks about ambitious goals for fighting climate change, but unfortunately, Canada has the worst track record of all G7 countries. We feel that we need to drastically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. In order to do so, we must cap oil and gas production. Her government does talk about capping emissions, but how can we cap emissions without capping production? What does she think of this?
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do agree, we need to reduce emissions. That's clear. I think we all understand there's a climate crisis. I think we can cap emissions on the oil and gas industry without capping production because we are moving towards means of production which are cleaner. However, I do believe that the market is going to bring about the eventual transition as well. I don't believe that the oil and gas industry in Canada is going to continue the way it is right now, and I think we are seeing market pressures that is going to bring that about as well. But thank you for your question, and I look forward to working with you on the Environment Caucus.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to the member. I was listening very intently to the member's speech. I really appreciated the emphasis on lifting up women, and much of what you said resonated with me. However, as I was listening, I was really asking myself when many of these words that were being spoken today were going to be shifted into solutions. I think about affordable housing that is needed for so many women, not just home ownership, but rent. I think about pharmacare and having access to the medications that we need. I spoke to a single mother who couldn't afford her daughter's diabetes medications, just as one example. I'd like to ask the member today, when will we start lifting women up with real solutions and stop the talk with empty promises?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question. I am completely committed to lifting women up, and I believe our government has been working very hard on that. I do believe this very ambitious child care program will help address overall affordability. When you free up $1,500, $2,000 to a household, it provides more money for other things. In addition, the Canada Child Benefit that this government has put in place and increased has lifted 900,000 children out of poverty, many of those living in lone parent families and with women who are struggling. We will continue to work on these issues and continue to address the demands and needs that women are facing. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nunavut.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to be here today, an Inuk from Nunavut. Like my colleague, the member for Edmonton, Praisbeck said, I am here following extraordinary circumstances. I thank my family first, volunteers, Nunavut Mute, and the NDP for supporting me to be here. It is a privilege to have an opportunity to respond to the throne speech. Yes, Nunavut is a beautiful territory that spans millions of kilometers. I know the challenge of being here and of being heard. I am committed to ensuring that with my seat in this 44th Parliament, that Nunavut Mute, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit are heard and are touted for the strength that exists in our communities. All Indigenous people, Inuit, First Nations, and Métis have been here on this land since time immemorial. The knowledge passed from the generation to generation still exists in the First Peoples. I remember and I'm reminded of John Amawali when he spoke to the Inuit Circumpolar Council in 1986. He said, I was born in 1947, but I have lived 1,000 years. At that time, he was only 39 years old. In that statement, he showed the burden of holding knowledge and the need to pass it on for the future generations. And within that same speech, he named the few people that were known to have died by suicide, including my father. My life, unfortunately, is not a unique story. There are too many Inuit, First Nations, and Métis who share my story. Our stories of tragedy, of injustice, are not just history. We are still facing colonial acts of violence to this day. Imagine, if you will, sitting here every day being forced to listen to me speak and me teaching you only in Inuktitut. No interpreter services, no devices, only those of a yardstick. Imagine me hitting your hands with that meter stick each time I hear you speak English or French. This was the reality of First Nations, Métis and Inuit in residential schools. It hurts us. The last residential school suffered a lot going through the residential school system. The last residential school closed in 1996. That history is not long gone. It's still present today. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit still suffer from the intergenerational trauma imposed upon us by government. Those governments are not long gone either. But now we have an opportunity as parliamentarians to instruct this federal government to do better, to ensure justice, to uphold Indigenous rights. The attempts to hide this colonial history has driven far too many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit to addictions, and too many ultimately to suicide. It is all those too frequent stories of colonial violence that drive me to respond to the speech from the throne very critically. I wish to address it that way as an Indigenous person. Canada's relationship with Inuit and Indigenous peoples has been very fractured right from the beginning. We are still living through the realities of systematic government action that sought to destroy Inuit identity and our way of life and those of other Indigenous peoples in Canada. Inuit were forced into permanent settlements with the promise of jobs, housing, safety, education for children, or some were threatened with violence to move. Families were separated, dogs were killed, and a way of life was irreversibly altered. Many elders are still alive today to recount those horrific events, and shamefully, many of those decisions that lead to the violence and colonization of Inuit during that time are still being perpetuated to this very day. Housing. I often hear countless stories of heartbreak and hope. All too often, being in poverty prevents many from hopes of achieving a socioeconomic status to that of Canadians across this country. Nunavut understand that there are incredible opportunities to make our community stronger and a better place for the next generation. Overcrowded and moldy homes are at the heart of too many of the challenges we face. Families are forced to live in unsuitable conditions. Communicable disease spreads. Elders are put into humiliating positions, and men and gender diverse individuals are forced to stay in dangerous positions. In a country as much as Canada, we have traditional knowledge and legal knowledge, custom knowledge. I would like to take the opportunity to work with you to look at our traditional legal knowledge and philosophy of life so that we can work together to solve our problems. If we are going to work together, then we need to approve the Declaration of the Indigenous People. Mr. Chairperson, I shortened my speech as per your request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be hearing more often. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I want to acknowledge the words that the member has stated. I think they speak to herself. I have no question to pose her. I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of the House to thank the translators for the immense work that they do and their continued work in letting Indigenous languages resonate throughout this House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I refer to you as Mr. Chairperson, but it's Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank the person who just spoke. He and I met, and he understands the situation. I know I can work very well with him. You know, when I represent the NDP, I plan to work with all parties to better our lives and our people's lives. I plan to work with ministers as well. I also remembered Inuit Tapiri Kanatami. I met with them today. They met with you also. I understand that you are working with the Inuit National Organization, Inuit Tapiri of Canada. As they stated to me today, I encourage you to keep that up. Listen to the Indigenous organizations, work with them, change policies if you have to better their lives. We talk a lot of funding. We never have enough, though, to meet all our needs, to problem solve. But we understand that we also have to work together very hard to improve things.
The honourable member the opportunity, perhaps if there is any other reflections, just to be able to maybe perhaps finish a little bit or add if there was anything missing from her reflections to this House in this moment. Thank you.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to repeat, I know clean water is a problem in Aboriginal communities. It's been very problematic all those years. We Indigenous people, you can no longer discount us, write us off, and hope that we disappear. We are here now in the House of Parliament. We are now persons, no longer wards of the government. We are human beings like you. We no longer refer to us as your wards of the state. We are human beings. For Indigenous peoples have their own governing system that they made them survive all those years. Listen to the knowledge that we have about governance and customary law that needs to be incorporated into problem solving today's issues as they affect Indigenous communities. But I know that I have to keep repeating clean water for all Indigenous communities. I have to repeat it. It's not the first. I will repeat it again. I will have another chance to speak again. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to speak Inuktitut. Romeo Shaganas, he helped and paved the way for me and gave me the confidence. Piritinok Aswak and Chakanawak. I want to follow your footsteps. You were my role models. Thank you. I will work as hard as them too. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Hey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Nunavut for that beautiful speech and her powerful words. As this is my first speech of this Parliament, I'd like to begin, as is our tradition, by thanking the people who have invested their trust in me, the people of Skeena-Bulkley Valley. To the folks back home, my ongoing commitment to them, no matter how they voted, is to listen carefully, to represent honestly, and to work hard each and every day. My biggest gratitude, of course, Mr. Speaker, goes to my family, to my two daughters, Ella and Maddie, and to my wife, Michelle, who is an amazing leader in her own right, and of course, my most trusted and close advisor. I begin this speech by sending them my love from 4,500 kilometers away. Every riding in Canada has something unique about it. And among the many unique features of Skeena-Bulkley Valley that stand out, one of them that is remarked on the most, especially by folks from more urban parts of Canada, is its sheer size. And visiting the many communities across such a vast rural region is both the most rewarding and important part of this role, and often the most challenging. The last community I had a chance to visit before I headed east to Ottawa for the start of this sitting was the very special community of Takla Landing on the territory of the Takla Nation. To get to Takla from my home in Smithers, we drove 3 hours eastward on Highway 16, turned left on Highway 27, drove on to Fort St. James, and then drove and stopped in the communities of Binchie and Tachi on the shore of Stewart Lake, and then continued on another 3 hours on a radio-controlled Forest Service road to a part of remote northwest BC where few people live and very few people visit. The community of Takla is a special one, and it's hard to convey the setting in words in here, in this place. But the village is perched on the shore of Takla Lake, and when I got there, the first snow of late fall was sitting on the mountains, and when the clouds lifted and the sun was shining for a brief moment, it was such a spectacular, spectacular setting. The territory of the Takla Nation includes 3 great watersheds, 3 great river systems. The water from their lands flow into the Skeena and into the Fraser system, both of which flow into the Pacific, and also into the Finley, which flows to the Arctic Ocean. We were welcomed in this community by a number of local leaders, including Elder Jeanette West and Councillor Wilma Abraham. The staff toured us around the community. They showed us with pride their school, their water plant. They showed us their potlatch building. They showed us their new transfer station. They showed me the land that they had cleared adjacent to the community to protect it from wildfire, like the big wildfires that we saw in my region back in 2018. They plan to build housing on that land now, and they have a vision to build 100 houses in 10 years. It was a really memorable visit, Mr. Speaker, and one of the things that I'll remember most about that visit was something that Dave Thompson told me just as we were leaving. We were gathered in their boardroom at their band office, and he told me, he said, Takla is a proud community. We're proud of what we showed you today, and we wanted to focus on the community's strengths. But I hope that doesn't give you the impression that this is a community that doesn't need help. And his words made me think about Northwest BC, this place I'm so humbled and honored to represent here in the House of Commons, and the people who call it home. The people of the Northwest, Mr. Speaker, are resilient, they're resourceful, they're proud of where they live, they're proud of how they live. And if I were to simply rattle through a list of all the myriad challenges that people in Northwest BC face, I would be worried that that fact wouldn't come through first. So instead, I thought it was right to start by honoring the innate strength of my neighbors, their resilience, and their love for the place that we call home. But as we face the most serious public health crisis in a century, a growing climate crisis which is being felt so acutely in British Columbia right now, and a housing crisis that is denying such a basic human right to so many families, it's all too clear that the need for federal leadership has never been greater. Yet reading through the speech from the throne, I think many Canadians would be struck by its lack of depth, its lack of addressing the many issues that we face. At a time of so many pressing challenges, This speech failed to reflect the kind of bold vision and leadership I think Canadians, and certainly the people in Northwest BC, feel that we need. Across the Northwest, the collapse of wild salmon stocks is causing real alarm. It's hard to describe how integral these fish are to people's way of life in Skeena as food, as culture, as livelihood. Yet in a single generation, this resource that people have depended on for generations, for thousands of years, is disappearing right before people's eyes. Back to Takla, the salmon that arrive at Takla Lake aren't Skeena River salmon, they're Stewart River sockeye. They're from the Fraser River system. They swim over 1,000 kilometers from the ocean to spawn there. It's truly a miracle of nature. And sadly, the Stewart River sockeye have been decimated by the Big Bar landslide, by fisheries mismanagement, by industrialization and habitat impacts and all of the other things that are impacting wild salmon. When I was in Takla, Keith West gave us a tour of their new salmon hatchery. Earlier in the year, they traveled down to Lillooet on the lower Fraser, and they intercepted the early Stewart River run of fish, those few fish that make it back up the river. And they took the eggs from those fish, and now they're incubating them in a tiny shipping container hatchery in the community of Takla, with the hope that the few that survive make it back down the river out to the ocean and then all the way back home to replenish the stock that community has existed on for millennia. In communities up and down the BC North Coast, people are looking to this government to finally come to the aid of wild salmon at long last. And there's hope in recent funding announcements, but people are waiting to see results on the ground and in the water. And Mr. Speaker, there was nothing in this speech from the throne about wild salmon. Similarly, forestry has long been at the center of many communities in the region: Burns Lake, Houston, Fraser Lake, Fort St. James, my home community of Smithers. For these communities, getting a softwood lumber agreement would make a real difference for the processing facilities in those communities, for their viability and their long-term success. Yet after years of uncertainty, instead of an agreement, what we see is the Americans doubling those softwood lumber duties. And yet there was nothing in this throne speech on softwood lumber and a softwood lumber agreement. Mr. Speaker, in a huge rural riding, transportation is a constant feature of people's daily lives, and often a challenging one. A few weeks back, as part of my commute eastward, I had a chance to ride on BC Bus North. This is the new regional bus system the BC government put in place in the wake of Greyhound pulling out of our region, in a region that includes the Highway of Tears that so many people have heard about, tragically. The trip on the bus was convenient, it was safe, and at $25 for a 2-hour trip, it was affordable. A lot of regions across Canada aren't as fortunate as Northern BC, and I think there's no member in this place who's from a rural riding who would disagree that having safe, affordable, consistent passenger transport is vital for their constituents. But today, rural, low-income Canadians who don't drive have fewer transportation options than they have in 100 years. And yet there was nothing in this throne speech on connecting rural Canada. Sadly, this government long ago gave up on passenger rail as a way to connect rural residents across our country, and we can't let this government give up on bus transportation in the same way. Mr. Speaker, I'll end with this. Housing affordability is a challenge in every single community across Canada. But in addition to affordability, there's another aspect that is being neglected, and that is housing in Indigenous communities. In the riding that I represent in Skeena-Bulkley Valley, the community of Clemtu is struggling with housing issues. They have a vision for building new houses and repairing the ones that are in their community. And I heard recently from their chief counselor, Doug Nieslas, about the storm that damaged 16 houses that are leaking, that have mold issues. These homes house elders and they house children, and that has to be improved upon. But there was nothing in this throne speech on Indigenous housing. To finish, Mr. Speaker, I'll end where I began, with the strength and resilience of the people of the Northwest. This has been a hard year and a half in this health crisis. People have lost loved ones, they've lost livelihoods, and we've been called on to look out for our neighbors and look out for each other in ways that we haven't for a long time. We're going to make it. I know we are. And in the meantime, there are many other pressing issues that deserve our attention. And I'm thankful to you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the time this evening to highlight a few of them. Thank you very much.
When we return to address and reply, the member will have his 5 minutes of questions and comments. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. I recognize the honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 17 years ago, I went to the Joel Steele Arena in my hometown of Winchester, excited to donate blood for the first time. Little did I know until I got to the questionnaire when it asked if I was a man who had sex with a man, that I would be disqualified from doing so. I've told Canadians through a video earlier this year and some advocacy that I've been trying to do to end the discriminatory blood ban, that was one of the very few times in my life like I felt like there was something wrong by being gay. Here we are at the end of 2021, 17 years later, and that discrimination still exists in our country today. There is an experience, and that experience is replicated by thousands of MSM men across this country. The frustrating part is that there is a clear, scientific solution to end this discrimination and end this stigma that has lasted for far too long. The Canadian Medical Association, the All Blood is Equal campaign, numerous countries around the world have changed their questionnaire to be based on sexual behavior as opposed to sexual orientation. 6 years ago, 3 elections ago now, the government promised to end it. They didn't promise to study it or pending review. They didn't claim it was independent and they couldn't do anything about it, or they could only study it and see what was recommended. They promised to end it. Nevertheless, here we are, the end of 2021, and Canadian Blood Services has finally, earlier this year, back in June during Pride Month, said that they are going to recommend an end to the ban on donations from men who have sex with men. Good news, a step in the right direction. I acknowledge that. The government is now known for 6 months that this recommendation will be coming from Canadian Blood Services. They had the option through the Food and Drug Act to act earlier to eliminate a provision no longer deemed necessary. Section 5, the minister may by notice in writing remove a term or condition that is no longer necessary to prevent a compromise to human safety or the blood supply or the safety of blood. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question last Friday in the House of Commons to say, what is the plan from this government, knowing for 6 months that this application will be coming at the end of the year? And yet, at the end of the day, the minister's response to me was very inadequate. This issue deserves urgency, and it deserves dignity. I appreciate the minister being here, and in a late show to have the minister here, I acknowledge the rarity of that. I appreciate that. My challenge in this short, brief time, Mr. Speaker, is to challenge the minister, not to talk about the last 6 years and the studies and the research that had to go in. It has now been done. We know an application is coming. Gay, bi, men in this country want to know what date they can safely donate blood. My challenge to the minister in this government is, you've known this is coming for 6 months. What is the process now, knowing that application is coming? What is the review and timeline process to finally end the discrimination and give the dignity back to the LGBT community in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to address this issue. And I'd like to say thank you to all those who renewed their trust in me and elected me for a 3rd time. I'd also like to thank my family, my spouse, my children, all those who helped guide me in life. Also, my volunteers and my wonderful riding group who work every day for the people in the riding. I'd also like to thank the Honourable Member for giving me the opportunity to address the issue of diversity and inclusion in the context of blood donation. Protecting the safety and security of Canada's blood supply is a high priority for Health Canada. Canada has one of the safest blood systems in the world, with comprehensive regulatory oversight of blood collection. Canadian Blood Services and HoC Quebec oversee and administer the blood systems in Canada and Quebec. These organizations are independent of governments and cannot be forced to change their blood donor deferral policies except in cases where safety concerns arise. The Government of Canada is committed to protecting the safety and security of Canada's blood supply. We are also committed to supporting non-discriminatory, science-based blood donation policies in Canada. In 2016, Health Canada authorized a change in the deferral for men who have sex with men from 5 years to 12 months, and in 2019 further reduced the deferral to 3 months. These changes follow a thorough review of the science provided in the Canadian Blood Services and HoC Quebec's regulatory submissions and are incremental steps as the research evolves towards the ultimate goal of gender-neutral behavioral screening of donors. To date, Health Canada has not received a request from Canadian Blood Services or HoC Quebec to eliminate the deferral period for whole blood donations. On the other hand, Canada is a leader in this area. The United States, Australia, and New Zealand have all implemented a 3-month deferral after Canada makes this change. In addition, in September 2021, Health Canada authorized a submission from Canadian Blood Services to implement alternative screening and collection processes to allow men who have sex with men to donate source plasma. This approach is based on behavioral criteria. The Government of Canada provided $3 million to Canadian Blood Services to work with HoC Quebec to create research projects to inform change in this area. Since time is passing quickly, I'd like to add that Budget 2019 provided an additional $2.4 million over 3 years for research. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Everybody in this House wants a safe blood supply in this country, and everybody wants to end the discriminatory blood ban. These two issues are not incompatible. Yes, I know the minister has not received the package yet, but he knows it is coming. There needs to be an urgency. There needs to be something of dignity to show men who have sex with men walk and chew gum, as an analogy for lack of a better word. We can say you know it's coming. You can outline the process and the time frame, give a date, give hope to make this happen. I'll say to the minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, I am not going away on this issue. Tonight's late show is one thing. It will continue. More detail, more urgency, and more dignity is needed to be given to this issue. We're getting close, but the bureaucratic answers have got to stop. We must end the blood ban now. Please.
Honorable Ministre de la Santé.
Merci, Monsieur.
The Honourable Minister of Health. And I will speak English despite my notes because I'm face-to-face with the member.
What I think he already knows is that his advocacy and his lived experience with the matter is very credible, very touching, and I think everyone listening to him know that we owe him a debt of gratitude, and I would like to signal that in the process. Je rappelle aussi aux députés que le gouvernement du Canada ne peut.
I would also like to remind the member that the Government of Canada cannot change the Canada Blood Society's or HoC Quebec's policies, and that it must undertake things in the correct manner.
Island Powell River.
Well, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is really happening in Canada. The poorest seniors in our whole country are losing their ability to support themselves. Just to be clear, and so that all Canadians understand, single seniors receiving the guaranteed income supplement make an income of just over $19,000 a year. Those who are couples make just over $25,000. Regardless of what part of Canada they live in, they are below the poverty line. My office is hearing from seniors across Canada. They are scared, they are desperate and afraid. A few have come forward to share very personal stories, to express their concern and the realities they are facing. I want to point out their tremendous bravery. Mr. Speaker, they are terrified that by speaking out, that their voices will mean that they are punished further. I certainly hope that this minister is listening. I just received an email yesterday, Mr. Speaker, from a 71-year-old senior. He was working. He applied for pandemic relief because he was no longer working due to the pandemic. Now his GIS has been cut off, and recently he has been diagnosed with cancer. Mr. Speaker, the reality is he cannot afford the medication he needs for his treatment. He is also facing eviction on December the 23rd. I hope the minister puts that in her calendar. A 71-year-old senior in this country sick with cancer, homeless on the 23rd of December, this month. This is what is happening to an estimated 88,000 seniors across the country, according to the PBO's report. It is one story of far too many. I've heard the Prime Minister and ministers say in this House, we are working on it. But I'm here to say that is not good enough. This is a crisis. When the most vulnerable are seeing their lives go up in smoke, they don't know where they're going to live. They don't know what's going to happen to their health and well-being. How can we ask them to wait? For me, this is about a bar of dignity. All of us as Canadians saying collectively, this is the bar. And if we see anyone fall below it, we're going to stand up and we're going to say that is too far and we must do better. So imagine my shock when I heard the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion, in response to a media question on this issue, say, quote, "It is a more complicated issue than one would think because there's serious kinds of fairness and equity issue for people who may have earned similar amounts in employment income. If a senior worked last year and made an equivalent amount, they too would have lost their GIS and had their GIS potentially reduced. So we're working on a path forward that recognizes this," end quote. So it appears for this government, the bar of dignity needs to be lowered more. May I remind this House again, single seniors receive just over $19,000 a year and couples just over $25,000. May I also remind this House that these seniors were working, and when the pandemic happened, this was the only source of the help that they could receive. Is it the plan of the government to punish the poorest? Because it certainly appears to be. A plan to punish the poorest and protect the rich, like big corporations who have received tremendous taxpayer dollars and wage subsidies and then given their shareholders significant payouts. Here's a quote from the Globe and Mail. Perhaps this will help the minister understand. Beyond a handful of hedge funds, some of the largest wealthy managers in the country, household names such as Franklin Templeton, CI Financial, Gluckskin Sheff and Associates, collected the wage subsidy. Collectively, these three companies manage close to $110 billion of assets in Canada. The Scotiabank Hedge Funds Index, which measures the monthly performance of Canadian domiciled hedge funds with assets under management of at least $15 million, shows an average return of 11% in 2020, the best year for the industry in the decade. Mr. Speaker, this government owes the seniors some respect.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to thank the honourable member for her question, and of course want to congratulate her on her new role, on her re-election, and certainly on her role as the shadow minister for seniors. And of course, Mr. Speaker, before I begin to respond to my honourable colleague's question, allow me to briefly take a moment to thank the people of and my constituents of Brampton West who re-elected me once again to this House for the third time as their voice, and I'll continue to fight for the priorities that matter to them. Allow me to briefly also thank my volunteers and supporters who made it possible, and of course my family and friends who've always had my back. Being my community's voice in Parliament is truly the greatest privilege of my life.
And as the new Minister of Seniors, I look forward to working with the Honourable Member and indeed all members of this House to find the best ways to serve Canada's seniors and to ensure the most vulnerable get the support that they need. Mr. Speaker, my connection to seniors is a very personal one. During the pandemic, I volunteered to go back to my roots as a registered nurse, spent my time on the front lines vaccinating healthcare workers, vaccinating community members in my community, and standing alongside the Canadian Armed Forces who came into a long-term care community in my city of Brampton, which was one of the hardest hit long-term care homes in my province. And Mr. Speaker, the experiences I had there remind me every day to continue to fight for those most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the health and social well-being of seniors across Canada has been a top of mind for many. The financial situation for seniors has also been a challenge. But when it comes to supporting seniors, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the record to date. Mr. Speaker, one of the first things we did as a government when we got elected in 2015 is to reduce the eligibility of OAS back to 65 from 67. The Conservatives had attempted to raise the age of retirement and take money out of the pockets of Canadians who need retirement benefits to make ends meet. We enhanced the CPP in a historic way that was mirrored by QPP. We strengthened the OAS and raised the GIS for single seniors, which made a real difference in the lives of many seniors. For immediate support, Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, we provided a one-time $500 payment for older seniors this year, and we will be increasing OAS by 10% for those 75 and older next year. The historic increase will be their first real increase in decades beyond inflation increases. This will make a difference for older seniors as they live longer and as their needs increase, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians re-elected a government on a bold, ambitious plan which will help seniors who need it the most. I look forward to working with all members of this House in delivering on this ambitious agenda. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all certainly agree that this pandemic has been certainly challenging for many seniors. But every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, our government has been there to support seniors, especially those most vulnerable. We moved very quickly to provide immediate and direct financial support to seniors. Every year, seniors across Canada benefit from programs and funding our government provides for seniors through the New Horizons for Seniors program. I'm extremely excited to announce this year's call for proposal for NHSP is now open, and I encourage all members to apply. And when it comes to the CERB and GIS issue, Mr. Speaker, and I want to remind the honourable member once again, as I mentioned earlier, we're aware of this issue. We know it has been hard on some seniors this year, and I can assure the honourable member that we're working on this issue to find the right solution to support those that are affected. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I definitely respect the member's role as a healthcare provider and the work that she may have done. But I do not understand in any way how this member is proud of her government right now. I know that the member's riding has less than 8% seniors living there, but there are many seniors across this country that are in a total point of crisis. They are going to lose their homes. They are being evicted right now. They cannot afford their medication, which means they're in and out of the hospital because they're getting sicker. Seniors use their pandemic funds to fix their cars, fix their teeth, pay off a little bit of debt. This is so wrong that we're punishing the poorest while we're rewarding the wealthiest. This should not be a debate in this House. I am totally embarrassed that it is. This government needs to do better by the seniors who built this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, I think we can all agree just how challenging this pandemic has been on seniors, especially the most vulnerable seniors. But every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, our government has been there to support seniors by strengthening their GIS, by ensuring that they have the supports and services that they need, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to CERB GIS, and as I reminded the honourable colleague earlier, I understand that it has been hard on some seniors this year, and I can assure the honourable member that this is something that is a priority for me. We're working actively on this file right now, and we're going to be there to support those most vulnerable, as we've always have been. Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of talk on housing supply in this House, and across the lower mainland of British Columbia, up to 25% of newly built luxury condos are sitting vacant. And homes, including older housing co-ops and purpose-built rental apartments that have served our communities for decades, are being bought up by developers at a rapid speed. Developers are buying them up, Mr. Speaker, because government policies have turned the housing market into a stock market. Governments at every level have overseen the financialization of housing. Instead of protecting our social housing stock, they encouraged upzoning and gentrification in the name of density. Density dreams belong to developers, Mr. Speaker. The financialization of housing is only working for the wealthy and leaving people behind. Truly affordable social housing has been sacrificed to create an asset class for pension funds and the wealthiest people and companies across the globe. Right now, in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, there are hundreds of older townhomes and apartments sitting empty, entire blocks of single-family homes boarded up, ready for redevelopment. And Mr. Speaker, these homes have been empty for years. Developers choose not to fill them so they don't have to spend 1 cent on maintenance or pay tenants out when the time comes to begin redevelopment. This is wrong, Mr. Speaker. During this housing crisis, governments have allowed wealthy developers to hoard housing, allowing perfectly good homes to sit empty to protect the profits of corporations over the well-being of my residents. There is also a problem with the marketing of housing. High-end sales centers for luxury condos exist overseas. Actually, Mr. Speaker, when a traveler arrives through the international terminal at YVR, there are enticing posters of luxury housing to attract international investment. Even on the local front, developers begin marketing projects even before the municipalities rezone the land. It's disrespectful and a disregard for communities. Mr. Speaker, the current housing crisis appears to be a crisis of negligence. Negligence in protecting precious housing supply that people call home. I hear the calls for supply, 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 and I need to clarify that call. What is needed is affordable supply. The federal government must put a laser focus on maintaining what is left of housing co-ops, purpose-built rental, and not-for-profit run housing in this country before it's all gone. And the federal government needs to immediately reinvest in social housing, not in capital loans, but ongoing stable operating funds to get people housed now. In closing, I want to share just a few of the things I've heard from social housing partners on the ground who are competing with corporate interests to keep the most vulnerable housed. For every 1 new purpose-built rental unit that's being built, we are losing 3. The federal government needs a moratorium on REITs. The rate they are buying up co-ops and purpose-built rental housing is alarming and is contributing to disappearing rental stock. Number 3, I've heard, we need a social development acquisition fund in addition to the Urban Housing Accelerator Fund so that not-for-profits can buy housing and they can, so not-for-profits can buy housing. What I hear from the not-for-profits is that right now they need to put up their own capital to secure funding for the rental housing incentives, and that doesn't work for them. And for CMHC, it's not nimble enough. The limitations at CMHC need to be fixed. They have not been able to deliver the housing at the pace needed. In closing, I just ask the minister again to get the much-needed affordable homes to people now.
Hear, hear.
Thank you for the time.
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam for her question, for her advocacy, and I want to congratulate her on her recent election. And I welcome her focus on affordable housing. And our government agrees with that side of the House that every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. And I think this is an issue that should unite all of us. The need for more affordable housing is one of the biggest challenges that our country is facing. And it's not just a question of housing, it's also a question of making sure that our economic recovery after COVID is an inclusive economic recovery, and that housing will be key to that, to make sure that no one is left behind. But this is not a new problem. It requires a long-term plan. It requires consistent action. And housing, therefore, is a key priority for our government. And that is why we developed Canada's first ever national housing strategy, followed closely by the National Housing Act and a commitment to take a human rights approach to housing. And, in 2017, Mr. Speaker, the National Housing Strategy was projected to spend $40 billion over the next 10 years. And that program has now grown to $72.5 billion. So in the past year alone, we have made hundreds of announcements and countless opening celebrations to welcome people into their new homes in British Columbia, for example. And all of them were possible through the National Housing Strategy. And it required and was a result of strong partnerships from coast to coast to coast. So take, for example, the bilateral housing agreements that we negotiate with every province and territory. Through those agreements, we're able to not only build new housing, but also maintain the federal community housing stock that is there. So as my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam may recall, just last March, we announced significant support for individuals and families in British Columbia. Our 10-year, $517 million Canada-British Columbia housing benefit will go directly into the pockets of British Columbians, helping 25,000 households across the province of British Columbia to be able to pay their rent. That is the National Housing Strategy in action. As we continue to make progress on that strong foundation, we recognize that more work needs to be done. So that is why we introduced the Rapid Housing Initiative in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic as a response to the housing challenges made worse by the pandemic. Through the first round, we were targeting building 3,000 new permanent affordable housing units, and we blew past that target to build 4,700 100% federally funded permanent affordable housing units. In the second round, collectively with the first round, we seek to build 9,200 permanent affordable housing units for Canadians experiencing homelessness or those who are at risk of experiencing homelessness. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said, there's more work to be done, and I agree with my honourable colleague. That is why just in the recent throne speech you heard that we're planning to launch a housing accelerator fund that will help cities expedite housing. It will bring on more planners. It'll offset the cost of land purchases. It'll help build the infrastructure needed for housing. Mr. Speaker, home ownership is also important. We need to make sure that more and more Canadians can access the dream of home ownership. And so I look forward to the honourable member to support these initiatives. We are making deep, sustained and long-term investments in housing, but we share the member's commitment to making sure that all Canadians have a safe and affordable place to call home. Merci beaucoup.
Honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I remember the minister coming to my community for an opening, for a photo opportunity. And that project, the government came at the very, very last minute, at the 11th hour of that project, came with a loan, Mr. Speaker. After almost 5 years of negotiation with local partners, with not-for-profits, with our city, with the taxpayers of the city of Coquitlam that came forward with their own money, the government showed up at the 11th hour with a small loan, Mr. Speaker. This isn't working for housing providers. Through the Speaker to the Minister, the housing is just not getting on the ground in the speed that it needs to come. In relation to the rapid housing initiatives, that information didn't come down to municipalities fast enough. There were so many problems and gaps with it. There were many, many, many projects denied that didn't get built. We need solutions now. I understand there's plans. What can we be doing now?
Honourable Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, for every challenge that the honourable member mentioned, we actually have a different program in the National Housing Strategy to address it. On the issue of loans, that's for rental construction, but we have another program called the Co-Investment Fund that builds deeply affordable housing. On the Rapid Housing Initiative, I'm surprised the honourable member is saying that the money didn't get there quickly enough. We had a separate stream for cities, and we gave the money directly to them. The only condition we put on them is that the housing had to be built in 12 months or less and had to target a vulnerable population. So whether they built new housing or acquired existing properties, it was totally up to them. We trusted them to make the right decisions because they know best what they need to do. In terms of the project stream, those projects are landing in British Columbia and they're creating deeply affordable housing. Does that mean that the job is done? Absolutely not. We need to do more. In terms of the solutions that are necessary, we are always open to partnering with municipalities and provinces and territories to make sure, and Indigenous governments, to make sure that more and more affordable housing is being built for Canadians.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant réputée adoptée.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.